inspiring safety record, strong balance sheet, world-class resource assets, groundbreaking innovation, steady and sustainable contribution to nation's social, economical and environmental development. NLCIL Navaratna CPSE under the administrative control of Ministry of Coal, Government of India, a corporate with a human nature, creating wealth for the well-being.
Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Hello, welcome everybody to the 8th round already of the 44th Chess Olympiad in Chennai, India. I'm Judit Polgar and I'm extremely excited what is going to be today because the Olympiad is progressing towards to the end of it. But still, of course, we have still 4 rounds to go and we're going to see fire on the boards. And I'm pretty sure the tension is really very tough in the big hall. With me, Mihail Marin again, the Grandmaster.
Hello, Judit, a pleasure. Hello, everybody.
Mihail will be helping us with the games, as in the previous days as well. So it's incredible what's going on. Yesterday, it was the round 7, where Armenia played the big clash between USA. And that was one of the most important match of the whole Olympiad so far, because it was 4 decisive games, and it was 2-2. Let's see the standing right now. Armenia kept its number 1 spot with 13 points, only half a point drop match point. And after that already Uzbekistan, together with India 2, the teenage team, India 1, United States, Germany and Kazakhstan. And we know that all the matches are extremely tough. But we also see further down with 11 points France, Iran, the Netherlands, Azerbaijan, Hungary, and Brazil. And one of the biggest surprise for me that the Ukrainian team has only 10 points. But of course, if they start to play excellent and score match points 4 out of 4, they still have a chance to grab a medal.
The same applies to Poland, for instance, or Spain. Okay, Norway is also the teams which, were expected to be somewhere up, but they are struggling to get back into the picture.
Well, it's a big question how you can spare your energy and timing. So this is something, the most important thing in Olympiad, that you can come here with a great energy level and you say, okay, I'm going to play so energetically every day and the team is doing very well, but maybe this team goes out and you don't have enough energy. Let's see the women's section. How is it over there? Because there are quite a lot of excitement, though India has already a match point ahead, and yesterday they had a very tough match. But Tanya again won, yes, but she had some tricky positions.
This was a game between 2 heroes because her opponent had 100%. She had only 1 day off, but she had 5 out of 5 and a good position with Tanya in time travel. And then she went this knight h4 and things became messy. Eventually Tanya won. And that was decisive. Again, it's the 3rd time that Tanya scores the decisive point in the match.
So the main point is that India is really taking the lead already with a match point, and then Ukraine is following on 2nd and 4th place together with Armenia and the famous Georgian team. Today we are going to have great clashes. Let's see what are the pairings for today, because for today we are not going to get bored for sure. one of the biggest match we can say that it's going on between USA and India, but that will be the second board. So Armenia is the leader of the Olympiad, plays with India 1. What we see right here, Sargsyan plays again with the white pieces. Yesterday he had an incredible victory against Fabiano Caruana. That was not without mistakes the game, but it was a victory which brought Armenia equal in that game, but of course there were a lot of ups and downs. We'll be talking about that
The whole
later.
match was like this. But it's strange that even though Armenia lost 2 games, they didn't change the team. In fact, Manuel Petrosian, who is board number 4, didn't play after the 3rd round. So I don't know if it's about health problems or they really feel that the team is compact as it is now, even though they lost 2 games.
So we can see the playing hall already, and we see now the board of Magnus Carlsen. He's playing on the board match 17, and here is going to be a prize giving, because from the fair play, which I'm and Eugene Torre together with Mr. Mihail, we are deciding who is going to get. I'm here in the studio, but they are there giving the prize to the opponent of Magnus Carlsen today, who is Pechak from Slovakia. And he had a game, online game with Gelfand some time ago, and with Gelfand there was some technical issues. He made a mouse slip and he was acting fair play, and they agreed to a draw. We feel somehow that fair play generally, it's very much in the spirit how an Olympiad also has to be played, because to respect other and respect the rule and be playing sportswoman or sportsmanship is very important. So it's fairness, it's respect, it's about friendship, team spirit, equality, tolerance, and caring about yourself and about your opponent. And I think it's very important also for the next generation that they understand that they play the way, the maximum they can give on the chessboard, but in the framework of fair play. So not using any engines or not even thinking about that, because we have to respect the rules and each other and ourselves, I think. What do you think, Mihail, about?
Well, fair play is something always nice to see around. And actually, I had an incident where my opponent did something. It's a small gesture, but it was touching. I arrived late. I was late for 14 seconds for my first blitz game against Savchenko. That was in Almaty. We were supposed to play 2 games. And okay, I sat down, I made my move with 14 seconds on my clock. And my opponent waited for 14 seconds before he answered. He didn't need to do that. I was just late, but he waited for 14 seconds.
And we see now that he's getting a trophy. Sorry to interrupt you.
I'm not sure how I would react in such situations, this is why it's impressive, because you're never sure whether under the stress and obligation to need to score, you would do that. But
and this is why I feel important to talk about it, because in those situations, if you keep that in mind, it comes naturally to behave the way that you respect your opponent, yourself, and the game itself, that you don't want to win a game or you don't want to take advantage of something which is not, because it should be happening. So,
by the way, I survived the first game with white and I won the second one with black. So it's not even that the guy who makes a gesture like this gets a reward immediately. It's
actually, it's interesting, so interesting that it was today, this prize giving, because in the previous year it was Magnus Carlsen who received it when there was a problem. Many of our audience, and you remember when it was during the pandemic, playing online, and Magnus played against Ding Liren, who he respects very much. And it was a drawish Rukand game when Ding Liren lost the connection, because in China it's very difficult, the internet. And then in the next game, simply Magnus gave back the point.
Queen G5, Queen takes D2.
Exactly,
yes.
giving back the queen so they can continue the match in equal terms. And these examples show to the next generation that let's go, play on the chessboard in fair play manners and let the better win. Let's see all the handshakes. It's the ladies. Right there, Georgia against Armenia. What we are seeing right now, of course, the tension is escalating quite a bit because every draw and every victory and loss, it makes people to have a bad mood. I'm sure there are some crying, upsets. But of course, next day we have to play again. This is also not an easy part of chess tournament, where if something goes wrong, and then next day you still have to prepare, you have to have your energy, and you have to go there like nothing has happened, and you have to win.
Sometimes it's more difficult to go on after things have gone incredibly well. Sometimes that's even a bigger shock than when things go bad.
Of course,
you
it's
have
also
to control the emotions.
Of course, it's a big question how the players can emotionally handle the victory as well. Let's go back and see the pairings where we stopped. So on board 2 we have so board 1 was Armenia against India. USA India 2. This is going to be the match, I think, that most of the world is curious about, because Gukesh, who has 7 out of 7, an incredible performance. Can Fabiano stop Gukesh with his 100% score? Levon Aronyan is back, of course, today. He plays against Mihail. Prague is with black, playing with Wesley So. Wesley So won a very cute game yesterday. And Dominguez, who is the hero of the American team, because he seems to be the most stable.
He's a point machine. He's actually winning and winning.
Let's see board 3, where we're going to see Germany against Uzbekistan. Very interesting match, because we have great talents fighting it out there. Kaimer against Abdusattorov. I think Abdusattorov lost one game with a very unfortunate opening choice against Hari Krishna, but he won again since then. So let's see who can win this game. Definitely Uzbekistan is also trying to get the medal.
Kaimer only played 4 games. He has 3 out of 4, but okay, still a good result.
And, well, what we see is that the standing is Armenia with 13, only half a point ahead, but
they have no time to watch, to look back over the shoulder.
And basically 6 people are from 2 to 7th place, so anything can be, and for sure every match has to be decided, we think, but many of them will be equal, because of course nobody wants to lose and they still want to stay there, and everybody knows we go forward to the end of the Olympiad, of course anything can happen. Anything can happen there. Let's go to the next one. It's Kazakhstan against Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan is very tough, but they have only 11 points. But if they win today and they win tomorrow, they are there and they are ready to get a medal. So with Azerbaijan, of course, you always have to be careful. On board 5, we have the Netherlands against Hungary. I'm very proud of my countrymen that they are playing on board 5, so we can take a look those games also now. So they came back with the victory yesterday. Then on board 6, we're gonna see Iran against France. And we see Iran is there, right? They are there with 11 points, playing in the front.
Having a 2700 on the first board.
Exactly. And then we have Ukraine already having 10 points on the cross table. Still Brazil is 11 points. And then we have India 3 against Peru on board 8. On board 9 we have Lithuania against Croatia. And then we have on the 10th board Slovenia against Czech Republic. So let's move on to the women's section to see what are the most interesting matchups for today, because they're also actually, maybe we can see the match of the event there, because India is leading 14 points and Ukraine is only 12 points. But of course the Ukrainian team would want to get a medal, and if they win today, then things can turn around because they may take the first place. So this is a very crucial match for Ukraine, and of course for the Indian team as well, because if, let's say, they can win, then they are, I think it would be very difficult not to win the Olympiad unless something really goes wrong. And that's a big thing, and that's a huge pressure.
Yes, the Ukrainians have two boards in very good shape. Anna Muzichuk with 5.5 out of 6, and Ushenina with 4.5 out of 5. So
Wow.
these are the Roman hopes. Okay, Maria Muzichuk also scored reasonably well on the top board, +1, but their engines are on board 2 and 3, I believe.
Well, this is very important. We talked about it in previous days that sometimes it's enough to have one or two players who play extremely well. But nowadays there are so many good teams, even though that this is an Olympiad where China and Russia is not taking part, even though it's very tight, very tight.
Everybody should take a medal, should try to take a medal this year. because-
Exactly. Many teams, they think that it will be depending on the last few rounds if we can get a medal or not. And sometimes, as we see in this team, one great player performance is not enough.
Yes, yes.
So they have two great performing players
And
on board.
Buksa is also playing well. She has 4.5 out of 6. I mean, they are not. None of them is in poor form, but still they are not winning yet.
But the thing is that you just simply have to perform better than your average rating
Yes.
to win an Olympiad.
Yes.
Even for medals, sometimes you have to make.
By the way, it's strange that in the Indian team, the first two boards they drop rating, 10 respectively 8 points, and they're still because the distribution of results is also important.
Of course,
I mean,
especially in this format that it's.
if you have a
it's one
Tanya
match.
who wins when things are tough, then it's already good.
And then let's see the other board. The second board is between Georgia and Armenia, which is also very important because let's imagine that Ukraine can win against India, and then someone wins between Georgia and Armenia, and there is going to be already a 3 tie on the same point with 14 points. So things can change in one round completely upside down, and of course not to talk about the emotional roller coaster what the players are going through.
Yes, I was checking here. It seems that the Georgian results are somehow balanced between +1 and +3. In Armenia, they have some high performance. Sargsyan, Anna, for instance, 4.5 out of 5. Gaboyan with the same result. So points are distributed somehow. Actually, they have more. They should have more game points, Armenia. But okay, what really counts is the match points. The Georgian are more balanced. They have no such player with a fantastic result. They +1, +3. That's good, but it's not hallucinating. Let's say.
Okay, what do we have on board 3? We have India 3 against Poland. Poland is there. They are hanging on.
And they have a 7 out of 7 player on the third board, Olivia Kiolbasa. She won all
Wow.
the 7 games.
Wow.
We just noticed that now. That's fantastic,
Wow.
no?
It looks very nice on the cross table.
Yes,
One,
I
one,
mean-
one, one, one,
I
one,
mean,
one,
yes.
one, one.
Yes, we don't have even to explain how this progressed. I mean, it was 1, 2, 3.
It somehow looks like when you keep on the claviature on your
Yes,
computer, you
yes.
push one and somehow you leave
Yes.
your finger there. But to win 7 games, it's not that easy at all.
Yes, I would consider it impossible, but okay. Here it happened with 2 players, with Gukesh and this Olivia.
Okay, so that's amazing. Let's see if Poland can win against India 3. Of course, the Indian team is very well prepared, all of them, because they take it extremely seriously. As we talked with Vishwanathan Anand yesterday, I had a wonderful talk with him, and he's the mentor of the 3 women team and the open section team. His favorite is India 2 open section. And then next match on board 4. Let's see who Azerbaijan is playing. Romania is the opponent.
Which Romania, our team, they had some good results. Yesterday they lost. It was a bit on the edge, but they lost. But okay, it was they played a good match anyway, and they still have chances to get some good plays. But of course, very tough match today.
Then we have board 5. There we have Kazakhstan against Slovakia, I'm sorry. Is it? Slovakia, yes.
Slovakia.
Abdul Malik is playing on board 1. They have 11 points, and then Bulgaria against Greece on board 6. On board 7, we have Mongolia against Hungary. So the Hungarian ladies also They should be trying to win because actually Mongolia still has 11 points and Hungary only 10. So they should be. It's a must-win situation if Hungary wants to look on the bronze medal and possibly reaching there.
Joka Gal is the young girl, yes, the young
She's
talent.
15 years old.
She has 5 out of 6. She only take one day off after losing in.
And actually,
round 4.
her only loss was against Tanya.
Ah, okay.
That was, well, timing is important, but somehow Tanya seems to be one of the...
She's gaining 17 rating points so far.
It's
And
a tournament of her life.
Her rating is not so bad. It's already quite okay.
25 something.
No, 23 something. Her yeah. So she's doing well. Many of your girls are doing well, but she's somehow the, let's say, the engine so far.
Well, still, we need more people to play well in our team. But let's go back and let's go to the chessboards. Let's go back to the chessboard. And actually, we have a hashtag which we are inviting everybody to send your questions, to send your thoughts, or send which game is your favorite of a specific round. We can show some. I want to show you my favorite game. I can't say that I've seen all the games of the last round, but I can tell you that, well, I want to show you of yesterday. There was a game between Wesley So and Melkumian. The match of the yesterday round from round 7. And what happened, Wesley So was playing with the white pieces. He went rook e3, and after e5, which is a very energetic and probably pretty good move, Wesley played bishop h6 innocently. And black played e4, and you may wonder that, well, after e4, maybe knight e4 takes, and rook e4, and white has enough counterplay and compensation. And I think this was the problem for black. This is why he could fall into this situation, because he was evaluating that how is it for 2 pawns for the rook, for the piece. But Wesley took with the rook on e4, rook on e4, and it was so wonderful. If black takes, black couldn't take it, but it means that he just lost a pawn. After this, queen f7, the very artistic and romantic way of winning, would be on the board. King f5, g4, king e4, rook e1 check, and after king f3 you have a choice of rook e3 or to give a checkmate bishop d5. This was my favorite game because it's very unusual on the very highest level that you end up having such an opportunity, such a motive that you win the game with such a thing, because of course black didn't take it because didn't want to end up in the different tactical books. But he played after rook e4, the move was knight f8, which after Wesley continued his attack, played rook f4, f5, knight f5, gf5, rook f5, and after that he just won. Even after that he made some brilliancy moves, I must say, because after queen d6, he went queen g4, and after knight g6, there was another tactical blow. It's not so easy to win a winning position, but Wesley knew what he's doing, and he sacrificed the rook after that. Because if black takes on d5, bishop g6 wins on the spot. So after rook d5, it was, I just have the feeling that if you're visualizing it in a box ring, right? Wesley was just punching from right and from left.
He couldn't stop. I mean, he could have just retreated with the rook and won a technical game, no?
Exactly.
50 moves
But
later.
he couldn't stop, and he wanted to move on. He went rook f5, then he improved with bishop c4, and after king h8, bishop g5, black resigned, because bishop f6 is coming later on rook f7, and it's going to be a checkmate.
And it's also 4 pawns for the piece. I mean, it's also material advantage.
That's only the extra thing.
Yes.
So this was one of the first game to finish. Maybe it was after the draw yesterday. And after this, no, there was no draw. This was the first game. This was the first game. Can you imagine how psychologically the Armenian team, how strong they were mentally to see?
In the meantime, the game of Dominguez went better and better. You remember that?
Exactly.
That very
For
unclear
US,
game?
it was improving as well.
Yeah, he already had an advantage, I think, by the time So won.
Absolutely. So we are waiting for you to send your favorite game and sharing your thoughts or questions on hashtag Best Chess Olympiad 2022. And then we're going to see that also because there are hundreds and thousands of games played here already in the Olympiad because we are reaching out today already round 8. But I want to show another interesting game what happened if we are already here. The match, from the same match, I would want to say a very sad story for America. Because if you see this position, Black just played, his last move was, Black was winning in the game pretty convincingly. I did not think that it's possible to ruin it. When you play for a gold medal, you cannot ruin such a position. It's somewhere here, if I just go back. I mean, Black had a pawn up, much better pieces. It's a one-way thing. F5 is weak, so there was no way to ruin it. But after that, in move 90, something really went bad for Black because White is going to be exchanging the pawn, and then it will be a draw. So I couldn't believe it when I was checking. I was not in the studio anymore. I will let you know why in a later stage. Black played Queen G2, and I see that the game was agreed to a draw, when actually it's a pretty drawy story because White can give a check on C4, I think maybe also on D6, but it's draw. And I see White lost, and this was a full disaster. It was such a tragic for USA because later on we saw the video of what happened.
With Michael Rachel, we decided that White lost on time because there was no other explanation.
But what happened is that White touched the king and wanted to play king c2.
She saw that queen h1 was the move.
And that's the thing, that with the movement after b3, if you see the video out there, you can see it, the black queen can go, and the movement by the body movement of Black was like making the big move, and this is what Shakland already in the 6th hour of play, he was calculating what happens. The only worry he had probably what happens on a check, and he wanted to play king c2, and it was only queen g2, and he touched the king, and then he realized that it's, oh my God, it's over.
He has to go king c1 and then queen b2, even exchanges queens. Queen b2, queen takes b3.
Yeah, simply it's just over.
The king catches the pawn and the bishop protects the own
Exactly.
pawn. So it's.
So there are dramas in Olympiads, and this is a very painful one. So today we are not seeing Shakland playing in the team, and let's see who is playing in the team. Let's start with Fabiano playing with the white pieces against Gukesh. So let's see what we have here.
Rossolimano.
Huge clash. We have this comment from the internet, from the social media. So what do we see here? 3 bishop b5. Fabiano was playing this quite a lot. G6.
He doesn't want a theoretical battle, or at least not very forced variation.
Maybe he wants to play a long game and somehow feel how he can unbalance the youngster Gukesh, who has 7 out of 7 score. Bishop g7, bishop c6, b takes c6, rook e1, queen c7, h3. Well, I think it's very much a theory.
But queen c7 is I'm not so used to queen c7. I think d6, f6, things like that. So the queen c7 is a bit.
I don't know if we maybe we can check how many games we have. Queen c7 doesn't look bad to me.
No, it's a move, of course. I don't say, but I'm just not familiar with the idea of
h3, d6, and white already went e5. So asking black that how are you going to deal with your pawn structure? And after d takes e5, d3, so Fabiano already sacrificed the pawn, which is not a painful sacrifice probably, because the c5 pawn is very weak, so later on white can go bishop e3, bringing the knight to d2 and to b3. So it's not so easy for black to handle the pawn on c5.
No, the move was played, but it's not really that...
Queen c7?
Yes, h3, d6, this
e5.
d6, and now And now apparently c3 is the main move.
But we know that Fabiano is considered one of the best, if not the best prepared opening player. We've seen it in 2018 also when he was playing against Magnus Carlsen, the World Championship title match, how well he was prepared and how great player he is. Though we can say that he is not in his peak right now, because somehow he played not badly in the candidates. The first half he was behind Nepomniachtchi, but a point ahead of the others. But it didn't work out for him, and the second half was a disaster. And I think it's not so easy to get over on that result, when especially that we know that Dingliren, who became second, he is going to be playing the World Championship match because Magnus Carlsen decided that he does not want to defend his World Championship title. So this must be very difficult, I think, to handle right now, when Fabiano simply thought that second place was enough for nothing but some prize money. And then later on he had to understand that if he plays more solid, he could just secure his second place, and then next year he would be able to play the World Championship match. So psychologically, I think there is a very painful.
Of course,
thing.
psychology is important, but I also think of. I remember that Leonid Stein complained to Vasily Smyslov that sometimes he's not always in good shape. As Smyslov told him, well, sometimes if you are in the period of stupid head, you just have to wait it to pass. You cannot do anything. I mean, there are moments periods when you cannot play chess at your level, so you cannot control those. Actually, Ruslan Kazimjanov said about that. We played a Blitz tournament online, and he said that, well, nobody knows how he's going to finish the tour. You never know if you are in good shape or bad shape when the tournament starts. You find about it only when the tournament is over. So you cannot control it. It's a sport. It's difficult to anticipate what you are doing.
Yes, but it's very difficult to handle yourself when you're playing in the Olympiad. You're here to win the Olympiad. You have out of the top 12 in the world, the 4 players are playing in the US team. The pressure is high, of course, that everybody expects them to win, which makes it more difficult. Because it's not enough just to show your card that I'm Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So, and then everybody says, yes, thank you, I resigned, right?
My name is Bond, James
Yes.
Bond.
It somehow it doesn't work.
But you know, the team is so strong that they're there. They're in the area. And suppose, okay, I don't want to root against Gukesh, but I'm just talking about Caruana. Suppose he wakes up. Suppose he wins today, and they win the match. Because actually, every game is important here. The Indian team is very strong, even though they are so young. So suppose they win this match, Caruana also get into shape, let's say, if he wins or plays a good game. And then the Olympiad is still very much on. Because, okay, nobody can guarantee that Armenia will win everything until the end. I mean, okay, they are good, but okay, there are other teams competing with them. So
Absolutely. I mean, it's 4 rounds to go. Today is number 8, 9, 10, 11. Long time ago, few Olympiads before, we still had 14 rounds.
Yes.
That was a real chaos because there you had to spare your energy and it was so difficult. Though we had more free days, but it was very tricky. So here, with 11 rounds only, of course it's very tough, especially at this stage already, when you're on the first spot. And you don't know, you cannot just sit and wait and say, okay, I'm just winning and I'm securing, right? You're playing on 4 boards. You played the match, anything can happen.
Yes.
As we've seen yesterday also, that even in these very tough matches, 4 decisive game for the US and Armenia yesterday, that is extremely rare.
yes, it's true. Yeah, but the tension was, I mean, they were just playing and of course what So did was brilliant to allow e4. it's a bit naive that black fell into the trap because, okay, it's obvious that white doesn't have such a big thing after knight takes e4. I mean, some compensation, but you should have understood that, okay, a bell should be ringing that so is not just sacrificing a piece for some compensation, no? But, okay, the fact that so imagine the combination, that's brilliant, of course.
Yeah.
Then we have the Sam Shankland incident. I mean, it's tiredness, it's stress, it's pressure. So this is what makes things go round in chess, no?
Yeah, let's see the other boards. For now, we keep this in this position. White played d3. Later on, he wants to be developing the pieces.
So he wants to retrieve the pawn on c5 and has this control on dark squares.
And it's also with this, also with this e5, pawn is not easy.
f6 will be necessarily at some point, and okay, f6, knight h6, knight, I suppose.
Yeah, it's a question, but also maybe possible to play f5 and knight h6, knight f7, though it seems that
but
bishop
knight h6 I can't take, or take
Yes.
either on e5
Yes.
or on h6 probably, no?
Okay,
I mean, you have a weakness on c5, I'm not sure you want another one on e5. It's,
let's see how Gukash will handle this position, because it's a very specific kind of structure.
yeah, I think the position is new. According to the tree I have here, e5 was new. Not sure if it contains everything.
Let's see how fast Fabiano is going to be playing this game, until which point. For now, it's a very good sign for Fabi that he has 20 minutes ahead on the clock, which does not mean much. It's not that Gukash was spending so much time so far, but it's a little sign that Fabi knows what he's doing, while for Gukash it's something new going on. It's also interesting, I want to point out that here at the location of the Olympiad, of course there are many fans rooting for Indian teams and also for others, but it's fantastic that you can feel this chess vibe all around, not only the hotel and the playing hall in the area, but also in the city. You see a lot of big, huge monitors in the shopping malls, on the street, in the bus stop, and they are rooting for India. They can follow the commentary, and they are watching and looking, and everybody's cheering for India. Of course, they are rooting for gold medals, and for now, the Indian women team is leading, so there is a lot to hope for over there. c4 was played, so as soon as possible he wants to get rid of these double pawns.
Yeah, to provoke some damage too. And Carona is playing for the squares, not for the pawn.
Very interesting, knight c3.
Like in the Indian, when White has the double pawns and he plays c4, c5, you sometimes don't take it.
But it's very interesting concept. What about c takes d3? Probably queen d3, right?
Yeah, queen d3 looks natural, but...
So White is playing for squares and the development of black, that how this knight is going to be developed. This is the big question.
To me, it's a bit of mystery, no? Because it doesn't seem that White has such... well, if he has to play f6, then maybe, yeah.
I think after f6, queen c4 can be quite unpleasant move
knight
to
d5,
control
knight
here.
d5. Yeah, knight h6 is probably the move, but okay, you have to be careful with knight d5, knight e5. But do they threaten anything?
No, but White is keeping the pressure.
Because the next move would be knight f7 and short castle.
Well, if black has time for knight f7
Yes.
castle, that's the dreamland.
No, the question is how could White use...
Very unexpected idea, to be honest.
yeah, I don't... with black, I would be not afraid here. I would just take the pawn and...
Okay, so takes.
Well, knowing that there are some engines behind this thing, of course, you have to double-check everything, but... it must be something remarkable.
Well, maybe just White is able to stop the development of black, and that will be enough for compensation.
No, if you can do that, yes, but how to achieve that? That's my...
Well, queen c4, knight h6, right?
and maybe no, but not... Yes, no, nothing, no.
Well, maybe let's say bishop e3, knight
F7.
f7.
Well, another possibility would have been b3, knight f7, bishop a3,
No,
and then...
hold on. I go knight d5.
So let's say queen b7, no?
And can't knight e7 be an option? Takes, check, and just play this kind of position.
Okay, bishop f8, let's say. No, okay, this can be a bit of something, no?
Well, if it is worked out with engines and
Yes.
he has that
course.
huge advantage to analyze it, and Fabi has these kind of analysis that he's brave, he's going for it.
I was also thinking maybe b3 and bishop a3 to prevent
After
castle.
this point.
Yes, okay, yes.
Yeah, I also thought
b3,
about
knight
that.
f7, bishop a3. Then
Maybe knight
castling,
d6?
knight d6, that would be the problem, no? So now knight d5 is... yeah, it doesn't seem to work.
Okay, after knight c3, let's leave Gukesh to think in this position. He will have to find some best moves, and of course it's very challenging to play against Fabi, against his preparation. Let's see what's going on between Wesley So, playing with the white pieces again against Pragnananda, and we have a dragon here.
Yeah, actually this is... I believe that this dragon line is very safe for black. If white plays a long castle. Now he played h4. It's okay, there are some famous games here with castle instead of h4. Fischer-Larsen, but Larsen lost only because he avoided a drawish variation. Rook fc8. Okay, h4 now, b5.
I didn't know that Prag played the dragon.
King b1, b4. Knight d5, bishop d5. Yeah, if he takes d5, then it's a game. Somehow queen b5, threatening a5, a4.
A5, A4.
But it's an end game. At some point, knight d6. Okay, queen d3. He has to exchange queens. Fischer played bishop takes d5, and they both knew that knight takes d5 should lead to a draw. Knight takes d5, bishop takes g7, knight c3 check. No, knight c3 check. Knight c3 check. B takes c3, and now rook a b8. I believe is...
Why not bc? It's not good.
BC, but bc, queen d4.
Okay,
maybe.
rook b8.
I think this is how it... Yes, and if cb, then takes with the queen, takes bishop b2, rook f b8, something like that. Okay, there are some other possibilities, but in principle... Yeah, Larsen didn't want to draw, and he eventually got mated. ED is more ambitious, but it's not big deal. No big deal. So played h4. I wonder which is the difference after rook fc8. Can he go h5?
Well, somehow I don't remember I was playing something like this. What's the idea of the system? I don't know the opening. Maybe we can check how people are playing this line.
Well, after h4, it can simply transpose, of course.
No, but I think that's not the point for white to castle after h4. Maybe the line goes g4, and he wants to be fast, or h5. But it's all theory, so it makes more sense to check.
h4 is not the main move. But okay, let's see h4. Let's suppose rook fc8, yes? Rook fc8. Well, if h5, I think he can take, no? The queen is quite active.
It's not a main line that we have many games?
No, in this tree I have long castle as played twice and g4, but g4 should be very slow.
But why do we have such a few games? Where did it go? Queen d2. Ah, so it's f3, queen a5 line. That's why I didn't understand what's going on.
Or queen, okay, it can transpose with knight d4, bishop e6. If you don't
I understand,
play. Yes,
but
yes.
normally people, when the classical way of playing it.
Okay. No, it's another thing. It's another thing. Yes, rook c8. Yes. Or
I mean, to start with queen a5 is not a very popular move.
It usually transposes. Larsen played it both ways, with knight d4 and bishop e6, or queen a5 and only after that knight d4 and bishop e6. So it usually transposes.
When I was playing it, this was not so popular.
Well,
Not
yes,
against
because
bishop e6.
Larsen lost against Stahl and against Fischer, having normal positions. So people somehow forgot about it. But I think that in the light of modern engines, this is one of the best systems with black.
Well, we'll see how Prague will react on h4. Let's see board 3, where we have an other Najdorf, because Dominguez is one of the biggest experts on Najdorf, we can say without exaggeration. And, well, he plays it for like 2 decades or something. And he's an incredible hard worker, opening theoretician. Rook e1.
So I see that the same as yesterday, he plays for space on the king side. No, he has some strategic ambitions, and he leaves the king in the center.
Well, in this line, it happens many times after you play this h5 move.
Yes,
right?
yes. No, but okay. Yes. Yesterday he had the pawn on h6, but still got some.
Yeah, he had other pawns pushed forward.
But
a little bit.
just generally, he doesn't want to get castled. He wants to play for squares and space and.
Yeah, because I think this way there are more options for black also to take over. So after castle, first of all, he doesn't want to allow all this g4, g5 and
Yes.
attacking lines, because this can be a little positional. If one sees going knight h5,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, this pawn structure can be really worse for white.
Yes, and Kasparov is not playing chess anymore, so okay, you are not afraid of getting mate. I remember that Kasparov was effective against such plans with h5. With somehow he found a way to, but of course it's not easy to break black's position strategically. Okay, without queens he would stand better probably, no?
Well, without
but-
queens, we never had that kind of thing. Well, the question is, I think, if
F4, yes.
f4 is going to be coming in the next few moves. For now, rook
Maybe
h1.
no.
Rook
But
h1,
if
as we
knight
see.
h5, if knight h5, what happens? Just to forget.
Well, maybe knight e2.
And
then
insisting
with the
on it. F4 anyway. Yeah, and okay, he has to do something with the king, no? At some point.
Well, even castle is possible. It's not that after h4 it's not possible.
Yes, it's true.
It can easily be played because the h4 is greatly protected, so it will never have, well, not never, but for the near future it's not going to be
Never say never,
dangerous.
yes. Yes, because white went for the center. And then maybe it is a good thing to.
Well, the question is what else, right?
Yeah, I used to play the Najdorf for some years until John Nunn beat me in what became later the best game of the year. Actually, he got a prize during our first Olympiad in '88 for the first game. And I understood that I overestimate the strategic pluses of black's position. And I occasionally get mated while building up my plans. So I must confess that I don't feel black's position so well. It looks fantastic, but
Castle is on the board without knight
without
h5.
knight h5.
Yeah. Which is just fine, I believe. f4, this is the question.
White cannot improve much, no? The position. I mean, to something before f4. If bishop g5, the bishop is hanging, no?
You mean after castle to play bishop g5 and knight h5?
Yeah, knight h5. No, I was just asking myself. I think that f4 should be the move, but we're just looking for alternatives. Bishop f2 does not threaten much.
Well, also
And
knight
again,
h5.
again, knight h5, of course.
Yeah, I mean, these positions absolutely positions where black can take over.
If nothing bad happens to him, he's winning strategically.
It
But-
can be extremely
Yes,
good.
yes,
And
yes.
the Lenye is in good form. After castle, black has a nice position. Let's see what is going on. So this is the 4 game. Let's see. C takes d3. I thought about this for a second, but I couldn't believe it that this really can be the move.
Because rook c1 at some point, no?
Yeah, but I mean, look at this pawn on d3. I mean, really? This is how it's possible to play? You have a pawn down and then you take with the pawn?
Even if you
Unbelievable.
even if you retrieve the pawn, you are not so happy with your position. If you don't. So the idea is not to take the pawn, but to...
I just cannot believe it. It's completely against all principles.
Yes, we'll see now if it's a simple computer speculation. I mean, how difficult it will be for black to...
You know what's the thing? That black is not able to develop with his knight yet.
No,
Easily.
but okay.
And d4 will be at
yes,
some
but
point. So
one
after
question
f6.
is, okay, after f6, yes, maybe this starts making some sense. But what if I play knight f6? Knight f6 to take, or if I castle?
Yeah, it's very sensible.
Isn't black having a great game?
I don't know if queen f3.
Are there concrete things still happening? I mean, bishop b7, no?
Bishop b7. I don't know, bishop f4.
Can start with c5, not to
C5 also, yeah?
forget about... I mean, I don't see that white has such an advance in development. No, after f6, d4, I can't think that...
So knight f6.
d4
It's
anyway.
understandable that, well, d4 takes and castle.
Takes and castle, yeah, nothing, yes.
c3, knight f6. It's very logical to give up the pawn and get back on track with castling.
Yeah, because if f6, d4, maybe, as I say, it's...
Well, maybe white is going to play something
D4,
like this.
yeah.
No big deal. And here, knight d5 is possible, I believe.
Yes.
Something like this we're going to see, I believe.
There are some lines from the symmetrical English or the Caro-Kann where you have the same structure, but black has the pawn on e6. And of course, with the pawn on e7, he's a bit better than that. His bishop has more possibilities.
Well,
for instance,
sometimes bishop
e6
e6.
e6 d5, for instance. Yes. So
That can be very nice.
white has the square on c5 also. The knight on e5
But
is
maybe
also...
it's going to be kind of a passive position for black, and this is why Fabiano chose it.
Yeah, maybe bishop e6. I wouldn't be so worried with
We
the
have
black.
knight h6 on the board,
Knight h6. Also makes sense.
which also makes a lot of sense.
The knight is going to d4. I mean, okay, to control d4. So
Yeah, knight f5, knight d4. So white has to decide how to react.
take on
because
e5, no?
If knight e5, this is the most logical. So after this,
If
black
this,
cannot castle.
Yeah, okay, that can be a problem. No, this is fine for white. Okay.
So knight e5, probably knight f5,
Bishop
let's say
f4,
bishop f4.
gaining a tempo.
and then queen b7.
B7 is not, but okay, maybe he has something here, no?
Queen f3.
Not queen f3, knight d4.
Queen e4.
And c5. I'm a bit on the edges. Knight where? Knight d5. Not sure if it's working. No, the dynamics.
Well,
Bishop e6, bishop e6.
well, the queen can be hanging. That's the problem.
Bishop e6, knight f6. Yes. So there is something hanging there, no? If castle, then knight c6 maybe.
But knight is on d4.
Okay, sorry. And knight g6 is not so convincing.
I don't know if knight g6 works because f takes
Yeah, and nothing. Yeah.
knight e7, king h8.
Okay, at least there is some concrete play.
Okay, let's see how fast Fabiano will react on this. For the moment, he's thinking, but probably it will be not long. I have the feeling. Okay, let's move on to see what's going on between the Indian match between Armenia. Let's see board one, Sargsyan against Hare Krishna. Do you play this line? It's a Slav.
No, I analyzed it at some point with white. principle, white has something. Two bishops, okay, now after queen takes b3 also some good control in the center. I mean, black cannot play the usual d takes c4 followed by e5 or c5 because white has b takes c4.
Yes.
But it's also, but the pawns are not so mobile, so there is no pawn attack on the queen side for white. a3, b4, all these things do not work. So, in principle, white stands a bit better, and maybe it's a bit one-sided. But the question is, how big his chances to make progress would be. Maybe e4 at some point, but of course e4 weakens some squares. He can then react to it. D takes e4 and c5, e5, yeah, getting squares. So maybe first stage
Black
4,
went
g4.
castle, king b1, a6, bishop e1.
The bishop is heading for g3 maybe, or maybe he prepares h4
I
and
think
g4.
he's threatening with knight d5. Because in this position,
and d takes c6
it
or
was
d
not
takes c6.
possible,
Yes,
probably because takes, and bishop e3.
And it's hanging on e3, and now it's not.
Yes.
Yes.
So after bishop
Yes.
e1 is a concrete move. Let's say if we just make a move, then it's already possible
Yes.
to take.
But okay, but it's also a move. It's not only speculative. It creates this
No.
threat. The bishop is heading for g3
Yes.
or f2.
Yes.
I don't know.
Yeah, f2 is also pretty nice to prepare e4 at one day.
Yes, yes. So either g4 and bishop g3 with h4 to come and so on.
So in
or,
this game, we can say that white is going to be playing for something.
and as far as I know, Sargsyan, it's his his position.
He likes this kind of
yes,
positions.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, Hare Krishna is also a classical player. He can orientate himself in positional play, but I think Sargsyan is happy with what he got.
Now, what is different for the Armenian team now from this match, from other match, you can see that they are not playing next to each other. This is the special board setup for the Indian team where every board has its camera watching. And I think they like it more when they are
They're together, no? Yes,
they just look aside and then they see the other boards. Of course, it's no big difference, but there is a little change. And the Indian team is playing this way every day, that they are separated the boards from each other. Let's see board 2 with Judit against Melkumian. And Melkumian is playing again, and he had this horrible experience yesterday against
Yes.
Wesley So yesterday.
It's strange that they didn't change the team, no? It's especially that Melkumian had this shock. I mean, okay.
Yeah, but I think he understood that it can happen with everybody. It was just a very unfortunate situation. What kind of opening we had here?
Okay, the exchange variation, Carlsbad structure.
Castle 92.
H6 is not so common at this stage, but okay. Because it's supposed to drive the bishop on a better square, it can go to f2 later.
Yeah.
And there is no knight f8, knight g6 also.
Yes, because the h6 can be
yes.
weakness.
But okay, there are a lot of new plans in this structure nowadays. I myself have played h6 many times, okay, with different ideas. I usually go for b6, bishop b7 and c5, which is like an attack over.
Knight
knight
b6,
b6.
knight c1.
And now he went knight c4. Okay, in principle, if the knight reaches d6, that's supposed to be...
Is this a pawn blunder?
That's the question. I didn't think so far. I just saw that bishop takes c4 is a possibility, but your question makes sense. Queen g5 maybe, or what?
No, it
But
just
then f4.
I think it's just impossible that he blundered the pawn.
It would be the second day in a row, no, that he blunders something.
But I believe that, I mean, what happened yesterday,
G5
it
maybe,
is
no?
possible, but this is not possible.
Queen
to-
g5 maybe, no?
Let's see, queen g5, but also f4.
F4, okay, but f4 some play starts. Queen h4.
And this is what we have on the board. No. Sorry.
The queen is on g5, I believe,
Queen
no?
g5. This is in the game already. On the board, we see. Queen g5. Okay, let's see
if
first.
f4, then maybe knight takes f4, no? Does it work? And rook takes e3.
But what about e takes?
Ah, a takes works. Okay, sorry. No, okay, sorry.
f4.
Queen h4 probably, but bishop takes. He's thinking, yes, did he blunder? No, generally speaking, knight c4.
No, it's white to move already.
It's white to move. Ah, the queen
King
is...
g5 we have on the board.
Okay.
Because if queen takes, now knight f4.
And it's working.
Yeah, now knight f4 is possible.
No, and black is doing well. Okay, the knight is on c1.
Because after knight d3 or something, black can go back.
But what about bishop e6?
Or bishop e6.
It may win material, no?
Bishop e6, d5.
Uh-huh.
d5, knight
d5,
e2.
knight h3, or knight e2. Yes.
Okay, so on the board, queen g5, and it's Judit's move.
It's not typical that black goes knight c4 so early. I mean, reaching d6 is one of black's goals, but...
If white takes, then bishop h3. So this is the very simple.
Yes, that's
idea.
the basic.
After d takes c4, if now f4,
Yeah, if f3, then what if f3, let's say? f3 preparing somehow king h1, I don't know if I can get e4. But
can I
maybe
go b5
just
or
b5.
that's already exaggerating things?
No, maybe it's not, because the knight on c1 doesn't stand well. White made some commitments now. He put the queen on e2, the knight there is, doesn't have moves, e3 is hanging. Knight f4 is not a threat yet, but the queen stands there, so... Yeah, it's a funny position, not easy to understand how... And black may have some plan, a5, bishop a6, for instance.
Well, if he can hold this pawn structure, it can be very unpleasant for white.
Yes,
I
because
believe.
later if a4, then knight f4, and the d3 square will be...
f4 is on the board.
f4.
Yeah, this is what we started out.
Okay, I
With?
assume queen h4, no?
I think queen h4. But after queen h4, what about playing g3?
g3,
Queen
queen
h3?
No, if you take the pawn, it will be a draw probably, no? With knight takes g3.
Yeah. Takes and knight g3.
And if you don't take, then okay, I'm just happy with black. I weakened your light squares. If rook f3 now? After knight takes g3.
Oops.
Is this a problem?
Oops.
That's oops thing, no?
Okay, so after g3, maybe, is it possible to go knight g3?
Because e3 is hanging, yes.
Takes.
Yes. If queen g2, then it can be, okay, that's bad for white.
Why?
It will be a lot of pawns, no? Knight takes e3,
King f2.
rook and 3 pawns for 2 minor pieces. Ah, it's hanging.
So you can give it check.
King somewhere,
But
yeah.
this, I believe, white is better.
No. I thought you have to take. I didn't notice the pin. White is not worse, for sure.
Yeah. So on g3.
Maybe queen g2, maybe rook takes e3, but you don't have development, no? I take on g3 and then...
Where?
No, after you played queen g2, if rook e3, but then you take on g3. And the e-file may play a part.
Well, so much that rook e8 mate.
Yeah. Oh, it's even mate. Okay. It's even mate. Okay.
So f4 and it's black to move.
No, probably has to go for that ending with 3 pawns, no?
Well, this would be not a good start if black is already a pawn down.
No, 3 pawns for the piece, I meant.
Yeah, but that's worse, clearly.
It should be also better for white, yes. He can do this way. Queen h3, bishop c4, bishop g4, so that you don't enjoy your rook f3.
Okay.
Yes.
Queen
If
F2.
queen there, then okay, then I take on c4. Okay, but at least pawns are equal, b5, I don't know.
Well, I would
okay.
rather play it with white, to be honest. Okay.
You don't have such good squares for the knight, so it's messy somehow, I believe. Black also has some
We
things.
go back for a second.
Yes,
Bishop d6
yes.
happened here. Here we have f4. Let's see what's going on with the Eric Gaisi game. He's playing with the black pieces. He's 15 minutes behind on the clock.
Was it a
It
French
was-
or something?
It was a Sicilian,
Oh,
but somehow it ended up
queen
turned
d3. Okay.
out to be the structure of a French.
Yes.
Bishop c5, a3, knight d5, takes, knight b5, castle. Somehow I have the feeling that white is back in tempos
She can play knight.
compared to a French,
Oh well,
even knight c3.
no knight c7.
Well,
no,
I guess
no,
knight
no funny
c7.
things. No funny things.
Well,
yes.
there
Queen
will be not
e4.
funny anything for white, I believe.
Yes.
Knight c3, queen f5, bishop d3, queen h5.
But now white is not that bad with tempi, no?
Well, castle, I guess, rook d8.
By the way, why not queen h5 at once?
I was wondering also about that. Maybe he's inviting for repetition.
But you
No
could do
idea.
it. You could invite it with queen h5.
Yeah, but it's the same. I mean, you can have it.
No,
your
but
bishop on,
after bishop d3, queen h5, I don't have to play bishop e2.
and after bishop e2, what do you do?
Queen f5, bishop d. Yeah.
Exactly. Unless you want to exchange the queen. Let's say queen g4.
But you want queen h5 after bishop d3, no?
Yeah, you want queen h5.
So,
Well, maybe it just simply thinks that it's no difference. Well, castle is the natural one. Rook d8.
Yes.
Let's go to board 4. Narayanan is playing with white against Hanessian. e5. Well, we are very much in the middle game. It's a pawn
Yes.
sacrifice already.
I didn't notice there is a pawn. Was a pawn
So
hanging
let's
there.
say take. White wants to go here. Knight e4, rook g3, queen out.
It looks a bit dangerous.
It looks very dangerous.
And black doesn't have that much play.
Well, it's a problem from
With the extra
development
pawn.
point
Yes,
of view.
Yes. So maybe he should do something to.
e5 was the last move.
Maybe
Rook
c5.
e3, rook bishop f8, e5.
It was a Cambridge Springs variation, I believe, no? Judging from the structure.
No, it was this.
The queen a5, yes. Pillsbury or Cambridge Springs.
Energetic, interesting.
I would go c5, no? Of course, the knight on d7 is not the best
Well,
piece.
after c5, maybe d5.
Ah, d5 even. And they don't have knight f8, knight e6.
I like this bishop
Yes, yes.
controlling the diagonal.
And if b5, knight b6, that's a bit slow. Somehow I feel that black is in danger, no?
I also think so. Very interesting match between Armenia and India. Let's see some of other games, and I think it's about time to go to the women's section just to
Okay.
see what's going on there on the top
I
boards.
thought you'd never say that.
Let's see India playing against Ukraine. Very serious match, what is running right now. And this round can be decisive in some ways.
Yes.
If India could win against Ukraine, it will be very difficult not to win the gold medal, I believe, because then it shows that they know what they are doing, they are successful, somehow they can play as a team, of course with ups and downs, and some positions. Also yesterday, Tanya had a few moves when she was actually worse. And also Vaishali, she didn't have such a great position necessarily. Actually, she won a rook 4 pawns against rook 3 pawns. But this time she had a good technique. She knew how to win, take advantage of White's mistakes. Actually, that was a nice way of doing it.
We see some sort of open conflict already. Black tries to use her slightly superior development, and the weakness is left behind by a3 and b4, while White has the bishop's pair. I suppose this was a queen c2 Nimzo-Indian.
But isn't it too energetic with White?
White seems to be a bit, yes, b4 she played.
Wow.
Yeah, of course you gain a lot of space, you have the bishop's pair, but you have moved twice with the queen, you have played a3, weakening some light squares, and you go on with it, of course it's...
c5, breaking in the center, but I think it's all still theory.
No, they were thinking for... they spent some time.
Where did it go wrong? b4 is... No. I don't think b4. Well, b4 is not so common, I think.
Yeah, but what about bishop b7? Is bishop b7 common? They usually... but it's without bishop g5, it's with e3. No, actually, e3 is actually, I don't think it's the main move, no? Bishop g5 they play.
Yeah, bishop g5 is the main move.
So e3 was kind of... solid, let's say, no? And b6.
Wanted to surprise her opponent.
No, so actually we're away from the main lines.
And do we
b6,
have any games on this?
There have been some.
b4, c5.
There have been some games, but before, let's check.
c5.
Even before has been played. Apparently, c5. No, c5 there are games. I think they transpose from some other. D takes c5, b takes c5.
No,
94. Yes.
Queen c2, b takes c5.
Okay, and now b takes c5. Yes.
Bishop
okay.
d3.
And bishop d3 was still played.
cb4.
cb4. Okay, let's see which games we had here. Okay, Mrkonic against Bender.
So
In 2006. So 2,300 players.
Okay, so it seems like we are kind of out of
Yeah, it's not really a theoretical. No, but starting with e3, it was not so theoretical already.
not very ambitious.
Well, hard to say. I mean, you want to use the bishop somehow. But okay, the square on c4 is a bit...
A takes b4, of course, on the board.
It's really so dangerous for white.
Knight c6.
Okay,
Black
knight
plays
c6,
very
okay.
fast.
Knight c6, yes.
Which is very logical, and
Yes.
probably even a5 may come in the next move.
Well, I assume bishop a3, no?
Bishop a3.
She has to develop. Otherwise, a5 is just... But then maybe a5 anyway, no? But
That's what I
b5, knight
thought at
b4,
first.
takes.
Maybe
Okay, it's a good question.
queen f6.
Also makes sense. But can she castle?
Knight e5.
Okay, should take, I think, no? a5. But maybe white or
Bishop b2.
no. Well, here it seems that
It seems white has a beautiful position.
White has managed to get no. Yes, black should do something. Maybe a5. Maybe you're right, and f5 after bishop a3. No.
a5,
b5, knight b4 takes. I assume, no.
Well, that's not the only move, is it?
Well, if you go somewhere, then I take on d3 and d takes c4.
Yeah, okay, so takes.
So takes. Okay, and
Castle.
castle, no? Well, but knight c3 maybe.
There is a pawn there.
Uh-huh. Maybe that's a pawn, maybe you're right.
I'm not sure who is.
Well,
who
it's
is better at
no,
pawn.
no, of course not. Of course not.
Yeah, the question is going back here, bishop a3. This is the big question. Maybe knight g5 can be played. Because white did not castle yet.
But maybe b5, no? Then you take knight.
b5 takes
Take
and
and
knight
knight
e5
e5.
was my intention.
If bishop e2, then knight takes e4. D takes e4, knight d takes e4. She can sacrifice the exchange. And I think that should be beautiful, no? D takes e4, no? Ah, bishop e2, yes, bishop e2.
Yeah, but dc4, as you say.
Yes, it looks gorgeous for black.
Yeah, black has nice compensation, I believe. So after knight c6, Humpy is thinking. Let's see board 2, how Harika is doing against Muzichuk. White sacrificed the pawn.
It's this Italian line, yes, okay, knight d2. So knight d2, which is, it became popular recently. Okay, the old line is knight c3, dating back from Greco's time, and still popular in Steinitz times, or Anderson. Now, okay, now knight e4, d5, there is a whole, yeah, okay, that's some funny variation. Bishop d2 is roughly equal. King f1 is it's a bit exaggerated, and knight d2, yes, both knight e4 and bishop takes d2, but also d5 is a possibility. Yeah, I looked at this, it leads to some, and she took the pawn. I think I was not prepared to take such a pawn.
But isn't that you have to take it?
No, I can play d5, maybe without taking on d2.
Ah, okay, that's a different
Yeah, no,
story.
yes. I mean,
Okay,
that's,
so let's see what is knight e4,
Knight
because
e4,
this
okay,
is interesting. d5, logically,
white
bishop
has
b4.
to avoid the exchange, no? You didn't use your chance to take on d2, I don't give you that privilege anymore.
d6,
Castling.
castle.
There is such a move like bishop b4 in the Bogo Indian, when bishop c3, knight e4, and white plays bishop b4, just to avoid
Rook e1, knight c5,
bishop c3, no?
bishop c3, bishop d7.
Well, I think that optically white has a good compensation for the pawn, no? White is not worse, let's say. I would say.
I don't know. I still like pawns also.
We all like pawns, but rook.
It seems that white has compensation,
It should be, yes.
obviously, with bishop on c3 on this long diagonal. Rook
Yes.
is active, but let's say the bishop
If
on
it's-
c4
It's
is not something I would like.
Yeah. Okay.
And the question is whether really what kind of attack or unpleasantness initiative white can
Well, generally
secure.
speaking, this c3 and d4 is a bit limited. All the lines resulting after this early occupation of the center are a bit limited in possibilities, but they can offer practical chances. If you have analyzed it, I mean, okay, we are curious what Caruana had analyzed after this variation with e5, and I think this is more or less on the same level of complex. I mean, black should not be in trouble, but okay, she has to find a few moves, probably.
Yeah,
It's,
yeah. I mean, I'm sure white is not worse. I fully
but
agree on that.
probably not better either.
But probably not better either, yeah. Like, for example, I mean, white could be thinking to play b4 to push away the knight and then just play bishop d4. For
And knight
example.
b6.
Knight b6.
Bishop b3, and okay, maybe taking on d5 is a bit risky, no, because of bishop g7.
Yeah, this is also a question whether is this really.
How bad it is?
I'm not sure. Takes and bishop c6, queen f6.
Yeah, how bad is this really for? No danger, no. Yeah, so maybe b4 is a bit premature. But she didn't seem to have played too quickly either, no, Maria?
It's Anna.
Anna, sorry, Anna. So...
White has to be fast, I think.
Well, yes.
Queen d2, queen c2 something, maybe double the rook.
The problem is that if rook is 3, then knight f5.
Yes.
Rook is 3, it would be nice to have the rook close
Yes.
to everything, but...
Tripling.
or rook g3 somehow, but maybe knight d4, no? But knight d4, knight a4. And we have to go again with...
Yeah, but if white has
somewhere.
to go back, it's...
I know. No,
simply black goes knight g6, for example, sometimes knight e5.
no, I have been playing e5 a lot, and
Though
I know
here, for example, maybe knight e6 can be unpleasant.
there are such tricks, yes.
Knight d4. But I think after knight d4, black will be going, let's say, rook e8. And later knight g6. So if black can develop and liquidate, I mean, stabilize his position.
Yes, exchange one rook pair, maybe.
Also knight f5 sometimes possible.
Yes, I mean, black is not in such... Okay, there is a beautiful
I mean,
bishop on
really,
c3.
this bishop bothers me.
Yeah,
Because
okay.
this bishop should be standing on c2.
Eh,
Okay, so, but how do you regroup?
yeah, I can understand what you're saying.
I mean, somehow it seems to me that I must push away this knight.
But then, yes, then you just
And
get
this, what do you do?
b6.
Knight f5?
Knight b6.
Knight b6.
Very primitive.
And why not knight f5?
I
Maybe
want
knight-
to take the pawn on d5. Okay, maybe knight f5 is also... you just want to exchange.
Well, my bishop is a problem.
Okay, that's another question. Let's say rook. But rook c1, you take on d4 and then knight b2 if knight d4.
Yeah. Okay, so let's leave Anna to think. And let's go board 3, how Vishali is doing with the white pieces against Yushenina.
So,
Seems Anna had over 2600
that
at some
was-
point. And we see on the screen Harika. She's in her 9th month of pregnancy, and she supposedly going to be delivered last few days of August. But she was ready to play the Olympiad.
with or without a gold medal in her pocket.
Exactly. Then it would be a gold baby.
Yes. So this was St. Petrov, no? This
Well, this can't really hide it. It is from the Petrov. Let's see. Somehow you cannot mix it up with
Anything.
any other opening because the structure and the position is so typical. Queen d7, bishop b5, short castle.
it's some paradoxical variation, no? It looks so speculative.
I think some people were not playing queen d7 and play a6 also, trying to avoid that. But okay, bishop b5, castle. It usually does not give much for white at all.
Yeah, but okay.
What about
Okay, there have been
I was thinking
games, for instance.
knight
I remember Karyakin won a good game. Was it against Caruana, the candidates, or something? And Carlsen came close to beating Caruana. It was a very
Yeah,
nice
yeah,
game. I mean, it offers white the freer play somehow. The freer play, and this can eventually.
Well, I think knight e5 here is not good, right? It's just a joke. takes, and bishop d6.
Oh,
So now knight b8 is a threat, so white has to take it, but
but what is the rook doing there? No?
yeah, this was just a joke by me. Well, h3 and g4, this is what people are playing.
Yes.
Or, and of course you can go start with rook e1. Let's see what's on Tanya's game against Buxa. It's a Rai Lopez. Going 8a3, castle, knight c3, h6, bishop e3, rook e8, knight d5. Now we see this game, bishop b7, queen d2, bishop f8, h3. Somehow I have a feeling that white has a good version of this position, don't you think so? Black had no time to play knight a5, she was ignoring it, and now knight d5, bishop d5, queen d7, and it's white's turn.
No, it was also a question what is white doing next. It's
Well, at
still
some point she
D4,
wants to go
D4.
d4.
Probably, yes. It's white to move, yes?
d4.
She played d4, yes? Already?
No, the position is queen d7,
okay.
it's only me who
Uh-huh.
made the move d4.
But d4, then maybe knight takes d4, no?
Takes.
Oh, nothing. No, sorry. No, I was...
But of course d4 is never so simple. Probably black can take rook b8. For example, preparing to exchange the knight.
Or play knight e5.
Well, black had to defend the piece.
Yes, no, but I mean...
Yeah.
Knight e5 or knight takes d4. And maybe... Well, maybe if white doesn't play d4, then maybe knight d8 is the simplest, no?
Yeah,
if
that's always
rook
there.
a1, but rook a1 with a3 don't fit together so well. Maybe knight h2 to prepare f4, or knight h4 to go knight f5.
I think those things are slow.
Yeah,
Maybe a4.
a4,
A4 to have some
and then
tension.
knight d8 doesn't work so well.
Why not?
Maybe, I thought, no?
Well, probably you want to take on with the queen, c4, right?
Oh, okay, c4, yeah, I mean, okay, at least here I get some...
Though I'm not so sure how great is this.
I know.
Goes back, and the black goes f5, knight f7, e4 at some point,
At least there is some play.
bishop e7, bishop f6.
Yeah, I can understand it's double-edged, but at least she got some game going.
Yes. Well, definitely black's idea is, I think, to eliminate this white square bishop.
Yes, or rook b8 and then knight e7, g6, but it can be slow a bit, no?
Which plan?
Rook a b8 followed by knight e7 also.
Why? It's also possible, I believe. Depends how white is reacting.
Yeah, the question is, okay,
That
let's say...
d4 is there, c4 is possible,
Yes.
b4 maybe is possible to prepare c4 a little.
Yeah, let's say b4, rook b8, c3 to cover everything. No, I wanted to check if tactically knight e7 works, bishop a7, but you have rook, if anything, you have rook a8.
Yeah.
So, okay, maybe...
Knight d5, knight f4, I would
Yeah,
also
yes. I was thinking of
f7,
f5,
or
F5, yeah.
something.
This could be simply crashing. But okay, there is rook a8. I mean,
Yes, yes.
I mean, here for the exchange, she has
We
very
have
good.
c4 on the board.
C4. That would be the move I wouldn't play with white, but okay.
I mentioned it before,
Yes, you mentioned it, but somehow...
but you didn't like it, it seems.
Well, it would not have been my
Knight
choice.
d8?
Then take and b4 probably, no?
I believe so.
I don't say it's bad, but I wouldn't have considered it so seriously. And now f5 maybe.
F5 is possible, though we shouldn't forget that this knight is not standing well. So maybe knight d8 is
Knight-
also an option and to regroup.
Yes, it's also true.
Because the question is, when you start opening up the position and you leave
Yes,
the knight there, maybe you will regret it.
It's also true. Because we don't threaten to take on c4 and e4 and c4 because of queen d5 check and collects the knight.
Yeah.
For
Yeah,
instance. I
Exactly.
understand that your idea was deeper than that, but
Okay, so let's go back. What is the situation position-wise? We have this with Humpy is white. She castled, took and castled.
I think that was
This is what we looked.
yes, it was one of the most logical things to do it back. Maybe your knight g5, of course.
No, but knight g5
No,
now is not good.
no.
Before.
No, yes, in that position.
Before.
But
Because now,
that's,
unfortunately, for black, it's not possible because takes and c5.
Yes, no. I meant in that
And
position.
that's a killer.
I can agree with that. Yes.
On castle, what should black do? Because maybe bishop e4 is a threat. By the way.
It can be to turn the position static.
It can be a very serious threat,
Yes,
I
and
must say.
the bishop could be.
So let's say if black goes queen f6, it can go rook takes a8, rook takes a8, bishop e4, takes, knight d4, and maybe white has a huge advantage.
Yeah, if black doesn't
Who
have.
can stop c5?
Yes, and black doesn't seem to have dynamic things, no? Everything solid, the white structure is solid on the king side. Yeah, so that's a threat.
Which means that black has to be careful.
Probably she has to abandon the pawn on h7, just move with the knights.
But one second, I have a question.
Yes.
But maybe it's not good. The question is not good.
Maybe knight c5, with or without
Well,
exchanging.
yeah,
I mean-
giving up the pawn.
Okay, she has to take, because otherwise...
Takes.
And queen takes, no? I assume.
Queen takes.
Well, the knight of c5 stands well, no?
That's a nice knight.
Yeah.
I agree on that.
And g6 is in the air as a threat. Or
So queen
or
h5
if
not
queen
bad.
h5 yeah. So what is white doing with the extra pawn actually? Probably she has to move with her knight. But this is just great for black, I think. No, not worse.
Yeah, but it's a pawn sacrifice.
I know, but bishop
But
takes
it's-
c4 is more serious. Did she
So-
play? No.
No. Knight. Okay, so what about knight c5, rook a8?
And the question is if okay, bishop 8, I think, no.
Bishop takes.
How to keep the queen?
Takes. King h8. And this b4 pawn seems to be, it can be a strong pawn after b3, defending
Yes.
it from the knight on
Yes.
c5, supporting it.
So she wants to keep white busy there and then open the long diagonal and I don't know. And also the bishop on
But it seems that the knight c5 is the only move.
with or without
Right.
taking on. Yeah, I think she because knight f6 is passive.
Okay, but hold on, now I have a question. Is knight c5, you think, the best, or possibly to take on a1 and after that knight
Yes,
c5?
because maybe the rook is hanging there
Yes,
sometimes. No,
because you never
Maybe.
know.
Yeah,
So let's say takes.
there is no time for
King
funny
goes
things
out.
with rook a7. I mean, rook a7, queen b6.
Oops. Queen f6.
Rook a7 doesn't even threaten that much, no?
Not yet.
Of course, that's a very good question. What does your dynamic instinct say?
I would take on a1, I think, because I
Yes.
don't like it when there are unprotected pieces.
Yes, I also think.
How white plays here? Not so easy at all. I like it for black now.
Yeah, no, Talking about development, there was this old theory.
B3 is on the board. She did not
B3.
play knight c5 and b3. Let's see what's the idea behind it. If takes, knight c5.
But is this so good? Queen c.
Then let's say takes. Takes.
I mean,
Probably
that-
takes.
that
She
was
wants
a-
to simplify. To
Take on c4, take on f3,
take on
and
f3 and queen f6, but I don't like from black side this pawn on b5.
yeah, I mean, okay, we had a beautiful pawn on b4 too. I mean, starting by giving it up. Yeah, let's say rook b1 or no?
Well, of course, the white king is very exposed, but this is not going to be fun.
This okay. So rook b1 is not the move. So queen d4 or something
Queen f6.
to keep the queen on the fourth rank and start advancing the b pawn. No,
But how to do
queen
that?
d4, queen d4,
Queen d4.
yes.
I understand that you like the queen
and
in the
b6.
center.
I mean, okay, maybe black is risking a bit here, no?
b6.
We
We come back again and again in different kind of positions, how powerful a queen can be in the,
The
center,
center.
right?
Yeah, no, of course, here it may be not enough, but still I feel that black is in some danger. But okay, there was such a beautiful pawn on before, I mean, to give it like this. When you can combine its strengths with that of a knight, knight c5, it... what can I say? I mean, I just wanted to say that, okay, it's like Steinitz used to say that when you have an advance in development, it's volatile. It can vanish away, so you have to convert it in something concrete. And black had this pawn on b4 and a square on c5. So she got something stable in exchange for her earlier advance in development. But now somehow she transforms the position this way. So I'm not so sure if...
b3. Is it all forced?
there is also rook takes a8 probably she's thinking of, no?
Takes, but in this case, I think queen goes takes, and then already immediately black is capturing. So this is not going to
D
be
takes
good
if-
stuff.
Even d takes e4 maybe, no?
Well,
Okay.
here or there, I guess.
So is this slightly better than the other variation? Queen takes there. Okay, and b6, it's very similar. Well, the queen stands on c4, not on d4.
Yeah. Actually, this
It's
could
still on the-
happen anyway, because there it was rook on a1. After queen f6, white could go here and b6.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
exactly the same position.
Yeah, okay, maybe queen d4 and rook a1 is a bit better than...
But there is no other choice for white than to take or to play queen b3. So this is the only two moves she can choose from.
Yeah, otherwise knight c5 is even stronger than earlier. If, let's say, queen somewhere.
If you don't mind, I would jump to the Hungarian team for a moment.
Okay.
Mongolia against Hungary, just to see what's going on. Some interesting
These are
game.
the girls, no? Huang, the first
Yes,
board.
first board. Player just for a second. Well, tough game, but black can push e4.
Okay, I think that black is close to winning, no?
Ah.
Isn't it very pleasant? I mean, okay, from practical point of view.
Well,
Can-
it will be not easy to push both pawns, right?
Yeah, it's true,
E4
but
is possible,
two
bishop goes
bishops...
back, the e4 pawn is controlled.
Yeah, but it's somehow very, I don't know, bishop
It's
d7.
nice. Let's go to
No,
the
okay,
second.
when I say winning, you know, I mean, nowadays it's so difficult to get something going out of the opening that when you have such a position, I think you are winning. No, I mean, You understand?
I'm not so optimistic like you are, but black
No, but
has
if
a nice position.
you feel that you got, I mean,
nice.
okay, you cannot get more out of the
Yes,
opening
yes.
nowadays.
And then in this position,
Also Dutch,
well,
no?
white is a little bit better. Then on board 3, Zhou Kagal. She's the
This was probably the knight f6 Caro-Kann, no?
not very interesting position, pretty equalish. Yeah, it's absolutely a Caro-Kann pano. And then in this position, black has a nice game. So it's pretty balanced.
Yes.
Okay, let's go back to the main board. Tanya has this position. This is what we were looking.
And b4, okay.
Then we have this. There is not much happening since then after castle.
Actually nothing. no?
Shali is thinking. Though I'm not sure if they didn't make a move. I'm suspicious that here we have some more moves, you know.
Let me check on
Because
my...
we had this position like half an hour ago as well.
No move here. I will now also try it on the FIDE side. The platform is powered by Chessify, where said that it's a good thing,
And
but the same
still,
position, the
the
same
same
position.
position.
Yes, yes.
So, okay, interesting. White is thinking quite a long time. Let's go back to the open section.
You know what Anna Muziciuk played, you know, the pawn
let's go
sacrifice.
there.
I was thinking of the move, but I was too shy to suggest it. B3 to avoid knight a4.
Rook e8.
Yes,
I'm not impressed.
B3. No, I'm not impressed either, but at least there is some space on the diagonal for it. No, I don't think, but okay, maybe it's the best way of keeping the game tense. No, I don't want to say anything.
I would be worried with white also. I wouldn't see it that way that I have a full compensation, great stuff. I would think I have compensation. I don't like, again, I can only emphasize that I really don't like my bishop on c4 because somehow I can mix it up that it's a pawn.
Well, but you know, for instance, if c6, then you could take and maybe
But I
start
don't play
sacrificing.
c6.
Okay, but
I
then-
will be
then-
playing with the knight from e7 to f5 or g6 and try to eliminate some
Yes.
of the pieces. Eventually, one day, maybe, after knight g6, I can go f6
And
and
if
then knight
try
g5,
to
knight
get
e5.
knight e5 without-
Of course, I have to be careful very much to
Yes.
give away the e6 weakness because knight d4 is a good spot for white.
No, but of
I'm
course,
quite happy with black.
Of course, I would not be so happy with white here because if you have to go b3, there is no rook lift on the third rank. But okay, it's a game.
Okay,
Okay,
I'm
it's a game.
asking you, which side do you take if you can choose?
I usually get this with black, these kind of things with black.
So you choose it with black.
Yes, I mean that there should be some extra things white would need to be happy here. For instance, to have the bishop on g2 and the knight on d4.
Yeah.
I think that would be my kind of position. To have the bishop on g2, like from a Catalan.
And to have a c4 pawn too. That would be my take. Just put the bishop on g2, have a pawn on c4, and I'm fine already. I'm not a perfectionist, don't worry.
You don't need much for being happy, no? For happy.
Okay, we'll get back to this very interesting game. In the meantime, Humpy took on b3.
And eventually to have the rook on c1, bishop on b2, so that I can play rook c4 very quickly.
Well, if I don't have the pawn on c4.
You prefer the pawn? Okay.
So I think board 1 is kind of going to be a little drawish, what we've seen. But still, white. Does the black have something else also, maybe? If queen goes away, maybe not to c2, but maybe to c3, just to make a better version of it. And knight d3 takes. But actually black, yeah.
Well, I was just curious because I was told that there is also an engine on this Chessify platform. The engines are not impressed by black's position, and actually they don't want to take the pawn. They want to exchange on d3, on c4, and play something, h6. So
Not
probably,
to take on f3.
and they say that white is better, of course.
Well, that's a very surprising news for black.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, that was the pride of the position. I mean, okay, she had two things.
But
Well,
knight c5 was possible to
Yeah,
give up the h7.
And
We don't
this-
need the h7.
H7 means a few tempi, no? Because the bishop doesn't have an easy way back. Everything is hanging in the center. It's very surprising, no?
Okay, we are going to get back here. We have h3 also on the board. It seems like Anna thinks that she has time for everything.
And pawns for everything.
And then on board 3, we had still this position, which is extremely surprising that there is no move. And there is Tanya game. So let's go back now to the open section. Let's see what's going on over there, because we are already heading into the middle game. 1.5 hour ago, round 8 started, and now it's, I'm sure, some interesting things happening on most of the boards, especially on the main matches. Let's see what happened here between Sargsyan and Hare Krishna on board 1. The Armenians are leading in the Olympiad in the open section for now. Can they keep their lead? This is the big question. We stopped here around bishop e1, where we said knight d5 was the threat, so bishop went back to d6. White to go h4, and now black could simplify
G5,
it.
yes,
So
because-
maybe this was a good way to eliminate some pawns and open up the h5 for black.
Yeah, because it's a paradoxical situation with the double pawns. Of course, one of the plans would be to play h4, g4, g5, and then in all the endings, those pawns on light squares could be weak, but also you could think of breaking at some point with h5, f4, and if the knight doesn't go there. If the knight goes there, then the knight stays there, which is also an aspect, no? So, but black played g5 and exchanged the pawns maybe a bit earlier than white would be happy to do it.
Yes.
So
Rook h3 happened.
it's not that the pawn exchange should favor one player or the other. It also depends on the circumstances.
Yeah, and black played rook h6, rook dh1, rook dh8, bishop f1.
F1, he wants to
the
go
idea?
G4 and retreat with the bishop without spoiling the pawn structure.
No, the thing is that he's protecting the rook, right? So
Yeah.
he wants to go g4 against
G4,
g5.
yes, G4 and then yeah, okay, G4 maybe G5, but yes, to
Well, there is a pin, if not bishop f4.
no,
This
no.
is what
I mean,
want to say.
if bishop f2, then he spoils his structure with rook h3. So he wants to go
No,
bishop f1.
The only thing that maybe he wants to go g4
Ah.
and it's not possible
Oh,
because
yeah,
of
okay,
g5
okay.
right
Yes,
now.
yes.
So this is what I think that it's the idea that he wants to go g4 now.
And this also unpins the bishop because no more
Yes.
spoiling the structure.
Yes, so to have a
Yes.
protection over the h3.
Yes. No, yeah, okay, you said it another way, but it's the same, yeah. Just to prepare G4 and because there is a relative pin now on the H file. You don't want to move away with the bishop
Yeah.
because then you get weaknesses and
Can black go knight h5? No, because bishop g5 and g4,
Oh.
right? And then black has to go
and
back.
then okay, maybe
But then
that,
I lost stampies. Then it didn't make any sense what I did.
but he unpins himself and he still has two bishops and a bit more space in general, no?
Yes, but white wants to go g4 anyway, so
anyway,
white
yes,
to lose
yes.
stampy.
Ah, you mean he lost tempo with black, of course, yes. Okay, the question is what to do with black. Playing
I don't know,
e5.
e5.
Okay, of course it's a permanent possibility.
But maybe on d5 something happens. Takes.
Knight takes, let's say, no.
And if takes, then I think black is losing a pawn.
Okay, but f3 is also hanging, no?
Yeah, this is the question.
F4 or
Takes. Maybe f4 even, you're right.
F4, no?
And then the d5 is hanging. So this is not possible.
Oh, and it's not such
We have
obvious.
knight f8 on the board, so his idea to go knight g6. What happens on g4?
Knight g6 still works, but then you can go to f2. Ah,
No, I think it's nothing for white, right? To exchange, bishop f2,
they
I
take
would
it.
be taking, but the
Yes.
question is, can white progress here just because he has the bishop pair?
Well, problem is for black is that okay, now there is a threat g5 and take the pawn on d5. No,
Well, even that not completely, because black can go knight d7.
But knight d7 is a small success. I mean, then white keeps some. It's also easy for black to free himself.
Well, I think we can say that it's white who is pressing, right, in this position.
I analyzed coming from the reti opening. I had this structure and white blocks part of the position, and it's not so obvious that he can break, but black has to stay there, and little by little he will have not so much space for his knights. You know, it can be. I mean, I have seen less things out of the opening than this.
As we see, Tambi was just mentioning that Hare Krishna is number 2 in the Indian list. I guess it's Gukesh who is taking over everybody at this stage, but Vidit is also there. So, okay, Indians are extremely strong.
Yes, and many. I mean, many strong. Many
Strong players.
many
Let's
strong.
go to the next game on board 2, what is going on with Vidit, because
This was the
this was the game where he played f4, queen h4, and
G3.
queen g4
Queen G4
happened.
here.
We were looking queen h3 before.
But I think queen g3 should be better.
e4. Look what Vidit was up to. He wanted to push his pawns to get forward, e5, knight h7, b3, knight e3. It looks pretty nice for white at first.
Yes, I'm not sure that black has enough dynamism, no?
Yeah, let's say rook f3.
Knight c2, rook d1.
I don't know, maybe he wants to go knight f5, because after knight c2, rook d1, where are you going to be going with your
Okay,
knight?
at least I get this bishop
Bishop g4, and you're happy to exchange that bishop? Okay.
Yeah, but the knight is still a problem, no?
Takes. I mean, this is a huge advantage
No.
for white.
Generally speaking, I think that queen h3 would have been better.
So what can black want here? Maybe knight f5 after all. What
But
do you
okay,
think?
rook d1, no?
Rook d1, and maybe later on to go with the knight to e6.
But g4 maybe.
Okay, so
possible.
h5.
Okay, h5. If h3, then maybe h4, maybe. Not entirely sure.
Well, h4 is possible, but also maybe possible to, for the moment,
To go like this.
to go away, king g2, to go knight f8, let's say.
But generally speaking, it should be
G6.
very good for white.
This knight on c1 is kind of, maybe has to be regrouped to d3 and
to
f2.
Yes, to f2. And,
That is maybe a nice regrouping, something like that. But it's not so easy. Knight f5, rook d3, g6, let's say.
Or h4, because f4 was hanging, no?
Oh yeah,
Maybe.
oh yeah.
Okay, so white has
This
to
is
be
the
careful.
position what we have on the board.
In principle, instinctively, I would be very surprised if
If black is good.
black was fine here.
Well, this is an amazing pawn structure, right, in the center.
I mean, black has to be a bit speculative, but I don't feel that this should be enough to ensure equality.
So we can say that on board 1, Sarkisian is having a little upper hand. We would be more happy to play it with the bishop pair. On board 2,
It's a bit clearer for white.
white is a little bit better. It's
But
clear stuff
it
that
should be an objective
it should be
advantage,
objective
yes.
advantage. Board 3, what do we have? We have not many moves was played. Bishop d3, queen h5, and since then white decided not to make a repetition of moves, but to play h3, bishop d7, and bishop g5.
Well, if black notices the threat bishop takes f6, I think the game remains somehow.
But how to react? Knight d5 or bishop e7 or king h8?
King h8, maybe, no?
King h8, isn't it losing some material?
Aha, okay.
Attacking this and
Okay.
threatening with that.
Okay, that's true. No, that would have been the most desirable move, king h8, because I don't want to spoil anything, but I spoiled the game. So Knight
Bishop
d5.
G5.
Okay. Yeah, well, knight
In
d5.
principle, you don't want to go knight d5. It's only that the king is still in the center. First of all, white can take,
Yeah, and
take and go castle, right?
yeah, but it's that kind
But
of
you
is
know
running
what?
without knights.
But you know what? I think knight d5 is a blunder, is a bad move. What
Knight
I
d4.
did because this and strengthening
C4.
that and knight f6.
Knight f6, really.
So knight d5 is not really a good move, I believe,
But why is knight f6 so bad? c4 first, no? Or, I mean, knight d5, knight d4, bishop
because
b6.
bishop b6.
Yes.
Well, I thought it
I
can
take.
be,
And g6.
and you're not afraid.
I mean, okay, it's not really the end. I mean, I play bishop c6.
You
then-
think it's not the end of the world?
You think it's the end of the world? No, the end of the world is coming, but let's say bishop c6, no? You want to go
G4,
g4 and
queen
mate me, no?
h6.
Okay, then bishop d8. Bishop d8. I
No,
have to
bishop
go.
d8, yeah, I realized that with this move.
e5 was also possible, maybe.
Yes.
No, of course, it's not the
But,
the first thing you choose with black.
But
the
c4,
position.
I think, is.
But c4, I think
powerful.
it's
f5 on the move.
but it starts looking a bit funny for black. If cd f okay, f2 will be hanging, so better knight d6 now.
Well, on knight d6, maybe.
f4.
Yeah, f4, and then white has to be moving with his queen.
To pray not to lose the bishop somehow.
I think
Okay,
no,
that's-
no, but this can be unpleasant for black because on h7 things
Yeah.
are hanging.
Yes. So then the other possibility would be bishop e7, no? Okay, so
When?
let's say no, bishop e7 in the beginning.
Yes, in this, after bishop g5, bishop e7 is the most sensible, I believe. Bishop d4 maybe also an option,
Playing with fire a bit, no?
because
Maybe it's not hanging, no? Big queen f4, e5.
oh yeah. But also to take, I mean, ruining the pawn structure is not something that white should be neglecting.
Okay, so play is becoming concrete in principle,
So
but
bishop d4 is also possible, and bishop e7 is the solid way of continuing the game. Unless, yeah, no, because I was thinking if not bishop b4, but bishop e7, maybe white would be going knight e2 with the idea of knight f4,
the thing can happen after
bishop d4.
maybe even stronger. What if knight e4 now? Ah. Takes queen.
Move there, bishop e7.
Uh-huh. No, after bishop d4, maybe knight e2 would have been dangerous.
Well, bishop e7 is the most natural way of continuing. Okay, so this is board 3, and board 4, wow, this is not going to be a draw, I believe.
Some progress. Okay, so it was c5, d5 after all, no?
It was, exactly, it was e5, then black played c5, d5,
Queen a4 or what?
queen a2, d6,
okay.
a5, queen d3, and this is the position.
Is
Indian
d6
player is under 40 minutes.
Is d6 really the move?
Well, white is threatening with queen b5, maybe. That's the...
Yeah,
That is the plan, and c4 and cut the queen out. Well, still black can go queen c2 and move back there, but I think queen b5 can be a strong, unpleasant continuation.
Yeah, you don't like or like the bishop on h4.
I don't mind.
No, you don't like for black the bishop on h4.
Ah,
you,
yeah,
you
that's...
like for white
Yeah,
the bishop.
yeah, that is a
And of
nice
course there is no
piece.
g5 because just take with something. Anything.
G5 in this game, I think, will be
Anything. yeah.
equals suicide.
Queen
It's a
d5.
very shaky position. You have to have good nerves for this one.
Maybe queen d5 is the move, no?
Queen d5 is something serious.
Let's go home, Jose.
Here,
Queen d5, queen b7, no?
white can go knight d2. What do you think? And knight c4.
I know the compensation
how
is there.
beautiful.
Knight there, yes. I know the compensation is there. Rook a7 to prepare queen
Queen
a6.
a6.
I'm not sure if I need the a4. Why not queen a7 at once? a4 doesn't improve my position that.
Rook a7.
Yes. Now, if we talk about extra pawns, I also usually get this kind of position with the extra pawn with black, like in the game of.
So you rather play it with black?
I would be afraid to death with black, but this is how I get it usually. It so happens, not so frequently, but no. Of course, white's compensation is more consistent here than in Muziciuk's game. But,
He's making a move on queen d3. Queen d5 is on the board.
Okay.
So he's taking.
But now that I saw this regrouping, okay, I just asked myself, well,
Why should black worry so much?
yeah, of course, the compensation is there, okay. Maybe even without queens, but if the pawn starts to advance, then.
Well,
Because the bishop is simply immobile on f8. It doesn't count as a piece yet. So that's one. I mean, even after the queen exchange. Not here, but queen b5 and everything. So, of course,
by
white.
the way, yes. Yes, queen b7. Oh yeah, these are the very logical move, and you go here.
Well, maybe also rook e8 to prepare queen c6, but somehow queen. I like rook a7, no? That's the diagonal to.
So how does this go? Knight c4, queen a6. Well, first of all, this is an option.
To maintain, okay, static compensation. somehow.
But I don't know what's this.
Well, the
To
point
make
is,
a judgment on this position.
because now, okay,
Let's say I go here.
okay, but then black can start with f6 or g5 or I don't know, g5 and bishop g7
This is
or
not
f6.
yet. I think
Okay,
I can take on c7.
okay. g5 and bishop g7 doesn't threaten that much, no?
Well, you never know. Well, of course, I would like to have my king go all the way.
Well.
Nice dreams, right?
Well. Yeah, but
And
maybe
probably stays that
because
way
of knight
too.
c7, black cannot free himself, no? I don't know if you have to hurry because now I would think of taking on c7 probably, no?
I'm not sure there is a rush for black to capture on c7.
Yes, but the knight c7 didn't improve things for.
No, so, well, it improved a little bit on the fact that maybe black this way can do f5. Or king f1, also f5, I think.
And if knight c7, king f7 or. No. I mean king f1, f5, knight f7, like this, f5, and now knight here, then or taken f4, no?
You're not afraid?
Taken. Yeah, no. Okay, I wanted to. Yeah, that's. But this
Yeah,
is.
probably it's good for white.
This. No, okay, f4 is not good. Rook c8 first. You shouldn't go f4 yet, but rook.
Yeah, but then f4. And then.
Take on c7. e5 still needs baby care. The king comes to somewhere. Yeah, of course, it's a position. Maybe knight f8, knight g6.
Well, but if then the white rook can reach to d6, then
Rooks are dangerous. Rooks are dangerous, of course, yes.
Yeah. So let's see. We have queen b5 on the board.
No, probably this is the plan, to keep the blockade on b5 with knight a3.
Let's see how white will be strengthening his position, because it's not so obvious.
Yes.
Not so obvious. And also white can get in trouble if he's not careful. Because
Yes.
somehow I don't see how white can make progress on the king's side.
But so he has to keep the position, and this is why I
Yeah.
like your knight a3. I mean,
Okay,
just
so
to
this
control.
is interesting. Let's see, evaluating the position. Wow, we have c5 on the board. Isn't this a pawn sacrifice? Not exactly, because after g5 you go there, right? Or to go, yeah, I think so. And then this pawn is under attack.
Yeah. And c takes d4 is also a threat to weaken f4. Yeah, maybe c5 solves black's problems.
Energetic move.
Yes.
Okay, so this is equalish. This game white has a clear advantage, we think.
I think so, yes. He went with that rook there to prevent h5, so maybe black is just in big trouble.
Yeah, because his last move was rook d3.
Yes, not rook d1, when
Not
h5
rook d1,
still...
yeah. But
yes,
rook d3.
this, now no h5. Okay, knight c4 was interesting, but I think he misplayed it. Queen g4, I didn't like so much.
Well, it seems like white has a real advantage. And then in this game, castle. So because of Vidit's game, it seems like India is a little bit better, more chances in this match.
Yes, there is a game
For
where,
now.
there is a game which yes ensures India a clear advantage.
2 hours passed from the start, so now usually interesting things happen, and also unexpected, and the time element. Let's see the game of the day between Fabiano Caruana and Gukesh, the star of the Olympiad, having 7 out of 7. What do we have here? Look what happened.
Now I understand what Caruana had in mind. He just wanted
Provocation.
yes, to provoke, and I think he provoked him well. I mean, I
King
don't think that
d7, knight a4.
I don't think that what black did was
Why f6 in this position? Probably because of rook c1. Right after castle.
and bishop e6, then knight c5. No?
Well, there are some weak square, weak pawn. So black played f6.
But maybe knight,
Knight
h6,
f6.
knight h6 f5 was probably also too slow. Knight f6 looked more natural because it's too tempy. I mean, you get there.
Yeah. Castle. Well, probably Fabi had something in mind, but
Of course, yes.
it was faster to get to castle. Knight f3 castle, d4. Well, this is a pity for black that he had to play f6 to push the knight back.
Yes, and his knight is not even on f7.
g5, bishop h2, h5.
Of course, this is consistent with the knight's presence on f5,
Yes.
but
Rook e4.
I don't think that Caruana really minds having this position. No, this I would play with white myself.
The
with
knight
certain-
shows up on c5 eventually.
Queen e2, rook somewhere, or queen. Of course, white has to manage to handle this with care because he has many things to do: the c file, the e file, the c5 square. But
At the same time, let's say I go knight d6.
Okay, that's always an element. Rook e2.
Knight c5.
Knight c5 first, okay. Okay, knight c5.
Well, the problem is that if I move
Yes.
away, then e7 is hanging,
E7
and I
and-
go
and then
back,
I-
then this spin is bothering me.
So queen e2, for instance.
Even maybe knight g5 is possible.
Oh,
Or do you think it's
you are
exaggerating?
you are in the spirit, no?
But I don't know how good it is. Because maybe bishop c5.
But okay, you can just go queen e2. I mean, instead of sacrificing.
7. Putting pressure.
Well,
Rook f7.
and the other rook. Bishop f8, okay, if you play bishop f8, we agree that we played bishop f8. And
For sure.
I can go knight e6 maybe. I don't know.
For sure. Well, but maybe you can just go here, attack that, play knight c4
No,
and
it looks
stuff.
completely winning
It
for
looks
white
winning.
now. I mean, it's...
So let's see on rook e4. It looks very promising for white.
yeah, now the bishop on c8 has no squares. To
Looks very
develop, no?
promising for white.
The bishop should reach g6 or f7, but there is no time for it. Knight c5, knight e6 is coming.
This looks very dangerous for black. So what
Yeah,
about
no,
after
it's-
all bishop d7?
Yeah, bishop
Bishop
d7,
d7.
Knight,
Knight c5.
bishop,
c8.
queen c8.
And still I'm trying to get to the other side.
Okay, so queen e2 probably, no?
Queen e2.
Well, queen b3 was also a possibility, and rook e1.
e1.
No, maybe even...
Well, I have the feeling that white is clearly better in this position.
Yeah, I mean, okay, if
The more I look at it, the more I like it for white.
I think this Caruana's chance to, get back into the tournament and show that the American team can do things. I mean, so far, okay, the result is good, but if you compare to what they are as player, no, the visit cards, it's not so convincing until the end.
And you can see that Gukesh is thinking a lot. He's spending a lot of time. He has less than half of the time of Fabiano. He went down under 22, which is not promising. It's only move 18. Well, of course, it's the toughest match for the
Yeah.
Indian 2 team. Let's see what's going on the second board. What is Aronyan up to with the black pieces? Mihail stands quite nice. Is it a pawn sacrifice? What
Is it right
was
to move?
done? Bishop f3, knight d7.
CD 95, I assume, no?
See, takes d, knight d5. What else? This is the only idea. But maybe it's a good one. Because white has this h3 pawn.
Well, yes, that can be
So
a
after
target.
black comes back,
ED.
d4, queen g5.
With the knight on e5, this can be quite dangerous, no? The hanging pawns. Actually, knight e7 is trying to force matters. He wants to induce c takes d5, because so far these are not hanging pawns yet. Now only after
Knight d7 seems to be a very strong move.
yes, the knight is going to e5 anyway.
Well, once it comes to e5,
Let's say bishop c1.
bishop c1,
Bishop
knight
e1
e5.
looks more dubious. Okay, bishop e2.
And you're planning f4 at some point. If.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I just want to keep it, but okay,
What
queen.
about going d4?
This was, I was preparing against this, but maybe it's not enough, no?
Bishop e3. Maybe here, and then e5 someday.
f4, I have to go.
f4.
I don't want to allow e5. I mean,
Wow.
but maybe
I
not.
just
not
move
maybe,
king, queen.
but maybe not.
somewhere.
Yeah, but I maybe
And you
f4
lose
at once.
material.
I don't want to. I don't want to go bishop e3. I want to go
Yes.
f4 and b4 maybe.
f4.
maybe you don't have to move. I don't know.
What about queen b6?
Queen b6. Okay.
Also, queen c7 was possible.
Queen c7, but then maybe I can take on e5. No, maybe it's not such a big deal. But queen b6
Is a killer, I think, because
I
after
take
that,
four.
queen c6.
and I don't have time for anything.
No.
Yeah, knight e7, knight e5 is quite.
And actually, we
Quite a
have this
plan.
on the board already. C takes d5, knight e5. So somehow white should. What about e4? What do you think about e4? Opening up the diagonal for the bishop.
Okay, so she should take on f3, no?
And if takes,
And take on d5, I
takes,
guess. No?
takes. And then go with the bishop.
Somewhere.
But queen f6, I go here.
Queen h4.
Somewhere, yeah.
But okay, white is also human, no? It's also decent, let's say.
e4, knight f3 takes, e takes d5, knight d5, bishop d5. No, but I think black is doing great because he will take one of the pawns.
Yes.
After it.
But okay, with bishop c3, rook d5, white also has some control, let's say.
So let's say after knight e5, what about bishop e4?
I was thinking of it, but then maybe he has to go f5, no?
If f5, I wanted to go f4.
But if
Probably you take and take and take.
suddenly there is a transformation. Don't.
And this e5 pawn is going to be a headache for me, but not for long because it's going to be taken.
yes.
So knight e5, and this is on the board. It's beautiful with black.
No, but e4 is the move, I think.
When?
No. Otherwise, black is just taking over the initiative.
e4. Takes.
Okay, knight takes, I assume, no?
Takes.
No, but bishop c3, no? He could go.
After bishop
takes
d5.
Yes. No, this of course
Sorry.
is close to losing. But like this, no?
But then knight takes.
And check.
queen-
And there is a check. Okay. No, if we don't get this with, if we go with bishop e3, then it's not the same thing. Not the same regrouping.
Well, if bishop e3, then queen f6.
Okay, yeah. Okay. So white cannot hold. No, it means that the black is doing great, no?
Okay, so Aronian is doing fine. Caruana doing even more fun. Queen d7 was
She
played,
wants the queen
On d5.
d5, no?
which is a move which I like.
I mean, okay,
About.
he has to get something. The bishop will be bad there, but it shouldn't really save, no?
Sorry?
It shouldn't really save the game. I mean, the
Why
bishop.
not? I like actually this is the only move I believe what he played, queen d7.
Yes,
queen
but
d5.
the bishop will still be on c8. I mean, it's just the queen.
But I'm not sure.
I mean, it solves part of the problems, but of course, such a queen on d5 can compensate for several
It
things.
compensates a lot. Like probably knight c5 is not a good move because the black blockades. And then he can go rook f7, knight d6, bishop f5, g4,
Yeah, but okay, queen e2, let's say.
and rook f7.
You don't threaten, no, knight e6 so much. I don't know if b3 or a3 to prepare rook e1. b3 probably, no?
Why do you need b3? To a2 to protect.
Well, I mean, okay, if you take a pawn, then of course you know why you suffer. Maybe knight takes d4 is possible, but it looks very suspicious. No? Maybe knight takes d4. And finally the bishop gets some square, no?
Wow.
I was thinking more modestly of bishop f5, but...
Well, it's a powerful bishop from its initial square.
No, this suddenly is not so clear for white.
Not at all.
Yeah, okay, queen d7 was the best
Queen
chance.
d7 is, it was
Yes.
definitely a good move. Maybe queen e2 has to be played.
Yes, and then you still need to show something with black. Because if queen d5, then maybe knight c3. Not being the main idea, but queen c2 he went.
Queen c2.
You have a strange threat from c8 to d1. Okay.
Queen c2. Ah, sorry. I jumped to the ladies' board. But if I jump to the ladies' board, let's go there for a moment.
Let's see what the...
If by chance I click that.
Yes, maybe it was a sign.
C2.
Well, knight d2, rook f c1, white... white
Well, the knight.
has some, yeah.
You know, the knight is there, which not necessarily wants to be
And
there.
the bishop on f8, okay, it consolidates somehow this pawn on c5, but if black doesn't hurry to exchange, then it's just a passive bishop.
Queen c2. So next move probably rook c1 is going to be.
Yeah, knight d2, and at some point
Yes.
maybe a4 somehow. I don't know. Not to hurry, just to force black to give up the tension somehow. I'm not sure yet what a4 means if he just takes, but
Well, b5.
b5 probably a knight c4 somehow. Yeah.
Well, it's some maneuvering. Also, white can somehow go knight d2, knight b3, put pressure on
Yes.
c5.
And then maybe f4 to give the pressure glow.
Another idea to go rook c1, to go knight d2, knight f1, move the bishop,
And go to d5.
and then go to d5. I'm not saying it's a small trip. It's a little bit seems like a round trip around the world, but
Yes. I didn't say it was going to be easy, but
no, but it's more pleasant for white, right?
Yes,
It's
yes.
white who is pressing in this game. Let's see what's going on board 3. Finally, we have some move. What happened here after castle?
we don't have many pieces left, but moves we
Oh,
have.
knight e5 happened.
And she didn't take.
And she didn't take it. She went queen e8. Yes, because they want to win. They want to have a game, at least. Bishop a4.
But isn't d takes e5 just better for...
No, it wasn't. Why was it better? It was takes, bishop d6, what we looked, right? I mean, why would it be better?
Okay, now after knight b8 it would be better.
Sorry. I go bishop c6 first, takes here.
And if I go rook
B8?
and come with the king, that was my... Maybe it doesn't work, but rook d1 and rook takes d6, maybe.
Yeah, that's what I have to do, but I'm not sure I'm so happy with white giving up.
Okay, maybe you can play c4 first, no?
When?
Instead of rook d1, c4.
But also king f8.
Ah, and it's the same, no? Okay, okay, you still have to sacrifice the
So I'm
exchange.
just slow.
Okay, then better to go to do it.
But interesting enough, okay, she went here, takes, bishop a4, bishop d7, h4, c5, takes. Who is better and why?
Well, white is a bit more compact, no? Even for the end games, I don't see that black can play c4, d5, and c6. But white can block with c4 and b3. So for the end game, the white bishop is a bit better. The king is safer at this stage.
White can also go sometimes. This.
Yes.
h5.
I see future for white in both in the middle game and in the end game. I don't know how realistic it is, but okay. Black has even less.
Okay.
No, strange that she didn't take on d5.
Or 2. Board 2, let's see what's going on. Where
So
Anna gave the pawn for initiative, but I still like it for black a lot.
Well, now rook e8 is coming.
Knight d4.
It looks like an extra pawn for
not much.
very little, no? And knight e6 doesn't work, no?
No,
Just take,
everybody
just
is
take.
there
Yeah.
guarding that e6 pawn.
Yeah, I know.
E6 square, like everybody says, no, knight e6 impossible.
No, the knight on g6 doesn't control e6. Okay, you say that everybody. It's not true.
Yeah, not everybody, but almost.
okay,
That
enough,
is ready to go knight e5.
enough
at one
people.
point.
Enough people.
Now knight e4 actually is
yes.
there.
No, it's getting close to losing, no? For white. I mean, if miracles don't happen.
Well, this bishop is extremely nice.
Okay, the knights are quite okay, though. No, yes, after queen f8, exchange around rook, queen f8, now rook e8, I mean, okay, black starts to play. So
Well,
Marika,
here-
who had a very solid tournament so far, suddenly is a pawn up. And of course, she'll try to make something out of it, no?
Yeah. In board 1, let's see what's going on, because there was a...
So she didn't take the pawn.
She did not take the pawn after takes, because probably she was afraid of this passed pawn. She went rook c8, and now it's white to move. So what happens if, let's say, just queen f4? And queen a5, I believe.
Yeah, but she misplayed it awfully, no? Okay, maybe she can hold it, but that was not the idea. Black could have a normal game, good game, no, with chances for both
That knight
sides.
c5 is something that
mean, you know,
we consider.
It can
Yeah.
haunt you for months.
Yes,
that you
in
didn't
this
play
position.
that you didn't play such a move. I mean, to have it on the board and not play it, you know, it's like.
But okay, it's still not easy at all for white.
No, of course. But
Because
okay.
she has a pawn up, but once she's going to be defending this, probably, well, I don't know, maybe rook c5?
Rook f5
Dear
is
rook f5.
some sort of threat, yes.
Queen g4. Queen g4, so the pawn is protected This is why she played it, I believe, so she can jump to d4, let's say on rook c5.
Knight d4, and maybe h5, just to start something global. Anyway, we need
Very
we need
aggressive.
no, but we needed something, some space for the king too, no?
h4?
h4, I was thinking, no? If it's really, maybe we reach a dead end. I don't know at that point. Look at queen g4.
No, I was just wondering, maybe queen g3 doesn't make any sense. Why not to play this instead?
Yeah, but what is black doing? Maybe g6 to prepare e5.
In the meantime, we have some moves.
Uh-huh.
Sorry, I jumped there because rook e8 happened, f3, and I think she took on e1, queen e1. So the big question is whether black, how much she will be really pushing and want to play for a win, but that's the case what should be, right? Queen e7 or queen e8.
Yeah, but I understand that the game will last forever. I mean, suppose that black doesn't find a convincing winning plan, but she will play and the pawn will be there.
Well, this is definitely black who is playing for a win. On board one, it is white who is playing for a win. So in the board one and
They
two
just
is doing
made two
very
pawns,
good.
two pawns,
Two pawns up.
presents, no?
Yes. Then board three, she's
She
okay.
didn't- she
She has a nice position.
But I mean the Indian
White.
player.
Yes,
Yeah.
white.
Yeah, I mean, okay, they made presents everywhere. I mean, here she didn't play d takes e5, for
The
instance.
only game which is tricky is with Tanya.
So, Tanya opened.
But simplification started because after c5, c5, queen c2, cb4, and a5 she went.
But yes, instead of queen c2, I didn't know that.
I don't know why queen c2.
Why not rook c1? I mean, the position is crying out loud for this, no? No, I thought it was white to move when we saw it last time.
But it was. We looked
We looked here,
rook
yes.
c1.
Okay.
And if takes?
Well, talk with.
Well, cb5 is also kind of interesting. It looks a little more interesting for white, I believe.
Yeah, the knight
Maybe
is
queen
still
b2.
queen b2, knight d2.
It looks nice for white.
Well, I've seen worse than that, no?
So she went queen c2, which after the simplification was possible.
Yeah, now there is a pin. White gets a small weakness there. So things are not running too well for Ukraine, no?
Probably even just rook and knight c5. Or knight a5 and put pressure immediately on.
Yeah, it depends on whether you want to block or to win that pawn.
Yeah,
If we talk about ourselves. No, but of course black...
black is doing fine.
Okay, she will have the better structure and... okay. The bishop on f8 will be...
So
aggressive.
India is doing very fine on that match. Just let's see if we are here. What's going on between Georgia and Armenia? White seems to be better here, clear. No, it is a kind of unpleasant.
Some sort of Catalan without g3, no?
Yeah, but it will be
Yes.
coming. Bishop f3, knight e4. Very
Yes, yes,
pleasant
yes.
position for the Georgian player. Board 2. Board 2 is complicated. That's
why
complicated.
white should be better, no? The center, the bishops.
Rook c8.
King h2, rook g1, f4. What is black doing? That's the question.
Yeah. But it can easily get some time trouble. We see more and more time troubles. Board 3. Wow. This looks just winning for white, isn't it?
Another pseudo-Catalan or maybe
I don't
proper
know.
Catalan.
All these pawns are hanging.
It was some
pretty
Dutch,
much.
no? Some strange Dutch.
No.
No?
No, it was not Dutch. It was
Oh, Catalan.
Slav.
Some sort of Catalan Slav, yes.
So in this position, seems very dangerous for black. Maybe kind of only move to play knight d5,
Yeah, maybe.
but then takes, and it seems like these pawns can just fall off in 3 moves.
And the bishop on g7 is not such a...
So rook g1, then there is another board here. It is, black is doing fine in this third board. Queen is active. Queen d2, d4, I guess. And
So,
then
it means that Georgia is a bit better on the first board. Worse on the second one. And that interesting position with big pressure on board 3. G5 was played.
but isn't this panicking?
Do you think that they started the game with the queen and king misplaced? If you don't notify the arbiter until move I don't know how much, you have to continue the game like this.
Exactly. G5. But what does black want here? Well, probably it was hanging. That was the problem. Takes.
But all the white pieces are playing and black is still has the rook on a8.
This looks very upsetting.
Mathematically it should be...
This
yes.
looks very upsetting. Let's see what's going on in India, Poland.
So Georgia has... okay, slightly better chances maybe, no?
Well, this was on board 4.
Okay, let's say that this could
Yeah,
be
for
a draw.
now. India, Poland.
So Karavade, we didn't talk about any of Karavade's games so far.
What is this? Takes just simply queen d8? I don't know what is this g4 pawn doing here.
Queen a3 with g4
In combination is not always so successful story.
Yeah, the coordination is not that obvious. And it's not even a pawn, no? Because there is a pin.
Well, white can try to go
E4,
e4, let's say.
ED and
takes
d5.
e5, yes. So somehow looking for something.
Well,
and then the queen
f4 and
can
the
be
queen,
useful.
queen goes there, yes. So maybe it's not.
We
that
have
bad.
a game finished, or only the arbiter is there? Probably only the arbiter is there. So this is interesting for white, and probably she has to go. This is
Yeah,
the position we have on the board.
It can be
so-
very promising, no?
Well, it's also concrete stuff, right? Let's say rook e6, f4.
And f4, yeah, why not?
Check.
King h2 probably, no? Queen d4 or what?
Yeah, queen d4.
Then queen c3 maybe?
c3.
Well, it's a bit like in the opposition Armenia's game. You know, those pawns d4, e5, f4. Okay, here of course it's a bit more dynamic, so maybe black finds something, but maybe not. Okay, takes on c3 and knight takes a2. Ah, you take with the rook.
I wanted to take with the rook and just go there. And this still, keep it in mind.
So f5 I have to go already, no? What can I do?
Yeah, okay, but this looks
Well,
awful. Bishop f3, rook takes,
knight b4, yeah.
knight f3, knight d4.
Yeah, I know.
No, this looks very dangerous.
Maybe f6, not f5.
Here?
there. Yeah.
Maybe
no,
here.
no. In the final position.
No, but I think black should be doing something different.
Yeah, maybe.
After e4, black should not allow this. Queen f6, for example, is an option. Though queen g3.
Queen e3 or g3, yes.
Yeah.
It can get even worse.
You mean worse than after e takes d5, right?
Now there is also the threat knight c4, for instance. I'm not okay, there are e5, queen e6. A bit much.
Okay, board 2. Poland is white.
And has some nice development, no?
Well, this bishop is not very promising for the moment.
But if black takes the bishop on e3, or it's not black to move?
You can see that knight g4 was the last
The
move.
last move.
Knight c7.
No, I mean, if black takes on e3, at least she knows why she suffers. She has the two bishops. Maybe can even sacrifice the exchange, but
After
Probably.
knight e3.
rook e3, but now knight d5 will be coming.
Yeah, this is what I wanted to see also.
It's
It looks some material loss.
rook e5 will be an intermediate move if necessary. But
Knight c7.
so this
Bishop
is
h4.
this is the girl with 7 out of 7, I believe, no? Or was it 6 out of 6? Seven out of 7. Olivia Kielbasa.
Nandida. She played knight c7. It's on the board.
And bishop h4.
It's not on the board. It's only analyzing.
Okay. Just to analyze.
Bishop h4. Yeah, because after queen h3, I would wonder if I can go e5 maybe.
Maybe you
And,
need to do some
sometime-
desperate things, no?
Yeah, though maybe you have to go this, I don't know, because queen f3, even bishop g4 is possible.
Yeah, no, but bishop f2, you win a lot of material, no? Or queen h4, or how to do it? Yeah, queen h3,
Maybe queen
It-
f3 is better.
queen f3, okay. And knight e5 not working, the queen is hanging, okay. Yeah, you said on h3, no? Well, you said
Because
an,
this is not good. No, but this is maybe possible. Takes, check. And knight f2. And that thing is hanging.
oh. Is there such a thing?
Well, takes still, takes.
And no bishop d7.
Not bishop d7. So it
For
seems
many
like white
reasons.
is gaining.
Ah, queen
material.
b8, queen b8.
Wow.
I mean, you forced me. And then you...
Wow, what a move. Easy to blunder.
Do I have anything else?
No. But still. This is the position. So bishop h4. This is what we looked at
Queen
first.
h5.
Here, takes.
Yes, knight f2, maybe you can take on h4, no? How many pieces are those?
h4, takes.
Maybe not that many pieces, yeah?
Well, maybe it's just enough. White has 2 pieces and the rook.
But okay, there is this majority, which looks nice. Queen f5, let's say.
Queen,
h5, sorry, h5.
h5.
Well, to play something.
Knight d5.
Knight d5.
I think white should be clear advantage here.
Yeah, probably.
And then there is one more game, 2 more in this match. Wow,
This must have been a Grünfeld, no?
black is nice, exactly.
Like, yes, that's a perfect Grünfeld.
Black is fine. And then this is board number 4 on the Polish-Indian match.
No, this is already board,
No,
board
this is
one
already
in the
Romania.
Romanian match, yes.
Yeah. This is what I wanted. I'm sorry. Interesting rook endgame. Though seems black is doing very fine.
Yeah, well, equal probably, no?
Well, takes, h5.
I'm not sure before was would have been my choice.
Yeah, you would go back simply rook d4, right?
Yeah, something.
Or rook a3.
And okay, white has some theoretical advantage, but it should be a...
Well, not after b4.
No, yeah, I know.
Because takes, and
H5.
you're having your
But
own
still,
island.
is it so dangerous for white? Is really...
It was unnecessary
I know.
provocation, I
know.
believe. Like here, rook b3, black is taking, king d7, rook g8.
Well, I can agree with that, yes, okay. White has...
It's only white who can get in trouble, right?
White has
It
got
should be drawish.
herself some problems, yes.
Yeah, for nothing. For nothing. Kazakhstan has already won victory because there was seems like a pretty nice attack.
Whoa.
Oh, what kind of beautiful pawns are there?
Which opening was that? I want to play it too.
It was neither,
Uh-huh.
but then it seems like we have a exchange sacrifice here. Very classical
I was
one.
ready to do that too.
Very classical one. So it was not a very difficult game for black, I see. It was just a pretty easy game. Queen e8 and mate.
That was quick, no?
Well, and painful from white hand side, right? Let's go back. Let's go back to the big games. But before that, let's see a short summary from last night when I had to leave. That was the reason I had to go, because there is the Year of Women in Chess award was happening in the Lila Hotel yesterday, where there was 13 categories where they acknowledged and gave special prize to ladies, and I got the FIDE Econ prize, and many other ladies were given the award. So let's see a short summary of that.
inspiring safety record, strong balance sheet, world-class resource assets, groundbreaking innovation, steady and sustainable contribution to nation's social, economical and environmental development. NLCIL Navaratna CPSE under the administrative control of Ministry of Coal, Government of India, a corporate with a human nature, creating wealth for the well-being.
Welcome, everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Welcome back to the 8th round of the 44th Chess Olympiad. It is very tense. In the break, I got a few minutes to go out and see the playing hall, and I had such a nice nostalgic feeling myself that you could see everybody's concentrating. The legs are shaking.
Did you sit on a free chair like night, or did you did a temptation?
No, I did not. But from the stage, I had a very good overview on the players, and I could see that there are many spectators. Of course, there is not enough space for the spectators because here in India there is much bigger interest from the people than anybody could imagine. And also on the streets, you see these big screens, as we were discussing that already. So people are rooting for India. Many people, Indian people, local people, coming here from Chennai, but also from other cities visiting to root for the Indian team. So it's really packed over there, just next to us. We are very close to that. But let's see what are really happening on the board. But before that, I just want to remind you that Armenia is leading in the open section with 13 points and only half a point behind. India and USA and India too have the same 12 points together with Germany. And then Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan as well. So let's dive into the games, what's happening. What we see right here, it's board 4 of the match India-Armenia. Let's see what is this, because it got somewhat little messy, because this is the position where we left at, more or less, and black went rook c8 to
Which
play
is similar, yeah, similar to
queen c6. The main idea is to eliminate the queen in some way or another. And then we had this kind of position, which
So
means that maybe
he played
black
for
is...
for some different kind of blockade. We saw that the knight should stay on d5, but okay, this is also interesting.
But this is a big question. First of all, black gave up a pawn. I don't know if this was necessary, but in other hand...
Not very clear why.
Probably, well, he just couldn't stand the,
I mean, why not
pressure he didn't want to
why
have.
not rook e8, for instance?
Because I believe that if he goes rook e8, then knight d2, and after f6, already f4 maybe. Don't you think so?
So you mean black cannot win easily? But does he have better chances of winning after the game continuation?
Well, do you think he's much better?
Well, I mean, he's a pawn up and he's under
Yeah,
no
okay,
threat.
but
White,
knight is going here.
I mean, white has no idea of winning. If black wants to make a draw, he plays f5, maybe even g5. But... Or could it be... No, but he should take only 5. He shouldn't play with the bishop that... But okay, after playing f6, I don't... at once, I don't feel... No, at once, I mean how he played.
Yes, he played f6. He gave up a pawn.
I don't feel that he gets any realistic winning chances.
Knight d2.
And...
rook e6. Forcing knight c4. Rook e4. Rook c1.
So does he have
d4.
chances here? This was what he meant?
Well, probably his plan is to come with the king, marching up to d5.
a4 is also a plan. Maybe.
Well, black can also try to go rook d3, rook b3, but let's see how it happened. This is exactly what happened. He tried rook d3, rook b1 to stop rook b3 move. Black played rook d4, rook c1, rook d3, rook b1.
Okay,
so white was
gain some time, yes.
ready to make a draw already.
Yes.
When black went rook c3, knight e3, we are at move 36. Black has 15 minutes, white has the double of it almost. Let's see how black wants to play for a win.
So, okay, it was this. He was afraid that he cannot win if knight e2.
If he leaves the pawn on e5.
Yes.
Okay, but let's see the other game. So this is board 4.
But it can be double-edged here. I mean, playing for a win doesn't mean anything. I mean,
it doesn't mean that it's only you who can win.
Yes.
Yes, that's true. Let's see board number 3, what is happening here. It's a pretty solid position for the moment.
Yeah, in this structure, I mean, okay, some miracles need to happen to unbalance the position, no? All this French and, okay, this was a
I'm
Syrian.
not sure. White is pressing a little, I believe. I mean, look, white has a great bishop. Also, in rook, maybe rook h5. I don't know if h4, h5, h6 is something to consider, or maybe rook e3, rook g3.
I think it's real. I mean, if rook d7, rook fd8, rook d4.
And let's say rook d7.
Okay, of course, rook d5 is also possible, but let's just...
Rook d5 would be a blunder, I think.
I lose something because of
I
the pin?
think queen e4 threatens, and you have
And
to
the-
play f5 because
Okay,
otherwise the
rook
pin.
d5, rook d5, okay. I understand.
Otherwise,
Okay, no, but I said that I don't play rook d5. I said rook d7. Okay. It was for different reasons that I refrained from rook d5, but okay, good that I didn't fall into the trap.
Okay, so rook d7. Let's say I just go h4.
Rook fd8.
Rook fd8, h5.
Now rook d4, first of all, no?
Well, I understand that I'm going to be pushed away
That nobody loves you there.
here.
Okay, and maybe h6, no? Well, queen f6 was also possible. Actually, not to... Queen h4, maybe.
Yes, because now
Yes,
the rook is
yes.
powerful on the fourth rank.
Queen h4 maybe even, or queen f4. Yeah, queen h4, not only queen f6.
Okay, so queen f4, you want to go rook d7. Well, it's pretty equalish after all.
Yeah, I know that this kind of structure is not so much is happening unless one of the players is much better developed. But
What
remember,
about playing b4?
okay. Okay, let's try b6 first of all, no?
b6.
This would be the most flexible move, let's say.
Yeah, it's hard to crack the position on the king side and on the queen side as well.
And in the center,
In
not to
every
talk about the
side.
center.
Every side. And by the way, what about playing queen g3?
Okay, let's say rook fd8, no?
Rook fd8 and go rook g5.
Okay.
f6.
F6 or G6?
Even f6.
That's the question. Yeah, F6, yeah, this is what.
I wanted to go h4
And then maybe you get something, no?
and then maybe h5.
But maybe F6 is.
I mean, the bishop on c6 stands very well. Black played rook d6. This
maybe
was
that's
the move.
okay, and he also has F6 now, maybe. That's an additional
No,
idea.
that would be the last thing I would want to go for the moment.
Yeah, okay. But I mean, rook d6, rook d7, they are similar.
Yeah, I mean, rook d6 is just fine to defend. I mean, I don't see why would it be better on d7 actually,
Yeah, okay.
right? Rook d6 is quite all right. Okay, so this game, the game before, it's for three results.
Yes.
This is equalish. Board 2, Judit. What happened?
No, actually, black suddenly has a fantastic position, no?
But what happened? After
center.
rook d3, g6, b4, h5. Interesting that he allowed h5. I thought his plan was to play g4 as soon as possible if he could.
Maybe, okay, knight g7, then
Knight
h3.
g7, yeah, knight h7, knight g6, knight e6.
Yeah. But is it hanging that badly?
In this position, to go g4, knight
you have to go.
g7. Yeah, because knight e6 and g5 possibly. So he went
But
b4.
bishop f3 and knight e2. Knight e6, knight e2. Okay, the knight.
b6, bishop a6. Rook c3, right?
Probably rook c3 now. Okay, but f5 maybe not coming yet because of some knight g5.
Yeah, that is not so simple
But
yet.
what he did somehow exposed him on
Let's
both
see what he
wings.
did. b4, h5, knight b3, protecting the d4, and also activating his knight, knight f8. But now that black has h5 and g4 is not coming,
Yes, yes. Why is,
H3,
is this
H4.
so black so bad for black? Yes.
not so easy. Knight g3, rook f3,
And there is no knight on g2 or f3 to win the pawn on
to
h4
win the pawn, yes.
because this would be the
F5.
only. And now he took on f6. That must have been the.
Took. Knight h7.
Because it's if g5.
I don't understand why not g5. Bishop
Bishop
h3.
h3, but
But
okay.
still,
But you understand, no?
bishop g4, bishop f5, e4.
Yes, but the knight on h7 is a knight on h7. And the square on
Well,
f5. Oh, the square on
Black
f5
can
is
claim that it's a nice active knight, this is for sure.
and the square on e5 is a square on f5.
Interesting. After knight h7, he went knight c5. But this is very strange. Knight f6, knight d3. Okay, he wanted to reach out to e5.
Then a5, he played, I think, no.
a5, b takes a5, knight e2, rook e2, rook e2, knight e2, and rook a5 on the board. Who is better here? It looks like black is taking over, don't you think so?
White is a bit exposed, no? The king side looks well for him, but d4 and a2 are...
Knight c3,
to prime rook a4. But knight e4 then, no?
knight e4 looks very strong. Knight b4 seems to be the move, I believe, if white doesn't want to lose the pawn. Unless you want to go knight e5 and give up the a2
Go
for the g6.
yes, go for... and maybe the white pawns would be more dangerous, no? But okay, king g7.
King g7. I mean, the a2 pawn looks really weak.
I mean, okay, black
to get
is not
in trouble at
black
one
is not better, probably, no. But his position is reasonable, and earlier it looked like if his yes, but after g5, why not g5? Was there some tactics there, or knight x somewhere, or that I could not understand. No, black is decent here, I think.
Knight c3. What is he going to move? Of course, knight e4.
If knight b4, then there is a small problem, rook a3.
Immediately. That's true. So knight
So
e5
actually,
seems to be
knight
the only
e5,
move.
good or bad, yeah. And king g7, no? And okay, h3 is also some sort of weakness. I mean, if you take on e4 and play rook f2, then rook a3, I don't know. Then bishop e6, bishop d5 comes out, no?
Okay,
I mean,
king
king
g7.
g7, yes, yes. So now I want to win a pawn. You can avoid it probably only with knight e4 followed by rook f2, but then you are just worse. Rook a3 first, no? Or bishop e6, okay. Rook a3, bishop d5, it's winning. No?
Rook b2.
Okay, rook b2 still.
But maybe black can go here.
First, yes.
Bishop b5, d5, b5, and after that to go rook.
Come back. It's very dangerous for white.
Extremely
No?
dangerous. So first of all, the third rank and the a2.
The e pawn, which is not easy to block.
Okay, so this game is very difficult, and then let's see what's going on the first board. Bishop pair against knight and bishop. How can white have anything here?
Well, white retains something, no? He also has the more compact structure, he has more space.
But is there
The
any
bishops.
way to win?
It's a good question, because black is not going to move any pawn.
In the last few moves, white practically regrouped his bishop. Made a f4, the pawn chain, bishop g2, then went king d3, and regrouped the bishop all the way to d1 and heading to a4. But let's say if just black goes king e7, bishop a4, for example, knight b4. Is this winning? Can it be a win? It would be surprising.
No, I would think that you should not take, no?
I'm not sure. Maybe there are some dangers.
Because f7 is...
Well, because the king is tight here, exactly.
So let's say you go king d8, okay. Just
c5,
5, bishop c7. Let's see it, no?
king c4,
Maybe a5 you have to go, no?
king d5. The only thing is that the bishop is quite limited.
Yes, but
It's
at
limited
some
space.
point we might play e5, for instance now.
Is it now?
I was worried about the bishop, so...
Yeah, I think with it only could be something if, because what I thought, you keep your king there, and then
And
I would
then-
be going here, I would going to c8. And
yeah, of course. No, this is...
and somehow there are not enough space for the bishop.
Yes.
King c7 is played. Bishop a4.
Of course, if king d7 back, then bishop a5 would be a bit... no?
Maybe. I still don't know how white wants to win. Let's say if I just stand.
Yes, yes, I understand it. But okay, let's say king e4. King e4.
Let's say
And
I do nothing.
Okay, bishop b6. I cannot improve, no?
I think somehow white cannot avoid to play e4, but then king d6.
Ah, but by the way, e4, okay. e5.
Now it's your move.
I had no time for it when you were pinned, no? Yeah, even so, not clear how to... Okay, let's say e4, nevertheless.
Okay, check.
King g4. I want to go bishop e8.
Let's say I just go back. I'm
But
just
then
curious
e5,
what happens.
but then e5.
Yeah, but even this, I don't know.
Okay, that's the question. Now I have to navigate with the king to
To?
where?
To where?
Because you're not in Zugzwang completely, no?
Well, I don't have much moves. It's one.
We can agree.
It's one.
Yes. But okay, let's say I bring the king to c2, let's say, no? But of course, this is very optimistic, no? Okay, and now I go b4. Before you take and c5. You still have the same moves, okay. And what do I want? King b3, king c4, and still no clue what
Well,
I'm
you
doing.
can go bishop a5.
Aha. And take, but then you go king c7 and you're happy.
So it's hard. And now
Yes.
I didn't do anything, right?
Yes, and you did something wrong. I mean, just getting into the pin.
This is the position we have. So bishop a4 after king c7.
Yes.
Okay, so let's leave this here and evaluate. This is most likely going to be a draw. On board 2, I prefer black a little bit. Board 3.
It can become a lot, no? If
Yeah, it depends. On board 3, it's tricky because if white has nothing on the king side, even black can take over.
Yes.
If he can put his rooks on d4, d5, controls the rows. Fifth rank.
But now, whose move is it?
Well, it's g6.
And queen h6?
Queen h6, I guess, f6, f5.
Because if f6, then bishop
Yeah, f6, bishop g6.
6 probably, no? And check doesn't change much.
Unless there is something here, f6 takes, check. But I think this is good for white. So after queen h6, f5.
Well, the pieces could well stay there for too long, no? And now black has the d file. Now is a moment when the rook stands well on d6 because, for instance, queen g7 is a possibility.
Can you go bishop take?
Bishop takes, okay. So I have some choices, no? G takes h or g takes f. I can also take the rook, I think, no?
Instead of taking this, you're taking that.
I'm not sure which is better, but none of them is obviously wrong.
After this, I think I have a check.
Take, okay, so...
And rook g3, queen f6 wins.
Aha, okay, okay.
So this is not so good.
Okay, so g takes f5 is more natural.
But this seems to be excellent for black. No, this is kind of important if black can defend himself, because then white was just losing tempos. And now white's rook is kind of in trouble, because if he goes back, already f6, and this rook is...
So here we see the rook on d6, the benefits of having
Yes.
the rook on d6.
I think so. But in the meantime, after g6, queen h4 was played, takes, king g7. I like it better with black.
No, black starts, okay, this is what black is dreaming of when playing
f5.
this structure.
I mean, this rook, look at this rook.
Well, maybe rook before a4 he has to try, but well, still possible, no? But I
Maybe
know.
g5 is possible to start with.
I know. No, I would prefer black here.
I'm sure that black is playing for advantage. I'm pretty sure about that.
Yeah, these structures, if white doesn't have something really big, fancy development or some concrete threats, then I know that it can flow. It can flow.
Did it took on e4? We have this position
Okay.
on with its game.
Maybe rook e3.
So all the boards have already endgame. We have this endgame, which we think more or less it's equal. We have Judit, where we consider that white is in bigger danger. He went rook e3, giving up the pawn.
Yes, okay, that's the best.
Because he didn't want to have
the things,
the time.
yes.
But I think maybe even now bishop e6 is the best. What do you think?
Maybe.
Go bishop e6, and after takes, go here, rook e2 protecting it. First of all, black can take, but also maybe just rook a3. Look how extremely powerful this.
Whoa. That's awful. You cannot. Okay, you can go king h2, but
We see a game finished over there.
yes.
Which one is that? Let's see it closely. Is it? We haven't seen the. We have a Wesley So made a draw with Prague. That's what we see. Let's see the American match because we haven't seen that. We were neglecting that. We're bad. Look what is going on there. Let's go back a little
Black
bit.
made some progress, no, with his
In
everything.
this position, h5, rook e4, queen d7. This is where we stopped. And then queen c2, rook f7, rook e1, bishop f8. Very logical to defend everything. Queen e2. Having an eye
But queen
towards.
c2, queen e2, is this what is this really convincing?
Well,
Why not knight c5?
probably he's still waiting. Well, because queen d5 and then the d5 you cannot
yes, but with
kick.
but with the queen on c2, at least there is no trick with knight takes d4, which was the case with the queen on e2.
Yeah, but it seems that he didn't want to do because he just didn't feel comfortable with the queen on having it on d5 after knight c5.
Yeah, maybe. But
Queen d5 he played anyway, and he went queen d7 because he didn't find a more useful move, it seems. Queen c4, queen b7, b4, improving his position. e6.
or exposing his position. Somehow I think that he starts going astray with white. No, a5 will follow.
But this f5 knight is incredibly good.
Well, it has some stability, yes. It's almost the only thing black has, no? The knight on f5 and stability, some stability on light squares. I mean d5, which is...
Somehow it's a position which is not so easy to crack.
No, but the knight belonged to c5 and the queen to c2.
And then he started to make repetition of moves. He got lost a little bit, it seems. And now Fabiano has only 6 minutes. Black has 8 minutes. a5, knight a4. Looking for some tactics. Queen d8 takes rook a5. Isn't black also can get better already?
I think that everything that white did over the past 10 moves is just, I mean, he could not have helped black more than he did, no? I mean, he ruins his structure, his coordination is kind of funny. There is, the queen's rook is active now, black's, I mean.
Interesting that they on board 3 also, board 2 and board 3, they are not. What? Okay, so we get the information that also Aranyan had drawn against Sarin Nihal.
I'm wondering whether we are heading for 8 out of 8 already. After the opening, it looked that it's a crash, but look what it means not to be in good shape. I mean,
So let's go board number 4. What is? Wow, what is this?
so rook fianche to jest. Let me count the,
Well, it's 2 pawns up for white.
and not such a good regrouping for black.
Well, it's a little bit tight up in the king side.
Yeah. No, but I mean, okay. What can Lanier do? He cannot.
Yeah, but I mean, the 2 pawns, I'm not sure it's so deadly.
Yes,
yet.
well,
I mean,
okay.
The rook on b5 is not necessarily harmonious, let's say.
No, the game is not over yet, but of course, they should also count with the possibility that sometimes Lanier gets into trouble. Or maybe it's not real trouble, no?
I'm not sure he's in trouble. I mean,
Because
these
after all,
pawns, look at these pawns.
And he's compact somehow. I don't like the rook on g7 so much, but that's temporary, no?
It's defending everything,
It's
and you
defending.
never know when it shows up.
And what is the queen doing on h6, for instance?
Well,
No.
what I'm worried with white about the rook,
And no squares at all?
because I don't know. Also, d3 bishop is undefended.
Okay, we can expand the discussion. Okay, what about the knight? Okay, the knight can go to c3.
The knight I don't mind, but the thing is that after rook b4, what do you do with white after bishop f5?
Suddenly the king is very...
Yeah, it can be very much exposed.
No, okay, so this is normal compensation for the pawns.
I think it's compensation. I don't know whether it's how good.
Rook g8, no? Rook g8 or...
Yeah, rook g8 is possible, but
You
I
want
don't
to
know.
go
Maybe there are
somewhere.
more concrete. Because queen e6, for example, is possible.
Just tricks, no?
Then go back.
Ah, the rook d8 maybe.
Then
No, okay, but
knight
black has play.
d4. Black has play. I also believe that the rook is.
He's in a little bit in time trouble, no?
Well, it seems like everybody is a little bit in time trouble.
So the chance of the Americans is that Caruana doesn't spoil the position even more, and
Let's see. Ooh, black is really having a
No.
fantastic position.
of course white ruined everything that could be ruined, no?
And you know what? In the next move, maybe if once black takes this, plays e5, look
Well,
at this
well.
bishop.
Well,
And then bishop e6. Oh. The weather forecast is not good for white.
yes. So maybe the Americans save the match if Dominguez works up miracles and proves his compensation for more than 2 points.
Fabiano went down under 5 minutes.
You know, it's always when such a player is in such a big shape, no, like Gukesh. There's always a question whether he plays so well or the opponents play really so badly. You
goes the two
cannot,
together.
You cannot make a distinction between them, no?
But he had some very good games.
No, I mean, okay, I
He had
just
some incredible games.
because okay, for instance, Sargsyan played awfully badly against him. I mean, he allowed his pawns to reach e5, f4, e3.
Yes.
I mean, that moment it's already a big problem. He could have prevented it. And Caruana, okay, I mean, more advantage than he had after.
Yes, but don't forget that it's also he did not blunder anything.
No, but
he didn't
played
make a. He was outplayed.
Yeah, yes, yeah, but
I think that's the word to it.
But we are talking about number 2 in the world, or okay, or similar.
Yeah, but if he's in bad form and he's making inaccuracies in every second
But
move,
this means, at least this level, it means playing badly. So, I mean, okay, you cannot distinguish between Gukesh playing very well and his opponents playing badly. They go hand in hand together somehow. I mean,
well, you cannot win 7 out of 7 playing just well.
Yes,
you need your
yes.
opponent for that,
I mean,
right?
they were saying about Fischer that his opponent, the Spassky, played below his level in Reykjavik. Okay, why did this happen against Fischer and not against Petrosian 3 years earlier, for instance? So no, I don't want to diminish the merits of Gukesh, but seeing what Caruana has done with his
The pawn is gone already.
position,
Rook a3.
I had this thought, no, that
And look what's happening. Full catastrophe
if
for white.
96.
Takes and rook f3.
Oh, okay, then he just lost the pawn without getting anything.
I think rook f3 is a killer.
There are no checks, no?
Knight e4 over.
The bishop on f8 defends everything.
Knight e3. Rook d1 was the move.
Okay.
But maybe it's about time already to play moves like e5 at some point.
Uh-huh. Of course, taking on c5 is no option because then rook d8, okay.
Well, it is possible, I think, completely, because after rook, bishop d6. You see this f5 knight?
So rook d8, rook
d8,
f8.
rook f8. Maybe it's
I know
possible.
there are back rank problems, no? I mean, okay, even this, but maybe you wouldn't want to do it.
You
no?
don't
Maybe-
want to
maybe-
do that, exactly. And Fabiano has 2 minutes, 7 moves to go. And
Well, if 5 is a possibility, if
this is
sacrifice
E5.
is not working, no?
I think e5 is very possible. I'm just wondering if there isn't anything else. Maybe also.
Knight d4 is possible, no?
Wow.
I mean, this was our idea in some.
Knight d4, knight takes d4,
And
queen c5,
knight takes is
knight
okay. Some
d6,
choices, no.
takes. I think
It's just a
here,
pawn, it's just a pawn.
yeah.
Oh.
I think this is not the best version.
I know.
Black can get something better than that.
Yes. He should look for something better. Yeah, maybe e5, no? D takes e5 doesn't seem to promise anything.
But after
no?
e5, I think
Bishop
white has
e5.
to sacrifice, has to
Somehow,
go for it.
something.
I don't know if it's good or bad, but you just have to start, give up. And
At this height, I mean, knight d4, no? Queen h5.
that's hanging. You can see on the screen that the players are like Fabiano is just sitting, right? He's just sitting the way he does,
But
he's extremely worried.
knowing what.
And Gukesh understands that he has only 7 minutes, and I think he might be feeling that he's in time trouble. He's playing in a face mask, we see. It's not obligatory in the playing hall, but it's an option. And he's just so focused.
No, of course it can be a dangerous moment for him too, because 7 out of 7, and you already hope to beat Caruana, no? Which is.
But I think you cannot think about it at this stage. You just simply cannot have this on your mind.
You are not allowed to, but you can also understand a boy who would think of it, no? 16, he's 16, I think, no?
Yes.
I mean, okay, it's.
He understands that he has the different options. Rook a7, I was thinking, and more, what do you think about knight g7 move? Isn't it a
Defender.
painful move for white?
Does it threaten anything, or?
Well, I have a pawn up, and for now I'm just defending.
Okay, everything. I'm playing rook a7.
Yeah. Because I
because the
was
end
also
games- the
thinking
end
about
games-
immediately rook a7, but then maybe knight e6, takes.
And rook f3 doesn't
By
work
the way,
so well.
g4 is also sometimes an option. No, the thing
But
is,
I like knight g7 somehow, no?
but the thing is that maybe white is not threatening with anything. He just defended this pawn, but still, if let's say white would take on e6, takes, and g4.
And if takes is a
Maybe.
knight
What about
e1?
rook g7?
Okay.
Rook g7. I want to go g4.
Anyway,
What did he play?
rook a7. No,
Rook a7.
is also.
Well, it's a healthy way of thinking. Because now after knight e6, black can go maybe rook a1.
Rook a2, rook a1. Rook a1. Oh, because everything is hanging now, no? And look at the bishop on h2.
We are witnessing history. We see a youngster flying in this Olympiad. When I played in 88 and I made 12.5 out of 13, I won 40 rating points. I think so far he won 20-something.
Yeah,
I believe.
Anand was calculating. Well, I just checked on the platform, FIDE platform powered by Chessify, and the engine said that it's minus 234 or something. So it's
Wow.
it's like 2 extra pawns already. No, 1 extra pawn we see, and the other one is the advantage. So he took on e6? No.
And of course, our viewers, you have to understand that both players know what is going on in the game. Fabiano understands it very well, how much he destroyed his great position. And Gukesh understands it very well, that this is his chance to win the 8th game.
And Caruana has half a minute left, yes, to move something in this awful position where there are no moves, no?
What did he do? G4? Do I see it right? G4.
Makes some sense. I mean, he doesn't have
Well,
moves.
and
He
it
doesn't have
also
moves.
seems that it's a big problem already. But you know what, maybe, I don't know, the question is that what is the best way of black? But actually Fabiano went down under a minute. He had only 7 seconds, if I see it correctly, because now he has 37. And after every move,
Yes.
they receive 30
Yes.
seconds of time. What an incredible moment. Incredible. H takes G4.
Okay, that was, let's say, not such a mysterious move.
If US losing this match, they are getting so far from the gold medal.
Yeah, it's some sort of disaster of an incredibly strong team if you judge by their visit cards. But visit cards don't win games, no? So Lenier has made some progress. Now the white king is on A1. Doesn't
Knight
need much,
H6. Knight H6.
but is this the best square?
Well, probably he just wants to attack, put pressure on G4. I'm not sure he did exactly the best way, because now I would bishop E5 or something, trying to get break. Well, of course, those rooks on the A file.
Yeah, and white is not stable at all, no? Yes, if he doesn't get something with bishop e5, then
It is so difficult for white to get counter chances. He just played bishop G3. Probably it's a good idea, just at least in virtually planning king G2, rook H1 to get some counter chances.
no, or just to hold the position together somehow.
It's also good to defend F2. You never know when the rook A2 is coming and it can be vulnerable.
You don't have so many pawns left with white. So.
And you don't have so many options either.
No, you don't have moves. That's okay. One pawn is missing. Okay, so what? But you don't have moves.
What about E5? After that, bishop E5 would come, because I was thinking takes rook queen D1. And of course, eventually, black has to make a decision, and there are positions where you can improve, but at some point, you have to calculate all the way, right?
Yeah, because Carona did his best to ruin a good position, but he will not drop a piece. I mean, he will try to defend now, to keep his position together, so it will be black who will need to show something. But the bad thing is that, even a move like rook a1.
Well, after rook a1, probably white takes king g2, and at least it's not losing immediately.
No, yes, but now he can take on c5, no, to win the pawn.
Maybe takes and bishop a6.
Or bishop, even better, no? Oh.
But it's not over, queen b2, let's say, bishop f1, maybe king g1 or king h2. Looks very much on the edge.
Queen takes e4, no?
But let's see what happens.
E5
finally.
No,
It's
actually
done.
e5 was there, no? Was in the cards, no? Now I understand why he played knight h6, okay.
Well, he wants to attack. Incredible that this bishop did not make a single move in this game.
It's very well developed, no?
And we can say that it is power tank.
The only reason we have to develop bishops in the opening is to connect rooks. But as we see, the rooks have a connection now. I mean, the bishops stand well on f8 and c8. In many openings, there are some Sicilians that if you manage to get your bishops out, put the pieces in the center and then retreat with the bishop on f1 and c1, you are doing great with white.
Now knight e5 was happening, so there is action. What is going on? What is going on? Did Gukesh misplace it or no? Let's see, fe, rook e5. Obvious that this is the best chance for white, going after the g5 pawn if it's going to be possible to take.
Bishop g4 maybe, no?
Well, big question. What is the next move? Bishop g4. After bishop g4, white can maybe go queen d2 and trying to attack on g5,
so bishop d1
which is
doesn't
still, and bishop g4 is on the board.
Yeah, bishop g4 cannot harm, but yes.
Gukash has 3 minutes and 49, no, he has more than 44 minutes. We see the clock, and Fabiano is going down under a minute shortly. Very tough moments for
American chess, no?
Well, for the team,
Yeah,
for the captain, for Fabiano himself. Very frustrating when you're playing badly in a team and you feel that you can't give the points, but actually you're struggling. Bishop g4,
Queen D2, okay,
it was a must, I believe.
It's a historical moment, no? You said it correctly.
Absolutely. It's so unbelievable. It's almost impossible to have 8 out of 8 on board 1. On board 1. He's just 16. Incredible what he's performing. Queen f3. And the thing is that after rook g5, black probably either plays rook g7 or just bishop g7. Also, king h8 looks extremely safe. The d1 is hanging.
Bishop e5 is possible then.
That's possible. So maybe king h7 actually the best.
No?
After rook g5, king h7 is possible because after queen c2, bishop f5. Rook a1 is in there. We are reaching to move
Queen
40
okay,
right
yes.
now. So Gukash will have to decide what to do after rook g5 because he has several options and he has only 4 minutes to go. Rook g7, bishop g7, king h7. Probably these are the 3 moves which he will be choosing of. Even king f7 could be considered, but there is no need for that.
Yes, you're right. I checked again the Chessify platform. It's black's choice between -5 and -8.
Rook g7.
Yeah, but rook g7 looks like the most solid, no? It's an extra piece and no play for white. And there is a threat of bishop h3 and the rook hanging on d1.
This is hanging, bishop h3 is in there with the idea to give checkmate on g2.
And there are no checks.
No checks around. Incredible what we've seen in the opening. Gukash had a worse position. It was so clear that Fabiano is the player who is going to be pressing all the way and probably win the game and disappoint the Indian talent. And what happened in the middle game? Fabiano misplayed it completely. Yesterday also he had a little better, well, I don't know if it's better, but very pleasant position.
Yes, active for black. I mean, okay, you play the hanging pawns, you cannot hope for more than that. I mean, it's a game.
He had a nice position, and then he misplayed it, and he collapsed after that. And this is what happened today again with Fabiano, that he had an incredible preparation, opening preparation, because we saw that it was kind of unexpected, new idea, worked out in the game, got a better position, but Gukash handled it, played, suffered a little bit, and then when the opportunity was given, then he just grabbed it, and look at this, he has a completely winning position, and he's just little bit, he has to make still 1-2 moves, and he's so close to get his 8th win. I think Vishy probably not only proud, but unbelievably following the developments of this match, because it is something absolutely amazing how Gukesh can win one game after another, and more interesting games and stronger players he's winning against. He had a very fun game against Sargsyan. We can say that Sargsyan was not playing a good game against him, but he also won it in style. And against Alexei Shirov, he won a very nice endgame. So he showed also his chess, how rounded chess player he is.
Yes.
In different parts of the game. He showed his knowledge, his dedication, his
He defeated players, quite strong players with different styles. I mean, Sargsyan is technical, Shirov is very original, Caruana is supposed to be very stable,
and he got a surprise. That's also
Yes.
special talent, and you
Yes.
have to be very strong in mindset and that how are you dealing with the novelty, right? I mean, you could say that Gukesh is 16, he plays against the top player in the world who played the World Championship match, so you can be also afraid. You can handle a surprise like what he got today, that, oh my God, Fabiano knows everything, I'm going to be losing, what should I do, to panic. No, but he was just going there, ended up understood that he was caught in the opening. He has a bad position, but he was fighting.
yes, of course. No, the only thing I really regret now is that the Norwegian team is playing so low. Because I would have liked to see the supreme test for Gukesh. A game against Magnus Carlsen. I mean, he beat all these strong guys up to. Okay, he's going.
So we're going to have a special guest shortly, but before that, let's see board number 4. Can you tell us how is it going with Dominguez?
Dominguez has a good play for the pawns. Tonight, okay, the white is on a1, and white had to defend the a file with the knight on a4, meaning that he's not really active. Knight d5 came, but okay, white also has his activity on the other wing.
So what is it? Is it going to be a draw, or can black go? Can white make a draw immediately? Not really, right? Because I was wondering if after king g8, is rook g6 a possibility,
because
or
then she might go for it now to win the match.
because takes
Yes.
takes, queen e6, king goes out. Let's say I don't know exactly, h5 or something. No idea.
Okay, but there is a threat of rook c1, no? And rook c1 is such a big threat. Knight b4 takes.
But what about queen e5 check?
Queen e5 check and
King h6.
well, queen
Okay, so here we are going to have some
yes.
very special game, and well, the playing hall is on fire because we'll see what will happen in the Fabiano game. But let's go for just a short break, and we'll have a special guest just shortly.
I know they waiting on me. I know they waiting on me. The world is waiting on me. The world is waiting on me. Yeah, they hear me coming. They hear me coming. I'm on my way. I know they waiting on me. I see them waiting on me. The world is waiting on me. It's been a long time coming, anticipation is building. I got women, kids, and children on top of this building spilling. They guts out to the world about how I'm the one that's killing. The game one beat at a time, but still bringing the healing. I know they waiting on me, I see them waiting on me. The world is waiting on me.
inspiring safety record, strong balance sheet, world-class resource assets, groundbreaking innovation, steady and sustainable contribution to nation's social, economical and environmental development. NLCIL Navaratna CPSE under the administrative control of Ministry of Coal, Government of India, a corporate with a human nature, creating wealth for the well-being.
Hi, we have our special guest, the smallest, the youngest participant of the Olympiad, Randa Sedar. Welcome.
مرحبا. شو تقولي ها؟ مرحبا. Hi.
Hi. Well, I want to ask, it's a pity that you don't speak English, but I think your father will be helping us out to my questions.
Sure.
How do you like the Olympiad?
كيف شايف الأولمبياد؟ كيف حاببتيها؟ It's great.
It's the first time. Did you expect something like this, that there are so many people, so many countries and nations, and you represent your team there?
توقعتي كل هذا الحجم من الناس يكون موجودين والأحداث هاي والشغلات الكبيرة هاي توقعتيها هيك؟ No. She didn't expect.
What is the feeling you have when you sit down at the board with your team?
شو بكون شعورك لما تقعدي على الطاولة مع فريقك؟ It's a great feeling.
Do you like to play long games or shorter games?
بتحبي تلعبي ألعاب طويلة ولا ألعاب سريعة رابد بليتز؟ Both of them.
Okay. So what is your dream? You're a chess player. When did you started to play chess and what are your dreams?
متى بلشتي تلعبي شطرنج؟
5
At 5. شو أحلامك في الشطرنج؟ شو حابة تكوني في الشطرنج؟
صرت أنا زيها.
World champion for men or for women؟ للرجال ولا للستات؟
تين.
Both.
Both.
Women and men.
Okay, so what is the timing for that? What are the...
متى هذا الحكي؟ متى بتوقعي؟ كم سنة بدك؟ 1 year؟
Is there something that you want to tell me or you want to ask me? Because I ask questions and you want to ask from me, maybe.
بدك تسألي سؤال جوديت ولا لا؟ هي من بداية الحلقة وهي عمالها بتسألك. أنت بدك تسأليها شيء؟
This is your chance.
اسألها إنه هي أما قديش يعني أما صرت طلعت يعني تلعب مع الرجال والبنات صرت تلعب مع الرجال. كم سنة كانت تلعب؟
How old are you when you start playing with in the open section?
Well, I started to play when I was 5 years old, like you, to play chess. And then already very beginning, I was playing with adults and men.
هيك شيء open section يعني. هي بلشت مثلك 5 سنين تلعب بس لما كبرت شوي صارت تشارك في بطولات مفتوحة open. Okay.
And you know, I was very happy when I won my first tournament when I was 6 years old. The block where we lived, and I got a little chess set. I was very proud of my result. What is your result that you're most proud of?
هلا هي كانت أكثر شغلة سعيدة لما كان عمرها 6 سنوات وفازت في البطولة وأخذت هدية. كانت كثير فخورة في نفسها ومبسوطة. هلا أنت شو أكثر حدث شاركتي فيه وشاعر حالك إنك فخورة فيه ومبسوطة؟ إيش بتذكري؟ هيك شعرتي حالك إنك أنت مبسوطة أخذتي إشي كثير حلو. أي بطولة؟
بطولة السيدات.
The woman, yes, she got the second place in woman champion in Palestine. This is just before 2 months, and by this result, she come here because she find herself very proud to get the second place on woman section.
Wow, that's great. So do you want to ask the question from me as last to finish, or should I ask from you?
انت تطلب منها شغله ولا هي تطلب منك شغله؟ انت حرة. Up to you.
إيش يعني؟ إيش
What did you mean? What did you mean? She asked me, what did you mean?
So you have 4 more games in this Olympiad. What are your plans? You want to play all the games?
ضايل 4 مباريات. حابة تكملي ال4 مباريات؟ Yes, indeed.
So what I can wish you good luck. And I hope chess will be your friend for a long time, and you will be a great player, and to have the maximum you can out of your talent.
هي بتمنى لك التوفيق وان تصلي للماكسيمم، انه تتوفقي وتكملي في هالطريق الطويل. شو بتحبي تقولي لها؟
So play chess every day, and if you really want to be serious, you have to learn all kind of books, playing with friends, playing with other people, online, offline, but you have to do it every day to be good.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
Thank you very much. And good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Inspiring safety record, strong balance sheet, world-class resource assets, groundbreaking innovation, steady and sustainable contribution to nation's social, economical and environmental development. NLCIL Navaratna CPSE under the administrative control of Ministry of Coal, Government of India, a corporate with a human nature, creating wealth for the well-being.
Welcome, everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Welcome back to the 8th round of the 44th Chess Olympiad. We have history going on. It's a historical moment. Gukesh won against Fabiano Caruana. And it's not the fact that he won, which is historical, but he has 8 out of 8 points. Incredible on board 1. And we'll see how the match itself unfolds. And is India 2 has real chance for a gold medal? Let's see what happened in the game. What do you see on the board?
Oh, now
Many pieces.
I see on the last remaining game, I see that white is simply 2 pawns up. You mean...
Before that, I just want to highlight
yes,
that this was the game where 3 extra piece is with
and
black.
If
and
rook takes e4, then rook a1
back
mate.
rank. So this was just
Of course,
over.
not complicated, but a nice way to finish.
We have 2 draws on board 2 with Levon Aronyan. White was Sarin. And on board 3, Vasiliso against Pragnananda. On board 4, can Dominguez make miracle?
Well, the miracle would be not to resign immediately because he's 2 pawns down and under a pin. I mean, rook ft1.
What an incredible situation we are witnessing right now when USA, almost half 100 point, is the average rating higher than any other team in this Olympiad. And it seems like it's not going to get easy for them to get the gold medal, and even they are fighting for medal itself, because look at this. Before the round, Armenia was leading already with 13 points, and USA had only 12 points. No, and USA with 11. Actually, it's 14. No.
I think Armenia 13 and the other teams 12.
Armenia 13.
Yes.
I'm very sorry. And USA had 12 as India 1, 2, and some other teams. But right now, the problem is for Dominguez that he had a good position, though, in the middle game, but he misplayed it, it seems.
Yeah, it's an idol. But okay, of course, the American team cannot hope that Dominguez will save them in every game, because especially that now he plays the second black in a row, no? So, I mean, okay, what if the fortune breaks? No, it looks like like he's under this pin, and he's surely not going to win, which would be the only thing. I mean, rook d1, and if white wants, he can just start looking around, because black cannot move. Rook d1, and then h5, for instance. I mean, okay, you hold the pin, and then h5. It looks like winning, no? h5, a6.
Well, what kind of counter chances he has? I believe he must have also big time trouble in this game. Now it's already move 42.
Yes, of course. You see that the match is not developing in a funny way.
Well, if India wins now, they are really India too, then they really get very close to that medal. But not only that, but to win against USA for this teenager team in the top with Pragnananda and Gukesh, it's incredible.
And actually, India won.
Let's see what's going on there.
I think that everything will be decided on the last board, where actually Armenia is... no, this I don't think that Armenia can...
So this will be a draw.
He'll play another 50 moves, of course.
Until the match is going on?
Yes.
For sure, right? Board 2, Vidit made a draw at this point, even though it seemed to me that maybe I would make some more moves with black.
Yeah, okay. India was slightly lucky here that, okay, nothing.
Yes, after the opening, it was quite.
No, after the opening, okay, no. If we take the opening, then Armenia was lucky. But because Armenia is playing with black, no?
Yes.
So after the opening, it looks like it's bad for black, no? But then it could have been much better, maybe.
But I don't understand in this position really why.
Bishop e6 seems to work, no?
Couldn't black move on in this position and play?
Yes, because if knight takes somewhere, then bishop d5. No, I was thinking of that.
Interesting. At first sight, I would think that I would move on and try.
I also thought that is... and b5, I mean, okay, what are you going to do about the b pawn? You have your worries on the king side, and...
Let's see what's going on board 3.
Here I don't think that black has realistic chances.
Well, it shouldn't be too much.
Symbolic, but... so the question is whether Armenia wins on the last board. Hovhannisyan was the hero. I mean, he played his inspired Queen G2 against poor Sam Shankland, yes, convincing him that the move was... no, of course there was no trick, but it was very inspired to...
Let's see on the fourth board what we have. White to move now.
He has to take on...
Rook A4. How would black continue this one?
Maybe rook b1, no?
Well, I mean, the d6 pawn is still bothers me.
Of course, yes.
If I'm...
But if rook a7,
but we have
d6.
a draw agreed in this position. It seems.
That was strange.
Only we want to play on.
No, but I believe that it was strange that here and the other game.
It's strange because both places we consider that maybe it was black who could be playing further.
You don't win the Olympiad if you don't use such opportunities.
Well, let's see. So on board 2, board 4, it's a draw already. And right now it seems that, well, e5, action. And
Maybe
why is this such a good action?
Isn't f5 a kind of...
But my first question, if let's say just a simple thing, is this something so simple? Because black is going to be reaching out to e6 and it's a draw, right? Okay.
No, but okay. Oh, no, so sorry. Bishop f6. Okay, no, I want to see this. I want to see this.
Well, maybe bishop e7 was not the best move by me, but let's say, okay, show me why is it winning, even if I just go this.
King f4? It will be Zugzwang, no?
I'm not sure. King f4. Okay, let's say I play badly.
King e4, okay. Play as bad.
King e4.
Play as bad as you can.
Yes, I'm trying.
And b3.
b3.
So you lose the pawn on a5. I mean, you have to go a5 and...
Yes, okay, so this was the very simple way how I should not do. So I go bishop c7.
Okay, you asked me in that moment. But okay, let's say king f4, no, king d7, bishop f8 now. You have to go bishop b6, king e4.
King e6, b4?
No, but I can
bishop
still
b6.
make moves, no? Yes, bishop a7, bishop c7 is not such a big thing, but
maybe
king d7.
Can you go here, king d5?
It's a question, no? Yes.
Maybe king d8.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's very much on the edge, no?
Well, this one I think black saves. But let's say after e5.
Well, f5, I don't understand.
But I'm still wondering if, I mean, it's not so easy draw.
No. This is very much on
one.
the edge. No.
But maybe the simplest is after king f4 that I don't go king d7, I just play bishop b8, bishop c7. Maybe this is the way how black should be doing.
Okay. And there is no break. King e4, bishop c7. Okay. And if I take with the bishop on e5, how is it then?
Sorry?
If I take with the bishop on e5, I mean...
in this position.
Yes. Then it's...
Takes. Here.
King there. Now we have
king
to...
f4, king here. But this is...
No, king e7 you have to go, yes.
Sorry, king e7.
And this may be a draw, no?
We have a move. Bishop f6. Look at the style he was making. Like he really knows that he's going to win this. Actually, I don't like e5.
No, e5 is suicide. I think if you really want to lose the game, then you go e5. I mean, if you really want to...
I mean, you want to keep the closed position, right?
If you really want to give a heart attack to your team, then I mean, you play e5. It's not that white was threatening much, no?
No.
I mean, if you weaken the light squares... No, I like this body language. I mean, okay, he played bishop f6.
No, he was...
Now we start to tighten up the network. Yes, now the snake, the boa constrictoris. No, of course. No, it's not funny. You thought you are a tiger, but you are not.
No, because right now there are many options for white, right? f5 is an opportunity.
Yeah,
then the d5 square.
Does the pawn on f7 if the bishop somehow reaches d5, for instance? The pawn on f7 is...
Yes, okay, that's
the king can go to... Yeah, the queen can go to d5. I mean...
You can also bring the king to e4. Actually, maybe that's the square. If you don't want to take it, you just play king f3 and king e4, so black will have to take it.
Yes, at some point, yes. Not really, but at
maybe e5 was losing.
Sorry?
Maybe e5 is losing.
No, e5, I mean, you know, many strange things at this Olympiad, no? I mean...
Well, it's... chess is a tough game. To play it well, it's not easy. E takes f4, e takes f4. One thing is sure, white made a significant improvement.
Yes.
So the plan can be king f3, king e4 possibly.
I mean,
and also at some point maybe bishop e5.
Yeah, maybe.
But maybe not.
I mean, earlier I would have been very surprised if white showed anything. But now I would be very surprised if white doesn't win this. I mean, even if it's not objectively still a draw, but okay, now you have to defend a much more difficult position. So maybe boards 2 and 4 were inspired, no? Maybe they... I mean, e5 is almost as bad as Shankland's touching the king.
No, you cannot compare it to that.
Well, I mean, okay, that one at least I can understand him. I mean, he thought he really didn't see. He was tired.
Yeah, but maybe he thought it's going to be everything concrete, and he underestimated that he makes such weaknesses in the position.
Yeah, but I mean, he's a positional player. He's a good player. I mean,
I understand, but
this is why it surprises me at least as much as.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, okay, at least Sam, okay, he knew how the position was. He didn't simply see that corner of the. Okay, he was tired, 6 hours, whatever. But
yes, but actually, the game, what happened with Shankland yesterday, he had an awful position. So it happens many times.
Yes,
there are so many occasions when you have a bad position, you kind of survive it, you fought for the draw that finally to save it,
yes,
and then you make a mistake and then you lose it, right?
But it was an optical illusion, actually. It was not even.
It was so many hours that he was suffering, and he knew that he's going to lose the game, right?
I think
it's only a miracle.
His visual angle didn't include that side of the board. He saw a move there.
I think the body language was like, I go to h1.
But he didn't see the square. He probably didn't see that corner. Probably he was so tired that he didn't see visual. He had no visual access to the corner. And no, that's understandable. Of course, it's a heavy blunder. I mean, okay, in a drawish position. But e5 is something that he did without being forced to. I mean...
Yes, but don't forget that how difficult the position is when you just have to decide, okay, I'm going to sit and wait until they torture me. And the question is...
Shouldn't I lose quickly?
No, that was not exactly the question. Maybe there is some thing we did not see, opportunity for white to go.
No, but look at him. Look.
He's I think he
played
realized
E5
that.
and now he doesn't know what to do. No, it's obvious it was just. No, it's surprising because he's a fine positional player. I said earlier that he's my favorite Indian player from those playing here. Okay, I didn't know the youngsters so well. I had no information about Kukesh, so... no, maybe it's not losing yet, but it's a big help for white.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's see, go to board number 3, which is hard to imagine that black will win this.
Yeah, actually the white rooks now are decent. No, rook h5,
rook h5, rook h4.
Yeah,
I'm not crazy about that rook though.
Yeah, but it keeps.
But it keeps pressure.
It attacks f5, no, and if king f6, then rook d6.
Yeah, I mean the d1 rook is very good.
No, he was worse. I mean, okay, starting with g6 and everything, white was slightly worse. We agree to that, but now.
So it's over, and India 2 won 3-1. 3-1 against the States. So they have 14 points. 14 points.
14, yes, okay.
So in case Armenia cannot win,
they will be
now
tied.
It seems Armenia will be winning, but let's say it's a draw, then India 2 tied for first place.
Yes. And India 1 is would be 1 point lower, I think, if they draw.
India one match point.
India 1, yes, but if they lose, then...
yes,
then
if they lose, then they are, yeah, because right now they, India 2 and India 1, they had both 12 points.
By the way, we have news in the ladies' match, India against Ukraine. The Muzichuk sisters managed to reach draws, even though they were pawn down each. So everything will be decided by Ushenina, who seems to have the better ending.
Wow, it's quite promising for black.
You understand?
And this would be an incredible turning point of the women's Olympiad section, because India is leading before round 8. Before today it was a start. They lead it with 1 match point, with 14 points. They've won all their matches, while Ukraine dropped the match point and they had only 12. So now for the Ukrainians, it is essential to win to stay in the for the first place. They catch up in that case. And let's see what's going on with the Georgians, because Georgia, Armenia also have 12.
White will get into Zugzwang, no? I mean, she cannot hold the position as it is. Well, whether this means that she loses is not so clear. But
the another question is how can... actually, I'm not sure that black will win.
No, but white is in Zugzwang. White has to give...
It's black to move now.
Okay, a6, let's say.
a6, let's say.
No, she'll get into Zugzwang, but of course it doesn't mean she will lose. Okay, at some point the rook will have to abandon the pawn on c2. But okay, it's not funny.
Why, Charlie? Let's see what she played.
a4 maybe, okay.
What did black do in this position after a3? c5 was played.
Okay, c5.
So what about g4, let's say?
g4, king f4.
King f4, rook e4, king f3, rook e5.
Rook takes c2,
rook c2, rook c5, king g4, king b1, rook b2, king
there,
a1.
Maybe. Okay, so I should go rook f2 maybe, no?
Rook f2, rook c3. I hate this with white.
Yes,
I hate this cut.
But she had already this is a better version. Ushenina already won upon her ending with 2 against 1. Remember, white had a chance to... No, it was the f pawns and the passed b pawn. some rounds earlier, and white didn't go with the king round to get counterplay. But this is much better than that one, because now the king is also far. So I guess rook f5, a5, king moves away and advances the g pawn. It's over.
Well, this is actually an easy win.
Yeah.
What a comeback for the Ukrainian team. And of course, a sad day for Indian ladies if this happens, unless Vaishali can pull some magic out of her hat.
Well, it's still a game, of course, but it looks very bad for white.
It looks very difficult to hold. Okay, what happens if she does not play g4, but let's say she goes rook h2, king g5,
then she takes to g5, okay.
rook e2, and
King
I just wait.
G5, okay.
Okay, g5, rook e2.
Okay, so now she makes a move, maybe, no? C4,
Okay,
maybe.
A6.
A6, okay.
Rook h2.
G4 or E4? I don't know, it looks... No, this should be even worse than...
After e4, for example, I go rook f2.
Aha, okay. So maybe G4, okay. G4 also rook f2, yeah?
Well, here also you can go king e5, possibly. But in this position after g4, I don't know if... anyway, rook f2.
Okay, I see your idea. Okay, so you have a trick, but the position remains difficult, no?
Well, of course, it's hard to imagine that this position is not winning. Moreover, I believe it's not only one way there is winning. It's simply the position itself.
Yeah.
It has so many different ideas for black that...
Pawns are equal, but most likely white is going to win through the pawn. The king
maybe
is...
white should be going rook e4, what do you think? And after rook c2 to go rook c4. Maybe this is a
something
chance.
quick, yeah?
I think this is what she should do. To activate, so typical in rook endgame, right? To go for the activation and go behind the pawn.
Yeah, maybe this.
At least I have some activity.
Yeah.
Okay, this is at least some chance.
Yeah, okay. This looks like... What did she do?
So let's see what happened. What did she play? And then let's go back to the open section.
A4 she went.
A4 I don't like. I'm very sorry. Though, we'll see how it's going to be happening. We'll get back to this.
Because the point is that if you go rook e4, okay, if I go a5 now and you go rook e4, then I can go rook b4.
Yes, now
So,
it's already a completely different story.
Yes.
A4 I don't like at all because it gives extra weaknesses of the position, but probably she's not realizing, as we also didn't realize it so fast, that rook e4,
yes.
rook e.
No, in the
c4.
light of rook e4, the missed possibilities of rook e4, a4 is a heavy mistake.
In the meantime, let's go to the Germany-Uzbek game.
Okay.
Because there are some interesting happenings, I believe. On the first board, the two talented players, Kaimer Vincent and Abdusattor of Nodirbag, they made a draw. We have another draw on boards 3 and 4. While we have one more game running, Yakuboyev playing with the white pieces looks extremely winning for white. But maybe I'm wrong, but I can...
No, without counting, when I saw the position,
It just looks so winning, right? Which means that Uzbekistan could be a winner, which they are also a very young team, very talented team. Uzbekistan has 12 points. They would also come up to 14.
Well...
What a tight...
They have 12, yes. So Armenia...
They had 12?
Armenia needs to win the match.
Yeah, they are fighting.
But they got all the help they needed to win it. So,
Incredible. So Germany is suffering here. Both players have nearly 15 minutes, but the white bishop there on f6, having a pawn on d6. This pawn on c6 basically controlled by the two pawns.
It looks like a game of Shashki, no? Draft how do they call it, draws, when you have pieces of one kind, the place is a chessboard, but they have the same kind of pieces, and they are placed of just one color. So, okay,
well, for
queen,
poor black, his pieces,
yes,
pawns are very much behind, and you can see that Blombaum Matthias is suffering in this position. I would suffer the least what he does, because his king position is also not promising. The queen is defending the h5, but the e6 pawn is also under attack. So I think there are going to be several options, because in the last move white played after bishop e5, king h7, bishop f6, and white is heading to go bishop e7.
but if takes on f6 now?
That is why I also believe that knight f6 will be the only move, but after this black cannot take because white takes on h5. So, and after queen h6, queen f7 check first, and only after that taking. So after gf6, what can black do? Rook g3 is a threat, d7 is a threat.
Rook e5 is a
Rook
threat.
e5 is a threat. Basically, it just looks hopeless.
Black cannot exchange queens because then...
It is equal pawns, but it's a very different quality of pawns.
To have such passed pawns on a d6 and f6, no, even if they are not sustained by a bishop on
and
e5.
also the activity of the player, the pieces, right? The e3 rook is ready to attack, the queen on e2 ready to attack, and somehow, even though it looks like first that the king's position is similar, black king will be much more vulnerable, especially because of this rook e5 also. And
no, your rook g3 is also quite convincing.
well, this is again a position
Yes.
where there is no one way to win, but it's hard not to win, I guess, because there are so
You have
many
to work
opportunities.
Hard, yes, not to win.
So Uzbekistan winning the match, then there is a huge... What about Kazakhstan against Azerbaijan? What happened in that game, on that match? Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan. We have first game, it was a draw here. Mamedov played a draw. Then Kazakhstan won on board 2. And then it seems Azerbaijan won on board 3 and Azerbaijan won on board 4, which means that Azerbaijan now has 13 points, which is not enough yet to be on the top. But of course, winning a match in round 8, it's always helpful to move forward on the cross table. Let's see what's going on. Still after bishop f6, black didn't make a move. We still have the Indian match running against Armenia. There is a little regrouping in the meantime, because after e takes f4, bishop f8, king f3, this is what we were discussing, that the king is going to be moved to e4, bishop d6, because black cannot do much in this position. So he thinks that the best defensive idea is to go back and forth to d6 and f8. So white played now bishop c3,
Maybe
king
it's,
d6.
yeah, maybe it's objectively still survivable with black, but well,
Well, it's getting more and more dangerous for black, of course, and Sargsyan will be playing this forever,
yes.
for another 150 moves if he has to win, that's for sure.
I suggest that we wait for 30, 40 more moves. We don't stay the whole 150.
Well, eventually I think he will play f5 in some form,
yes.
right? Because for now, the important thing for white, that black cannot go knight e7, knight f5, for example, or generally to
bishop
move
e8.
because of bishop e8. So this is something that black has to be careful. At the same time, I must say, first of all, sometimes knight d4 can be the move, you know,
Yes, but
trying
then-
to activate.
yeah,
But
bishop
this way that the e6 pawn was eliminated after bishop e8, king e6 can be maybe just a simple saving.
Okay.
So maybe we were not fair at all to complain about e5 of Hare Krishna's move.
Maybe, but I think it gives some...
It was frightening for sure, scary.
It gives white some chances, some space, but okay, maybe.
Okay, I have a
But
question.
enough,
What
yes.
happens if bishop takes and f5?
Okay. So I assume you have to go. Okay, you can take and bishop e7. That's one possibility.
Take and bishop e7. And it seems like black will be able to hold it, right?
Bishop
Because bishop
d6.
f6, bishop d6,
Bishop
bishop
d8,
d8,
king
king
d7.
d7. And if bishop goes away, bishop e7 and black holds. Right.
King,
Okay, this
bishop,
is the
bishop
position.
d2, bishop d2 still.
Bishop f6, king c7. Okay, so there was a repetition.
If now, okay, king d5 doesn't achieve anything.
So what about time to play f5?
F5 maybe, no?
You feel it that it's pressure.
You're on the edge.
It's pressure.
You're on the edge, yes.
That's clear. That's clear that white is pressing. Though I wouldn't be surprised if instead of f5, Sargsyan would go, let's say, king d5,
But
knight b4,
king u.
king. But he has to be careful to repetition of moves.
Yes, yes.
So that's
he
not so
cannot.
simple. What about playing f5 after all?
Yes. And okay, probably black has to take, no?
Okay, takes.
Otherwise the pawn is too weak.
Okay, but now takes, and if black goes king d6,
We can still make a move for bishop c3,
Well,
but
after bishop
e7.
c3, well, first of all, bishop e7.
No?
Yeah. And if now bishop goes to g7?
Maybe knight d4, no?
After knight
I would
d4,
take
I
and-
was planning to take and bishop e8.
Bishop e8, and suddenly it gets funny, no? Because you
And
catch
it's
the pawn. You catch that
not
pawn
exactly funny for black, I guess.
and you defend all the pawns with bishop d1 and b3 if necessary. And then win the bishop with
Yeah.
simple moves.
Let's go back to the Matthias game. Matthias, well, queen f7 happened, and then bishop e7, which was the plan of white. So now it is extremely difficult for black to defend the e6, because, well, black can go queen f4 check, but after that I think the simplest is to go king h3 or king g2, but now the h5 is hanging, not only the f6. So after queen f5, let's say king g3. And it's very hard to imagine how black can hold this position. And what an important, crucial game is going to be win by Yakuboyev from Uzbekistan.
Yeah, he just has to keep calm because now the position is won by itself, no?
Many of the games are finished.
If knight f8, then rook f3 probably, no? It's
What about the Dutch Hungarian?
Against Hungary, I
match?
think that,
Unfortunately,
the
we are
first-
losing already, yeah?
no, it's equal score, but Giri is
equal-
probably
Not
winning
equal
against.
score. Not equal score because
Giri
Giri
won already. Yes.
won already
Okay.
against Erdős. We have draw on
Okay, then.
second board.
No, that result was missing earlier when I
On
looked.
force. Ooh, this is nasty what Max did to us. It's kind of a mating story. Was it some tactical killing? Look at that.
It exchanged variation, yes.
Look at that. G4, H5, Queen H4. This is when we talk about attack. This is what it is. Knight D4 takes, Bishop H3. I mean, it's like the storm. Takes. Ooh. This was a nasty way. Oh.
Will you invite him to the festival after such a performance?
This was. Oh, Well, this is an interesting endgame, though.
But it's
Both
still
against Banus.
It's still in game, in play. I thought.
Rook c7. So black is still fighting, but now king b3 and then king a3 maybe. Maybe king a3 is the better, because otherwise rook b1 can show up. So rook c7, king a3, but then check here. This is lost.
Yes, it's simple lost, no? Rook c4, king b5 already.
Yeah, this is the position. King b3.
No time to reach f3 with the black king.
No, but
because you
hold
cannot
on.
cross
No,
this.
but this is draw after all.
But rook b6. This is the position then. Okay.
No, because I played wrong. I was looking rook c6, but rook c7, but rook c6 is the move. And then rook b6. So this maybe can be saved.
Okay, so maybe g4.
G4. Well, I don't know if king e5 simply. Well,
King
first of
E5
all,
no,
no,
king
for
E5
now,
rook E8.
black just gives check.
Okay, I go to but I go okay c5. Why there? I want to
So
go
king
to
c5, where are you heading to?
e8.
And then I will take f takes g4.
But how I don't? You don't have time to take.
I'm
no.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Now you have to go rook there.
No, then that I just messed it up in my head.
No. You have to take probably at once, no?
King c4, rook b1, g4 to take.
And then I go king d5, let's say, or there, yes.
Okay, king f5. This is
and-
what I wanted, but somehow I thought, I
No,
have time.
then I don't go
to
g4. I
take
just
and
go with the
check.
king. Let me go with the king. I play g4 later. And so g4 was premature.
You go to e8
I go
first.
to I mean as far as you allow me to go. I mean no
But I
g4.
still don't understand where you're heading.
Okay, check.
Sorry.
King c7,
Rook d1, king c6, rook c1, king d7,
yes.
rook b1.
Okay, now I go king e8, let's say.
Okay. Rook b2.
So I mean there is no plan, no? Well, there is the plan of rook d8 at some moment. But no, it doesn't
But
work.
to do
no.
what?
It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
No, it seems like there is a good chance that there is a draw, but it doesn't help us.
Yeah.
Iran beat France, if I see it correctly.
No winning chance. I can try to mate myself to go with the king to h4.
Yeah, that's not the point exactly. Let's see what's going on in this. F5.
Okay, F5
F5
was
is
played,
there.
okay.
Takes. And then we have one other game. This is the Erigaisi playing with black.
This
from
can
India.
become funny. I'm not sure. It should end in a draw, but of course, black's position looks a bit more active, no?
But maybe now there is some chance for black, because if he goes king d5,
So maybe he should not go c4, no? Maybe just rook on the back rank.
well, rook h8, then rook f2, check,
Check, yes.
king e6. It's winning, I believe. Isn't it? King e4, rook e2 check,
Yes.
king d5, rook e3.
Well, rook f8 probably.
Rook f8. Well, maybe black can just
not,
go.
No, why not rook b8? Okay, just rook b8. I mean, to force your hand, maybe.
But after rook b8, I just take.
And if rook f8, you attack my rook. Okay, so I have to go rook f8. Okay, understood. Okay, rook f8.
Rook f8 only move. Well, actually not only move, because now I was not threatening, maybe. No, I was. Or I wasn't, because rook e6 check. you
Rook
had.
e6 I have.
Okay, king
Okay,
g5.
then maybe h4. Then maybe h4 is a better move than rook f8.
H4.
It
No,
was
but then takes and king f5 and king g4.
No, of course,
not clear.
optically it looks a bit dangerous for...
Not clear. Let's see what we have. King f5 is on the board. King f5.
He probably didn't like c4 after king d5.
That's possible.
Or if he wants to repeat the moves. Or if he wants a draw.
Well, going back and forth. Going back and forth. Rook h5, king f6, rook h6. Let's see how Arjun wants to be playing for a win. He knows that he should be fighting. He wants to create something. He wants to create something. Of course, the key question is in this position whether the f3 pawn can be captured the way that the e5 does not have to be given in exchange, or with this, or to exchange both, but with good circumstances for black.
Yeah, like for instance, this g4 square after my h4.
Yes.
Sorry.
Very tough endgame for Sargsyan against Hare Krishna. Trying, pressing, but this game is also extremely important because Armenians know it, that you sweat until the very end. You have to fight, you have to create your own chances. It's not enough to wait for your opponent to make mistakes. Arjun is looking out elsewhere from the board, but I'm sure he's just calculating. And his brain is ticking.
Maybe he's just asking himself whether they will criticize him if he just repeats the moves, no? He doesn't seem to be very much, but okay, maybe I'm wrong. His body language is not very aggressive somehow, no? Or maybe he looks, there is a demo board where he can see...
I think he's calculating simply.
Maybe.
So king g5, rook e6, king f5. Rook e8, rook f2, right?
Yeah, actually black should play this, it's not that complicated.
But maybe king g5, hold on. Maybe king g5 and I go king h4. So king e4, rook e2, king d5, and simply king h4.
It looks dangerous for white.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The question is, of course, what happens.
So where did he go?
Let's see what has happened. King f5. I think he went back.
The question is whether there is a threefold repetition.
In the German game versus Uzbekistan, Germany, there is a finish. So Uzbekistan is up 13 points. That was a very crucial victory for them.
I think that Hare Krishna allowed a bit more of progress to Sargsyan. The knight has to go now to b7.
Uzbekistan has 14 points.
14, okay.
14, I'm sorry. Uzbekistan has 14 points.
That was a crash. I don't know how, I didn't see
Well,
how.
this final position definitely shows that it was something very bad. So the big match is going on between Armenia, the leader, and India 1.
But
Let's see.
one move earlier, yes. Please go one move back. Because Hare Krishna went knight a5, and now bishop e5, king e6. Yes, bishop e5 was good. And now bishop c3 was, or c3 I think, would have forced the knight to go there, and maybe that's not so beautiful, no? It's changing
But I'm
the
not
setup.
sure because king f5 is possible. If after knight d6, the c4 pawn is in trouble.
Well, b3 is not real trouble, no? b3,
No, knight d6.
king f4, and then the bishop goes to d5. In the game, she didn't take advantage of it. She went bishop d1. Yeah, of course, it's not so many pawns left. So he went bishop d1, then the knight returned to c6.
Yes, but now it's possible
Bishop g4.
that bishop g4
Yeah, it looks a bit more active than earlier.
and bishop f4 or something.
She still made some progress, no?
Or bishop c7, for example, trying to put pressure from this side. And also bishop c8.
You understand? This is getting... No, knight a5 was kind of giving back space, no?
Yeah, but it's very difficult to keep it. To keep this square,
Yes,
to
yes,
keep that
yes.
square, not to allow to d5, not to allow to f5, one bishop, other bishop, you know. It's like they are attacking you from everywhere and eventually you get tired and
From practical point of view, I
collapse.
think it's closer to a win than to a draw, even though maybe objectively it's a draw.
yes, yes.
But from practical, I mean,
Practical point of view, it's like...
if you hold this, you are a genius, or you are lucky. Let's say.
Definitely, it's a very difficult situation for black. Let's see what happened. I think, yeah, we have bishop g4, king e7 on the board. Now we see this bishop stuck a little bit on f8. For the moment, white cannot go to d5 because the exchange
Just
would
a
lead
draw,
to a draw.
yeah.
So now the question is where the white bishop is going to be moving away. f4, g3, c7. But most likely not on this diagonal because then black goes back to d6 and this is where we were.
Oh yeah, and not such a big progress.
I think now it's already time to move to this.
Maybe he hopes
diagonal.
for f6, but f6, okay, king d5.
At the same
G6,
time-
G6 also, okay.
But don't forget that if, let's say white moves here,
Yes.
then black can go
Yes,
bishop
that was my
g7.
problem. That was my problem,
And if
yes.
b3, then also black can go ready knight to d4. Though, look at that, even some checkmate ideas can happen. Look at this, if king
Yes,
c7
this is
and bishop
dangerous.
d7.
This is dangerous.
But I think knight d4 and then knight to e6,
Aha.
reaching back. So let's see what...
But that is losing. No? Knight
Let's-
d6, I take on c5, you play knight d6, I take on e6 and king b6.
yeah, here it can
I mean,
happen.
it looks like losing, no?
Well, there was another option instead of knight d4 to go king d8.
Okay, no, I just wanted to...
Okay, bishop h5, king here, this move, you know, g6 possible,
Or bishop g4, yeah.
both, one first and after that the other.
Yeah.
Like for example, knight d4, g6,
g6 wins, no? Ah, f6 force or...
check, here, here, here.
Yeah, of course,
Or not here, but bishop d1.
d1, yes.
Incredible, no?
No, even if these are fake threats, I mean, no.
He went back to c3. Probably he wants to make another 5 rounds before he goes to the other diagonal. King d6 will be on the board, and on
Yeah, but
bishop
then,
h5, king e6.
Okay, but if he doesn't use the small given chances, then...
Okay, but he can bring that back anytime.
But who says that he will play knight a5 again?
No, but he can. I think he can just bring back the position. I mean, what do you do?
Okay,
With the knight, you will have to move.
Okay.
Look at
okay.
There are great opportunities for black.
Yes.
That's why. So he will have to move again, and then he'll go back to that diagonal. Let's see in the meantime what happened. Oh, I thought it's a mate, but it's not a mate yet. Rook e3, king f5. But I think
the h pawn
is
is the h pawn is also a passer.
yeah. Now white is trying to look for some counter chances with the h over there. Not so simple. Let's see if rook f3, rook e5, king c4. White goes h4, right?
And rook b5 is also in the cards.
Yeah, it seems like white is holding the draw.
Well, it's a bit on the edge, no? But
While Hare Krishna is suffering and has to fight for his draw like crazy.
it looks a bit awful with the king on e7 and bishop on f8, but okay. The question is, what is the white doing? He wants to go bishop c8 probably, no? To attack, to force a5. And then, of course, it's another discussion. The king could go to a4 maybe, sometimes. Or he could simply win the pawn on a5.
Interesting that black is not moving.
Knight b4 he went.
Even knight b4. Okay.
Yeah.
He can go check on f6. King d6, check on e5. King e7.
Bishop c7 or somewhere, no?
Or bishop c8. What do you think about bishop c8?
King d8, bishop b7, no?
If king d8, bishop b7, bishop e7, let's
but
say.
you're getting short of moves. Maybe not that short. Bishop f4.
Well, the knight is on b4.
It's still holding somehow, no?
Well. Let's see how Sargsyan wants to win this game. Well, we are already down to 5 minutes from white side, 4 minutes to Hare Krishna side. And of course, after every move, players are receiving 30 seconds more. But this is going to be a long torture for black.
We have some progress in Usherina's game.
Let's go there.
She's a pawn up now.
Just saying, because it's decisive regarding the women's section.
So
Gold medal. We can start already talking about saying not the first place, but the gold medal.
Yes. I'm not sure whether this was a big progress for her.
Well, we have seen when the rook was still on b2.
Did she have to free?
It seems like she started to take the pawns. The black rook is somehow misplaced a little bit, right? On e4.
I didn't really like what happened. I mean, after a4, why not a5?
Well, what we were looking, it's rook b4 could be reserved only when the rook is going to...
And also, okay.
Because she played c4,
also, okay.
a5, and then she went rook b5.
Okay, rook e3. Check, and why not rook a3 now? Then rook e4, and no progress.
So she took here, rook c5, rook e3, king f5, king b2, rook a5, rook e4, rook a4,
Threatening
rook e1, g5.
It's still difficult for white, no?
Well, it's a pawn down to start with.
Yeah.
Just to mention,
Yes.
it's my habit.
Yes.
Though, well, probably white should be going rook e2. This is the move. Well, incredibly important game. For India, there's a huge difference if it's a draw or Ukraine winning. Huge difference, and I'm telling you that if Yushenina will not win this game, it's going to be a bad night for her, because this is very crucial if they want to win the gold medal to win this match. Of course, there are 3 rounds to go still, but the final 3 rounds, it doesn't matter whether you're standing on the first or you're a match behind. That's a huge difference.
It's true.
So, rook a5, rook e4 back. And there are some chances for white to save the game, because it's not so easy for the black rook
I think that white's
how
chances.
to come to the other side. This would be winning, probably.
I think that white's chances to save are bigger than black's chances to win, no?
But
Somehow.
I don't know.
Okay, so let's say rook c5.
Rook c5, king c3, rook, I go back to
Rook
c7.
c7, okay. So king b4, let's say.
No, but the problem is that maybe white can go here.
g4 and rook takes e4.
Takes.
No, then king
takes.
d6.
Yes. So what do you play with white? King b4?
King b4, maybe, no?
Yes, because the rook is passive now. This is a big issue.
No, my idea was to go rook h3, but then you play g4 and...
Yes, but the problem is that after this, white goes here, rook h3, and it's
g4.
nothing. Well, even king d5 maybe is a draw already.
Yeah.
But what does black want here?
Nothing.
Well. This is...
I agree that there is nothing for... if e4, then f takes e4 and king e4, nothing. There is no so I think, you know. Maybe, you know, e4 now. Takes king e5. Rook.
Well, I'm not sure. Just simply rook f3, let's say, and I go here.
Okay, rook a5, maybe no.
Rook a5, I don't know. I can go king c3, for example.
Then it's just a draw, no? Rook a3 is nothing.
It's getting very tricky.
No, not
Extremely
tricky, just drawish. Yeah.
Because the black rook became so passive, and suddenly white
B2.
is
It was
like
on B2, no?
controlling the situation. Let's go back to this game. Okay, so what is this? This should be a draw. Easily after rook a4.
The king is too
White
good.
goes here,
But
rook b4.
Maybe rook a2, but rook a2 is not enough, no?
Well, nothing is enough, it seems, I think. Rook a2 is probably the only chance, but then rook c8, king b3, king d3.
Yeah.
And it's just a draw by giving check and king c3. And there is no way that black can win this. What's going on board 1? Because that is going to be deciding the match. Sargsyan against Hare Krishna. They both have roughly 2 minutes. And white made a... Did he make a progress? His king again standing on f5. This f7 pawn is vulnerable quite a bit.
New score sheets or...
Bishop h5, king e8 will be the only move. They are changing new score sheet. It's move 61.
Check h5. Okay, he hasn't been there, no, yet.
We see the game finished with what was it? It was a draw. What happened with the Vaishali game? What happened
Did
with
anybody
Vaishali game?
lose on time or what?
Yushenina's game finished, and I'm extremely curious
Draw.
what.
Draw.
But how can you draw in this position to agree to a draw?
That's strange. Quite strange, no?
But I mean, you play on, you're fighting,
Yes,
you're trying,
yes,
you're.
yes.
I don't know what you do, but you just.
You don't make a draw.
Very surprising. Well, it's better to make a draw than to play a5 and then after c3 you lose your rook.
Rook e4, g4.
I don't know if it's winning, but the self-trapping is
Yes.
quite annoying.
Yes.
But I believe probably black is losing.
I
right?
had a,
There is always a way to ruin your position.
I had a variation in the Catalan where I more or less trapped the rook like this on c5 or somewhere. But nobody entered that line.
Incredible, important draw for India, and we can say that a draw is almost like a win in this case, almost like a victory, because they kept the match ahead. So they still they are 15 points while Ukraine is 13. What happened between the Georgian and the Armenian ladies? Let's see that, because they're still playing. No, but actually Georgia is leading 2.5, which means that Georgian ladies are catching up and they have 14 points.
So let me see. Also, just 2.5 did it. Oh,
They've won already and they are still having one game to go on the first board.
Oh, but Yashvili won. Okay, so that why it was better after the opening. The center, you remember, the double pawns on f3, but king h1, rook g1, we're talking, but now the position is completely different.
So there was a great winning.
Okay.
Then
This was somehow obvious, no?
we have Armenia. Oh, sorry, did I look the
On the
wrong-
first board, they also have an advantage, but it could be winning on the first board, no?
This is, well, it looks completely winning
looks
for
completely
white, so
winning,
it's going to be 3.5. Wow. What about India 3? against
Kielbasa also
Poland?
has 8 out of 8. So Poland won 3-1, and Kielbasa, Olivia,
So Poland has 13 points.
and Olivia has 8 out of 8.
Wow.
She'll have to play a playoff with.
With
Gukesh,
Gukesh. What do we have? What did Romania do against Azerbaijan? Romania.
They are on
Azerbaijan.
-1, and
No, they finished the match.
the last board I don't have a result on it.
We have Azerbaijan won on board 1. Well, quite convincing final position. Azerbaijan won on board 2. And
No, Bulmaga won on board 1. Bulmaga won on board 1, but then we lost on board 2 and 3. And board 4.
in that game,
Board 4, what happens here?
let's see again. Romania, board 1.
Our girl won, so it was 2-2.
It was 2-2.
2-2, no?
Yeah.
Bulmaga won and the Lekach won. Not a bad result for Romania.
12. Yeah, they are farther away from
They're,
the.
well.
But Poland is there with 13 points, together with Ukraine.
And with a killing machine on the third board.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go back in the meantime to the open section where Hare Krishna is fighting for his life. And now he offered an exchange of bishops. Look at that. Because there was no other way? Or was it? Yeah, because there was an interesting idea behind this story. Maybe he wanted to go g6, takes king e6, and if the bishop goes away, to give a check. Not even a check, look
Bishop
at this.
E7, Bishop E7 and...
Oh!
Thank you for your... Okay.
What a beautiful trick. But of course, in this position, we can't really call it a trick. There are so many ideas happening, right? Wow. Bishop e7, was it a must already? So what happens if takes? King e5 is not really possible, I believe, because of knight d3. King d5, knight takes. What is this position? It looks not enough for me. But
well, of course,
I'm
it's a
not
bit
sure.
on the edge.
It's on the edge because this pawn is not so easy to eliminate.
Yes.
What else he has? We
But
have
he
bishop
wants-
c3, king d8.
But he went back, yes.
And bishop b7 will be the move, I have the feeling. King c7. And right now bishop d5 is not possible because takes and king d6.
And two pawns are hanging, yes.
And yeah, white is in trouble with his pawns.
Well, bishop f6, bishop f6.
Bishop b7 is played. So after king c7, I have the feeling that he's going... he's going back bishop f3 and bishop h5.
Oh.
Well, still king d7. But it's getting close, you know. Now bishop f6 maybe.
Maybe at Zugzwang, no?
But this is where we started, isn't it? Don't we have the position? He went bishop e7 when the king was on e8.
It can be confusing, no?
Okay, bishop f7, king c7. So let's see what Sarkisian is up to. Bishop b4 is possible, with the idea to go bishop d5. Though, after bishop b4, also king b7 may be enough.
And the king is close enough, no?
I think here black is absolutely saving. So now definitely I think bishop e4 or bishop f3. Bishop f3, king d7, bishop h5, king e8.
And the bishop is not there for g6, for reaching g6 and...
Well, it's not exactly there where it wants to be. But it cannot be in every place.
He would need an extra light squared bishop, no?
So king c7, this is the position we have. They are still playing on. But of course it's a draw
The only
from every
thing is,
angle, but the
not-
fighters are there.
Not to play rook b7 check.
Well,
Okay,
you can
okay,
still
now-
give it a
now-
self-made.
So actually,
Well, check
No,
will
no.
be given.
now check is possible, of course.
Check is done. King a2, king c2. And this is interesting until for how long it's going to be played. I hope not for long. This is something that it's so difficult to lose it, even if you, if you want to, specifically, it's possible.
If you insist, yes.
But normally there should not be any chance for black because white is just keeping his rook, cutting away.
The king should be, okay, where it starts.
If black just wants to give a check, nothing really happens because always I go away. And this position...
Yes, in such a position, the king should be on f2, cut by the rook on e7. And then the black rook would be in time to free the king.
Why is he playing rook c7? Strange technique, I must say. Though this is also a draw, rook h2.
He doesn't
king
want to
c1.
allow the check.
King a1. There is the catch.
Rook c8, no? No, of course, both.
Well, Eric Gaisi is playing like something really serious. Chances are there. And he'll reveal the secret that it's draw. Of course, he knows it exactly, but you want to make sure. He goes rook c3, and then he looks at his score sheet.
But of course, for them, it's such a historical tournament, no, that they don't want to finish the game. They don't want to stand up from there.
And they
because
know that.
This is the cool moment. But after that, they will have to sleep.
Why do you
to
go
prepare
rook
for the next-
c3? Why do you go rook c3?
Is it completely wrong?
No, but I just don't like my pieces near to each other in this endgame.
But he threatened almost mate.
He goes rook c8 back,
Do you like the pieces now?
check, king c2, and probably now there will be check, 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 check.
Even rook c2 is possible, actually, if you really want to make fun of him. No?
Rook g2, rook c7,
He doesn't have the nerves for playing rook c2, no?
rook b2, rook c8. Not much to play for, that's for sure. Agreed to draw. 1.5, the match standing between Armenia and India. And Sargsyan pressing Hare Krishna for quite some time already. And we are already at move 70. The players have very little time. White, Gabriel has 1 minute left on his clock, while Hare Krishna has 2 minutes. And this will be still a long sweating game because White, Sargsyan wants to collect the point for Armenia, which would mean that they are winning the next match and still dropping only half a match point and leading in the tournament. How important it is, because they would still stay the sole leader of the open section of the Olympiad, while there are two teams who have 14 points. It's India 2, the magical player with Gukesh on board 1, and Uzbekistan, the team who is also, I think the average age is like 20 or 21, so very young team.
Yes.
They also have 14 points. And let's see what's going to be happening in this position.
Somehow he changed the setup. Now the king went to f8.
Bishop on d6 again.
It's somehow strange because Black should be interested in maintaining a setup that was working. But maybe he got.
But
because
as
now-
the bishop is on a4, your king is pushed away to f8. So now, for example, maybe eventually White is going to go back to f6 and somehow regroup the king, and then the king is out.
Yeah, I mean, king f8 looks a bit risky. He didn't have the king there yet, no? First of all, there will be no repetitions now. White is safer from
For some time,
repetitions.
until he makes moves, another 20 moves here.
Yeah, but also Black has to readapt his reflexes somehow.
1 second. You know what he wants? You know what he wants?
No.
But 1 second, I want to see this. Because if instead of this move, what happens if g6, fg6, king e6? But you can go bishop e7. The idea was if you go on this diagonal, then I take c5, and you cannot stop king d7 and my pawn push.
But you can go to e7, no? And
Well, yeah, but it's like, you understand. It's suddenly becomes extremely tricky, this business.
yes. But okay, White doesn't have that much time to calculate either.
But even this, I'm not sure it's not winning. If takes king d5, can you...
G5, let's say, no?
But c5.
So, did I have anything better?
But right now you're fast. True. True. Here. Yeah, so black is just... King g8. Look at that, where he's going with his king.
Yeah, not very obvious.
No, but now, for example, bishop e8 is possible. King f8 and go g6. Takes.
Then takes.
Takes. Nobody stops me going king e6 in the next move. This is winning. This is over. This is over.
The king is just going through, no?
This should be over. You can't save this, I think. Your pawn on c5.
But he went bishop d1. No, I'm afraid he will not. He just hopes he'll just try to let.
No, he goes to h5, and that's how he goes g6.
But then king e8. No, I think that this height he just wants to hopes that Harry.
No, they just made a repetition of moves.
And now he should go bishop e8.
Well, it seems like bishop e8 g6 is.
He has to try something because he doesn't have much time either. He also has 1 minute.
Bishop e8 if he plays, and he's not playing, he goes g6, which is also quite fine actually, because takes, I believe. Yeah, he takes. King f8.
But it looked better with the bishop on g6, no?
But anyway, he can go maybe bishop d7, bishop. Well, of course, it would be better because to cut away the king.
That's a square for,
I understand
for the king.
what you're saying. King g6, but maybe, well, king f8. How difficult it is for black. No, this position he goes king f5. King f5 he goes, you know. King f8, king f5, king f7, bishop d1. Bishop d1 he goes, and then king e6.
Okay, so he's
incredible. What a patience. Look at him. Look at Sargsyan on board 1. He looks like he just came to play, and they are playing already for 6 hours and 15 minutes. Unbelievable endurance. What a beautiful play. Of course, such an endgame, you cannot win to play the best moves. This is how Karpov did all the time also.
Yes.
Cat and mouse. Cat and mouse. You're going this side, you go that side with the bishop here, bishop there, and you just exhaust your opponent the way that in time and in energy they fall apart.
Yeah, but pity that he didn't see the idea with bishop e8 because now
king f5. But it's going to be the same thing. It's exactly the same thing.
But maybe some bishop e7 on the way, no?
If now bishop e7, I think this should be a win also. King e6, takes, and after knight d3, b3.
And it's not fun.
And this should be win, right?
Very good chances, yes. Maybe not because how do you win the pawn on c5?
Yeah, I knew you will ask that.
I mean, you are tricky, but that can be too.
I knew you will ask this question.
No, but king d6 and then bishop c6, bishop 6, knight, yeah.
Well, okay, let's say here, king e6, knight d3. Yeah, it's not so easy. Okay, so let's see, bishop e7 is the move, right?
So maybe bishop e5, why not?
Bishop e5.
What does it change?
Or bishop h8.
Just to show that.
Yeah, that we have two bishops and we do whatever we want. Actually, Gabriel seems to be like, okay, let's start the game finally.
Is something going to happen finally?
Nobody arrived yet? No, actually everybody is leaving already the playing hall because they finished. But he knows that if he wins this, he's a hero. Knight d3 after king f5. Knight d3. What is the idea behind knight d3 now?
I see king e6 as a move,
well,
no?
king e6 is no question about it that king is replaced to e6. 1 minute and 12 seconds for Gabriel and for Hare Krishna. He's under a minute already, and he's living also out of his 30 seconds per move additional time.
And out of his dreams. But why not king e6 simply? And
it will be. Later. There is no other way. King e6 is on the board, move 78. Very difficult position for black. Extremely. challenging. It must be a miracle to save it with black, I have to say. It is so difficult. Isn't white winning with the pawn?
It started with e5, actually, no? I mean, even if that is still drawn, but why to open the position that...
He went bishop g3, I believe.
Yes.
And now I would consider bishop e7 to give it check. King g7. No, sorry. Bishop c2 first. Bishop c2. Knight f4. And simply king d7. And this pawn is at least as weak as this one.
But you could have played also bishop e7 first.
After bishop e7, king g8.
Okay.
Because I don't...
And the pawn is hanging on
yes.
b2. Okay.
Yes.
No, I didn't.
But I believe
He
this
went
also
on
should
e7.
be...
He went on e7.
Check king g7.
King
he
g7,
went.
this was played.
Okay,
and
so
now
after bishop c2,
No, bishop
what's
c2.
up? And bishop c2 is
yes,
on the
bishop
board.
c2. No, I mean, but now the king is there.
What a play!
I mean, there may be some fortresses
Squeezing.
where white has to get to some opposite color bishop ending and maybe not winning, but that would be the exception, no? If, from practical point of view, it should be winning.
Well, okay, anyway, black is going to go back to b4. After white goes bishop e4 or somewhere,
Dominating
goes bishop
everybody.
f2. Well, the knight is there, but it can't make a single move. Probably white is going bishop d6 or something.
It's a nerve game for white too, I mean...
It's not the end of it. It's not the end of it.
Yes, but
Knight b4.
white never had such good chances as now, no?
Very little time on the clock for the players. Move 80 already. Bishop e4, centralizing the bishop.
But he likes the position.
We can't argue about that white has enormous position. Bishop on e4, look at this. King on e6 is getting closer and closer to both of the pawns.
Well, he should go all the way around, no?
Now the question is how to win. Now it's a big question.
We had fun, everything is nice, but how do we win? No? That's always a question.
Well, I believe that king d7 seems to be not a bad move. And for example, after king f7, white can go bishop d5.
Bishop
What do you
d5,
think about
yeah,
that?
yeah.
And after black goes back, then king goes to c7. Knight d3. And black is
Kicking still.
kicking. Absolutely. b3 for this reason. That once he's going to be moving away with the bishop, knight d3 will not come with a tempo.
It will be a tempo, yes. And now he doesn't need the diagonal d1 a4 because the king is already...
Bishop d4?
Maybe bishop h4 to first... but then king
Maybe
f8,
bishop
no?
d6. Because after bishop d6, maybe bishop e5 is a threat. Though I'm not sure because black can leave it and go back to f8.
Yes,
So
yes.
let's see after bishop d4 how Sargsyan is continuing this game, which obviously he feels that he should
Bishop
be winning
d6
already.
played,
Bishop d6 is on the board. Because you don't necessarily have to play the best moves, but definitely you have to play the moves which is the most unpleasant. Eventually you have to play the best moves.
Eventually you have to play something. Because you
But
have 1 minute.
already, don't forget that at some point white can go back to g3 maybe, go to e1 and try to capture the knight.
That would be not funny.
Or do it from c7 and a5.
Mm-hmm.
I think the game objectively is winning, but still white has to make an effort to convert it into the score sheet that it's 1-0 written there. Bishop e5 check.
Okay.
So bishop c3 he's playing in the next move.
Maybe.
Or after bishop e5, king f8, he will go back maybe to g6. Of course, white has to be careful that the black king is not going to be going all the way back. King f8 is the only move. There is nothing else he should be considering. Going down under a minute again, only 50 seconds. King f8 is on the board.
There is tiredness, no? I mean, when you think half a minute on such moves.
And you're worried, you're insecure, you know, the pressure. Just in case.
But now king d7, maybe, no?
King d7, king f7.
Yeah, and then check on d5.
What about playing bishop c3?
Bishop c3, okay, that's your idea.
King d7 on the board. King f7 will be just in a second because the players have no time to waste. So if they think that's the only move, then they should be playing it. 6.5 hours passed since the beginning of this round, so the players must be very tired, but they both know that they fight for themselves, but moreover they are fighting for the country, their team, and everything will be depending on this game. If Sargsyan wins, then Armenia will move to 15 points, and if it's a draw, it's going to be 14 for Armenia, and for India it's going to be 13, so they can still stay in the fight, real fight for a medal. Bishop f5. Still, you can see that the knight on b4 is very much an outsider in this game because every square is controlled. The only square black can go is knight a2, which maybe he will use this opportunity because there is nothing better.
But after
he can
after
go
knight
with the
c1,
bishop also.
after knight c1, there is always bishop c2. And in the meantime, the pawn on a6 may be lost.
Yeah.
So, no, Sargsyan just looks for a moment to start running with the king, no? Meaning king
But it's
c7,
important to have the king out as far as possible. Now it's on f7. It would be so much better if it would be on g8,
I know.
even further away from the actions on the c file, which should be happening at some point.
I know.
Well, of course, bishop e6 is possible to move the king to g6. But
now his last move was bishop f5.
Bishop f5, bishop f2. Still, to win the game, it's not easy.
No, of course, at some point he'll go with the king, but first he tries to reach some... the only problem is that he doesn't manage his time so well.
King d6, as far as I see. Do I see it well, that it's king d6? And of course the players are going down in time, under a minute, continuously. Bishop e3. Incredible fight. Incredible fight is going on. And of course, after some time, you're angry that, come on, I mean, I should be winning. What is this?
What happened? Why is Sargsyan unhappy?
Bishop e4, back. Now I think king e8 would be the right decision. But bishop f2 is on the board.
F2 is what he played.
King d7 back.
But how does he plan to win? Okay.
Well, I think maybe you should go king d7, then to go bishop d5, and then to go bishop here. King f5, king here.
Something like that, and win one of the pawns.
And just go king b6.
If you want king d5, bishop
King
f3.
d7.
King d7, sorry.
King d7. Of course, I fully understand that he does not want to allow the king to get closer. It's very understandable. Bishop e3.
D6. Bishop d6 is on the board.
Bishop d6. Move 90. Move 90. King f6?
But now is the time to, yes, to go with the king, finally.
Bishop d5, right?
Yes, bishop d5, yes. And go. I mean, he's also getting tired.
Well, after bishop d5, though, it's possible to play knight d3 and knight c1. Counter chances, certainly.
Yeah.
Not easy to win. Not easy to win.
Yes.
King c7 finally, king e6. But after king e6, I believe white is going to go bishop b7, knight here.
Bishop c8 check first now.
Bishop c8 check here. Still, this knight c1 is coming. King e6 on the board. Hare Krishna is fighting incredibly
But okay,
well.
bishop g3 he can go, no?
Okay, so what? King e7?
So at least to reach b7, b6, b7, I don't know, with the king.
Yes, but after that you could.
No
how
threat,
do you
no
win
threat.
the pawn?
Because bishop b7, knight d3, no? That's
Bishop h7. He will go bishop f2 or g1.
Well, if he saves this, you understand that...
And of course the players, once they are having these fights, sleeping is getting worse and worse for many players because the excitement is on such a high level. Especially for the players who did not win a medal or not win a gold medal. And Sargsyan actually is 3-time Olympic champion already. They won with Armenia in 2006, 2008, and repeating it in 2012. They had an incredible team spirit and they wanted it so much and they are grabbing the opportunities. Though right here, today, it's not clear how really Sargsyan is going to be winning this game.
Did he move with his
Finally, knight a2 happened after bishop h7.
Which doesn't spoil anything, no?
I think it was not the right decision for white to allow the black king to e6. Sargsyan has under a minute, not much time, while Hare Krishna increased his time to 2 minutes. Bishop e4 back. I would be already worried soon that we have a repetition and same position after maybe a few times. I think bishop was here already. But what happens is, if somebody claims the threefold repetition, or the 3 times we had this exact position on the board,
You cannot be sure.
then the arbiter goes away and then checks it. And when they say, let's say, well, if it's approved, then it's not a question. If it's not, then it means that the opponent of yours are getting extra time. If I know it correctly, it's 2 minutes to the opponent.
Usually you should lose some time, but if you are under 5 minutes, like is the case here, then the opponent is added sometimes.
I thought it's for any period of time.
There are moments when you would get some time deducted from yours, but not.
I thought also many years ago that it was, but then they told me that it's the opponent who gets.
Maybe they changed.
So let's see what
But
we have.
why
Bishop on d4.
Bishop d4. And no
Well, I have a feeling that maybe Pantala will save this game.
Yeah, why didn't? Doesn't seem to have made. Well, bishop f8. No, he has to try.
Because the king is getting closer, which I don't like at all from White's perspective. Bishop f8 is on the board, move 94. We are reaching to 100. 24 seconds for White, 36 seconds for Black. Of course, at this stage of the game, when the players are playing for 6.5 hours, anything can happen. Any blunder can occur in a game, but both are very concentrated so far and playing the end game with, well, accuracy at some part. Of course, with mistakes, but knight c3. What is knight c3? Bishop b7?
a5 or what?
After bishop b7? Also knight e2 back maybe. So after takes, Black can just go knight c1.
But again, he changes the setup and there's.
No, he goes bishop c2.
Of course, changing the setup can be risky, no?
But hold on. Now the next move is king b6.
So knight a2 back, no?
So if knight a2 back, anyway king b6, knight b4,
bishop.
White goes bishop e4, bishop h7, anywhere practically.
And wins the pawn.
Finally, the pawn is falling off.
No, but changing the setup is not good when
But
you're
he
just
didn't
defending.
change.
Well, he played
Anyway,
knight
this
c3.
is-
He played
but-
knight c3.
Yes, but even if he stays here, isn't it that White can go bishop f8 and go with the king? Maybe not, because king f7.
King
you
f7,
would
king e6,
But
yes.
maybe now he can also do that, so he can go.
But he doesn't.
He went knight a2.
King b6 is on board.
Oops. Knight b4.
He loses a pawn, which means
Well, if he's
That
losing
is
the
the
c5 pawn, then isn't it over? If White can go back to b6 afterwards, then it's... Now the question is where the bishop should be going, to b1, to e4, to h7. I would go bishop h7 just to
f7
further
has some
away.
theoretical, some aesthetical value, no?
After knight b4, we have bishop b1 on the board.
It also makes sense because, okay,
You want to control the knight.
I'm fed up with this knight. But you
And
know,
I think this is the end of it.
you know, it's yeah, it's the actually Harry was doing most of the job, no? Yes, he's already.
I wouldn't say so. I think Sargsyan played it.
Yeah, but Sargsyan
In
just
a professional way.
maintained the tension. Yeah, but I mean, okay, like Karpov was doing. I mean, of course they were doing the job, but they did it in such a way
The opponent is assisting.
yes, that the opponent is simply assisting. Yes.
Yes, but it's...
Yeah, I know.
I mean, this is...
It was an ironic way of saying it. No, of course it's his merit. A5. Not A5 is some sort of desperation. No, I think he should take on C5. Yeah, and he took.
He took on c5.
No, that's an easy win already, no?
And poor Hare Krishna understands.
No, but he did that. E5 is the move I really criticize. I mean,
Yes. Yes.
after that, it's harder and harder.
Yeah, and as we talked about it, the problem is that even if it's not lost objectively, if your opponent is a quality cat and
Yes.
plays the game with you on all the board and has the patience, there is a very
And
good
this
chance
is
that you will go
Sargsyan.
wrong.
This is exactly what Sargsyan loves.
And
mean-
and it's his kind of story. So what we are saying is that move 44, more than 50 moves away, there was this move e5, and this is the move we thought that it gave extra chances for white because it opened up the position. But now we are here after king c5, king d7, and the next move is going to be, I believe, king b5 or king b6 simply, and after knight c6,
But if
c5
but
is
if
a
king
Zugzwang.
d6, just a moment, if king d6 now,
No, actually not the Zugzwang, you can even win. Yeah, king b6 and bishop f5, c5, bishop e4.
no, but I mean king d6 instead of knight c6. King b4, king d6,
Well,
bishop c5, okay, c5.
I think it's good enough.
That's good enough, yeah, it's Zugzwang now.
King d4,
Then c6. No,
takes. Okay, move 100. King b6.
King d6 is the only choice, but maybe then
King d6 is the only move, as you pointed out.
bishop e4 then, no? Maybe.
Bishop e4.
If king e5, then well, he can take on a5 already.
Exactly. Well, of course, this pawn is going to be falling off. And what a game. What happiness the teammates are going to have. And incredible that Armenia is going to be having 15 points, only dropping 1/2 match point.
He went to c8, but that's
And still
just losing
be the
without a fight, I think.
sole
no?
leader. And of course, he takes the pawn. He's not pushing the pawn. It would be also winning, but just to make sure, grab the pawn, and with the two pawns connected.
Then he goes
plus
back.
pawn.
Then he goes back to. No, but queen c8. I mean, okay. At least he has to try king d6.
Yeah, that was a better try, though. We
No, I
looked
know.
bishop e4
Yeah,
is
but
also.
okay, you have to find bishop e4. Okay, well, I know. But now king b6 and then c5. c6 and there will be a mating.
The calmness of Sargsyan, I'm envying.
Knight b4, actually bishop e4.
Congratulations to Sargsyan. Of course,
He
the
won,
captain is there, and he has
He's happy.
what
He finally smiles.
a smile
I
on
never
his
saw him
face.
smiling.
Well, he knows that he's a hero of today. Of course, Gukesh is also, he's the hero of the Olympiad with 8 out of 8, but Armenia is leading with 15 points with an incredible marathon game against Hare Krishna, India. Well, let's see what are the final, the standings after round 8. I don't know if we can pull up on the screen. Let's see in the women's section, how is it going on the top seeded teams, because it is getting extremely tough. Look, India is on 15 points, and it means that they dropped 0.5 point today against Ukraine. And the follow-up team is Georgia, who made a big victory today against Armenia. And only after that, Ukraine is coming for the 3rd spot together with Poland and Kazakhstan. So there is a great fight over there. We have 3 more rounds to go. And this is going to be extremely tough for the players. The excitement is very high for the players. It will be more and more difficult to take a rest. to play calmly, to concentrate, to focus. I'm also having my empathy for the captains because for them it's also very difficult. And it's very challenging to keep your nerves on a normal level because, of course, the players who are fighting for the medal, they want to keep their position, who are number one. And the Ukraine, for sure, they want to fight very hard. For them, it was a big disappointment today, kind of, because
well, they
were winning on board three.
The draws, they kind of misplayed. I mean, that B3 was asking for trouble, when knight C5 was so nice and strong, actually, no? So they were a bit on the edge, but they drew those games, and then they had this ending.
Well, they had their chance to go up to the first place together with India, but they missed this opportunity. Still 3 rounds to go. So you never know what will be the story at the end, but we are looking forward to tomorrow's matches. Let's see the open section, how we are standing over there, because there are great games, matches, tension. And we have also in the open section, the first is 15 points, only half a match point is dropped by Armenia. Incredible fight, incredible sportive achievement what they did, and my sincere congratulations for Sargsyan performance to be able to play such a long game with such a patience. Not
after
the best.
After the gambit 2 rounds ago when he lost but the team won, now he started winning. He beat Caruana, he beat Hare Krishna.
Well, he makes a good timing if he starts to play well and win games in the second half of the Olympiad.
I remember when Italy won the Football World Championship that they had this Rossi, who everybody was criticizing, and then he scored 6 times against teams like Brazil, Argentina, and Germany. So that's what is really important. I mean, if he starts winning now, then it's just great, no?
Yeah, absolutely. And we have on second place tying for third, Uzbekistan, who won an incredible match today on board 3 against Germany. That was a crucial game for them. And I'm sure the captain, Ivan Sokolov of the Uzbek team, he's very proud of the team, but he's a player of his own, played so many Olympiads. He knows exactly that now they have to be very tough and don't drop too many points. They are together on 14 with India too. We see the playing hall is empty. Everybody finished the game.
But do you realize, okay, Armenia is an experienced team. Okay, Sargsyan, and they are not that young. But then the next 3 teams, they are quite young, no? And India 2 is higher than India 1. So, okay, experience is there on the top, but well.
But we have many teams who are under age 11 in average. So we see the sport is getting younger and younger. We see the young team of Uzbekistan, of Iran, for example, not to talk about India too. So this was the incredible day of today. Armenia kept their position on the first place, of course, 3 rounds to go, which means a lot, and it's going to be very slow for those teams who would be very happy to be finished already now. Thank you for your attention. Looking forward to meet you tomorrow. Don't forget to send us your messages or what do you think, which were the best games of today on hashtag Best Chess Olympiad 2022. Thank you, Mihail.
Thank you, Judit.
And
Thank you,
join
everybody.
us because its excitements are just starting.
inspiring safety record, strong balance sheet, world-class resource assets, groundbreaking innovation, steady and sustainable contribution to nation's social, economical and environmental development. NLCIL Navaratna CPSE under the administrative control of Ministry of Coal, Government of India, a corporate with a human nature, creating wealth for the well-being.
Welcome everybody.
My name is Jan Pomnishi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a